Prologue. The days spent chasing that star, over and over again when made to loop through an endless hallway, Aldebaran took a moment to ponder, and then flung open the door he had first entered through. I have been saying this for a long time now, but I am able to accept any outcome as interesting no matter the result, and I consider having my preconceived expectations overturned an experience that makes my heart throb. Aldebaran. So then? And yet I wonder why this is, even though your current actions fulfill both of the prerequisites I raised as examples. I feel somewhat annoyed. Aldebaran, that's probably because you're discontent with the fact that I pulled the right answer on my first go. As soon as he had opened the door, the witch made an evidently displeased expression, and then began to prattle on about her mindset. To her, Aldebaran raised his voice in such a manner. The endless hallway he had been tossed into, a space that continued to loop, to phrase it as the witch would. It was a place of great intrigue, but... Aldebaran, sorry, but I tend to pull the right answer on the first try when it's these sort of rules. Though from the perspective of a GM, they'd probably want me to step through all the events they'd prepared for me. Which... GM... This is the first time I am hearing that word. May I ask its meaning? Aldebaran. Game Master. It refers to the person who has control over the location, events, and the space as a whole. Basically, that's what you are here, teacher. Which, I see. I shall remember this. GM. GM. Muttering several times so as to familiarize it to her mouth, she immediately got a hold of the pronunciation. GM, her ever-constant learning ability displayed to him. Aldebaran felt admiration as well as a sense of unease. The knowledge-thirsty witch had a keen interest in the unknowns being emitted from Aldebaran. However, the tree bearing fruits of knowledge would eventually dry up, ceasing to supply her with the apples she so dearly coveted. When that time came, by the witch, Aldebaran would be... Witch, why the long face? Is something the matter? Aldebaran. As Aldebaran suddenly plunged himself into thought, the witch peered at him from a defenseless proximity. The smooth fluttering of beautiful white hair, and the black eyes that seemed to be adorned in a blanket of snow from her long lashes. With those refined facial features and thin lips so close, Aldebaran reflexively clasped the other person's face. With both his hands, the witch's cheeks were smooshed in with a hum, and thus made so that he would not feel flustered even at this close range. Aldebaran. Phew, that was a close one. Witch. Wait, is that not strange? You were handling my face so roughly, and instead of feeling guilty, you are feeling relieved. Aldebaran, that's what's called a difference in perspective. Witch, let go of me. With her mysterious air from a moment ago having vanished somewhere, the witch grabbed the hands of Aldebaran, which were clasping her cheeks, and tried to wriggle her way free from this treatment. But, even with the witch's desperate resistance, she was far too weak and feeble. Aldebaran, or maybe fragile. Witch, I am curious about which term you would select to best describe me, but for now, just get your hands. Wah. Pitying the excessively weak witch, the moment he released her, she tumbled over backwards, promptly supporting her with a whoa there. He was surprised by how she was lighter than she looked. Aldebaran, you're a woman who seems like she would die easily. Witch, thanks for the help, but I find what you said there a bit unexpected. Not to mention the expression die easily is ill-suited to my current self. Would you not agree, Aldebaran? Witch. Also, if we are to give points from the perspective of dying easily, you would have me beat by an overwhelmingly high score. I am not referring to your authority, but to your very way of life. As the witch deliberately and thoroughly added on, Aldebaran became unable to say anything. Aldebaran? My bad. What she was saying was correct. To the point that he wished for her to be wrong, it was correct. Reluctant to have that point out once again, Aldebaran turned to face the door behind him, and asked, Aldebaran, that hallway? Just what was your intention in preparing it? Which, I thought it might serve to let you take a breather, and serve as training for your ability to think logically. Unfortunately, it was far too short to be a breather, and instead of your logical thinking ability, you surmounted it through intuition. Aldebaran. Good grief. Even though it was a work you were so confident in, I guess you could hope for it to be recycled for somebody else one day. Make sure to write down the methodology in a book. The grand aspirations of the pen-ready witch notwithstanding. Aldebaran understood that the space he had so carelessly spoiled was the crystallization of tremendously advanced yin magic. It was neither something fine to create so casually, nor was it something fine to irresponsibly do too often. Aldebaran, the more you know, the depths only get deeper, and the mountains only get higher. He only had an understanding of the fact that the time he was spending was luxurious, and was terribly unconfident regarding how much of a true sense actually accompanied those thoughts. All of those things could only begin to manifest once he had a point of reference outside of himself. And in Aldebaran's world, there existed not much other than himself. In particular, those were the witch before his eyes, and Natsuki Subaru witch. Natsuki Subaru, as if to cling to his ears, as if to besmear his eardrums, as if to implant into his brain. Each and every time he heard it, those 6 syllables scratched at Aldebaran's being, disallowing his composure. Normally he would think nothing of each of those 6 syllables, but only when strung together in that order did they distort his soul. Knowing that full well, the witch who had spoken that name to Aldebaran smiled. Which, well then, shall we begin, Aldebaran? Yesterday, how long did it take again? Aldebaran. 100 times. Exactly. Which, Aldebaran, even though he would never forget that, the witch who had inquired because she wanted to make Aldebaran say it, was abhorrent. Abhorrent as she was, the fact that he could not fully hate her was painful, stressful, humiliating, and pathetic. If this person abandoned him, just what in the world would he have left? For himself, who by no means would ever be able to be reflected in those amethyst eyes, the eyes he desperately wished would look at him the most. What would be left? Inclining her head, the witch peered at Aldebaran. Despite the black eyes of that witch and his own black eyes both being the same black, was the reason they did not appear as the same hue, perhaps a result of the contrast between himself with the witch. If he contrasted them like that, which one would? Those sorts of things did not matter. He would fulfill the role desired of him, rather than being desired by nobody. This was 100 times better. That was why Aldebaran. That's right. It's starting, teacher, so that I may be myself. Chapter 14. The Strongest. Red hair blazed as a brilliant flame. Blue eyes imprisoned the perfect clarity of the azure skies. From head to toe, this was a being created with heroism untainted, with naught and impurity. The birth of such a being had been blessed by the world. A chosen one who had perpetually existed as his own antithesis. Standing imposingly in the center of the sprawling sand sea, under the chill of night, Reinhard cast his gaze, causing all the hairs on Aldebaran's body to stand on end. The Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria. Needless to say, in the kingdom of Lugunica, nay, even if one were to search far and wide across the entire world, he was a being who went without peer, and one of the 2 greatest obstacles in Aldebaran's plan. Still, the other of the 2 had been none other than Natsuki Subaru, but his entrapment via Oel Shamak alongside Beatrice, who likewise had been a matter of concern, had already been completed successfully. Hence, among the individuals with whom a clash was certain, this man remained as the greatest barrier. Very well, Reinhard van Astria was the strongest. The Blue Lightning, Cecilis Segmund, was faster. The admirer, Halibel, made greater use of techniques. The Mad Prince, vague Adgard, was further distanced from death. The great spirits enrolled among the 4 greats exceed him in mana. The Sin, archbishops of the witch cult, possessed irrational authorities. The witches of Sin had taken far more lives. Many virtuous individuals were better at lying, and many scoundrels were more unfalteringly obstinate. When looking at individual aspects generally, There were plenty of individuals who surpassed Reinhard. Nevertheless, Reinhard van Astria's seat as the strongest would not be shaken. Tearing down that definitive strongest bastion was the absolute victory condition levied upon Aldebaran. Aldebaran, if I do say so myself, this is the worst situation to be placed in. Aldebaran, it's too late to be complaining about the lackluster hand you've been dealt. Be sure to make good use of me as a joker. Aldebaran, when you look at him, Dragon me, what do you make of the Sword Saint? Aldebaran, I'd say the same as you. Human me. But I guess not. From what I can sense of his strength with this body, I think it might be even worse than what you're thinking. From behind Aldebaran, that which narrowed its golden eyes as it gazed upon Reinhard, was a supreme life form that spoke in a manner lacking the dignity of its station. The divine dragon Volcanica. Nay, the empty dragon husk into which the memories of Aldebaran had been installed. The divine dragon Aldebaran, sharing the same fundamental knowledge, thoughts, ideas, and even objectives in the present situation. Aldebaran was a dependable lifeline for the near-helpless Aldebaran. Aldebaran had also asserted that it ought to be utilized as a joker effectively. Showing restraint had never been in his intentions, but with that he resolved his heart to squeeze the utmost usage out of it. And as Aldebaran finished re-ascertaining the cards in his hand, Reinhard, from the lineage of sword saints, Reinhard van Astria, Aldebaran. As his skin tingled with gooseflesh, Aldebaran narrowed his eyes within his helmet. To announce one's name and title before an opponent in a standoff was common courtesy amongst fighters in this world. As astonishing as it may seem, it was a courtesy that even the Sin archbishops abided by. For some, it was to uphold their pride. For some, it was out of respect to their opponent. For some, it served to immerse themselves in a superiority complex. And, for some, it invigorated their cowardly selves. It was something that people levied upon themselves for a variety of reasons, and the reason as to why the Sword Saint Reinhard was conforming to that courtesy was plain from the look in his eyes. In this situation, Reinhard was paying respect to Aldebaran, albeit he would have supposedly learned of what Aldebaran had done in the tower from Flam. He still did so. Such was Reinhard's virtue, which simultaneously was the source of the unbridgeable gap between him and others. The way in which Aldebaran interpreted it was not something he would specifically reveal, but Aldebaran, Sin Archbishop of the Witch Cult, representing Pride, Stride Valaxia, Reinhard, HK, Aldebaran. Now wouldn't it be amusing if I said something like that? He made the decision to merely trample upon his opponent's respect and insult. Aldebaran? Borg. The response was one akin to sticking out his tongue to an outstretched hand, causing Reinhard's eyes to widen. Then, simultaneously with a clumsy roar, a white light surged towards the Sword Saint as he stood unflinching. Unaccustomed to piloting the freshly hijacked dragon husk, it was a terribly misshapen attack. However, the power of the dragon's breath unleashed from that almighty body was very much authentic. If the breath unleashed upon Garfiel and Ezo on the highest floor of the Pleiades watchtower right after overriding its memories were a sneeze, then this blast was charged with a definite intent for destruction. To demonstrate the difference in accumulated destructive force, a surging wave of white energy engulfed Reinhard, one that would alter the form of the deserted sand sea for the rest of all eternity. He did not think it could kill him, but, if done without the intent to kill, there would not even be a fight. As proof of that, Aldebaran. HK, fall back me. Aldebaran. Woo-wah. After the entirety of its breath was expelled, white smoke drifting out of the enormous crater it had created in the sand sea, Aldebaran suddenly reached out its talons and hooked Aldebaran, flinging him to the side without restraint. Split off from his literal alternate self, Aldebaran's body was tossed about by the sudden betrayal, and across the mostly flattened sand he tumbled, and tumbled until he braked. Then, expelling the sand that had intruded through the gaps in his helmet, he looked up. He saw that in truth, Aldebaran's actions had not been betrayal, but instead had been providing cover. Reinhard ought to have taken a direct hit from the dragon's breath, but unscathed, He had leapt towards Aldebaran, thus commencing the grand decisive battle between two monsters of mismatched size. Aldebaran, you didn't get a burn. I'm not saying that ain't praiseworthy, but what's the principle behind that? Reinhard, I borrowed the power of the dragon sword. Even if the day of this world's ruin were to come, this sword would not be destroyed. That is how it was forged to be. And so, I parried. Aldebaran, though, from that answer, ultimately what's incredible isn't the sword, but you. That still doesn't explain how you didn't get burned. Reinhard, that would be the effect of the divine protection of sunburn. Whilst giving an apathetic reply, Reinhard spun around in the air and unleashed a kick, clashing head-on with the dragon claw tearing through the sky. A sound akin to nearby fireworks or cannon fire boomed in an explosion. Each and every blow delivered a destructive power that even warriors who had undergone the most assiduous of training would be unable to withstand. But to the horror of many, those were standard attacks for the Sword Saint and the Dragon both. That was to say, this combat continued without pause or pull. Aldebaran. Shit. Gah. Both combatants strung out chains of rapid attacks, giving rise to an unbelievable symphony of explosions. And with each strike, the resultant shock waves blew away the sand of the Sand Sea and made an attempt to tear Aldebaran away from the ground. That he clung to. The clash between two of the strongest living beings in the realm. For one spectating from several dozen meters away as it unfolded, guaranteed no place was secure. However, Aldebaran could not opt for leaving the battlefield due to his own pathetic self. There was a limit to the updates of his matrix. Currently, if he were to get too far away from the position at which the matrix had been defined, his territory would come crumbling down, and Aldebaran would end up losing the few advantages he possessed against Reinhard. That must be avoided at all costs. Reinhard, powerful. However, it is far too different from before. Meanwhile, as Aldebaran clung to the battlefield, Reinhard moved back a great deal to open some distance after having traded a great many blows against the dragon, and muttered so, placing a hand upon the hilt of the dragon's sword. The Sword Saint was not even a little short on breath. And as he displayed his serious countenance, Aldebaran groaned and without a hint of exhaustion. In response, Reinhard shook his head to the side with a nothing. Reinhard. The other day when I was proceeding towards the watchtower together with Flam, Ezodano, and the rest, I ended up quarreling with you, with the divine dragon Volcanica, due to a misunderstanding, but compared to then, your movements and intentions are far too different. As Reinhard pointed that out, Aldebaran maintained silence. However, his judgment had been accurate. In reality, that which Reinhard had previously fought against was the real divine dragon Volcanica. Though, it would have been in dragon husk state, bereft of its contents after producing a dragonkin. When comparing between now and then, it would have undoubtedly seemed that he had undergone a complete change in personality. And having guessed the correct answer, upon verifying his insight, Reinhard continued. Reinhard, the current you is weaker than the last time. Why is that? Aldebaran. Reinhard. Aldebaran, no, it's only natural for you to say that. It's just as you say, I can't get full use out of this body. So, I guess I'm kinda weak, eh? Were that the case, there wouldn't be even a single thing strange about it whatsoever. Only, at Reinhard's unmalicious misgivings, Aldebaran broke off his words there. Then, with the profile of a dragon that differed far too much from that of a human, he gave a sneering grin that could nonetheless be understood as such. Aldebaran. Now, I'm kinda wanting to show you a thing or two. Directly following that declaration, Aldebaran spread its wings, giving rise to a gale as it soared, closing the distance on Reinhard in an instant. It swung down its arms, each akin to great trees, aiming to crush him flat. Seeing that transparent offensive, Reinhard seemed to disregard his poor footing. In fact, as the divine protection of sandplay allowed him to disregard it, he leapt between Aldebaran's arms towards its chest and drove a counterattack into it. Aldebaran. Gok, spreading his long legs, one to the heavens and the other to earth. Reinhard delivered a kick, landing a direct hit on the dragon where a human's solar plexus would have been located, tossing the gargantuan creature straight upwards. Instead of flying through the air with its wings, Aldebaran had been forcibly launched upwards, and chasing it, Reinhard leapt up and caught up to the skybound dragon. Nay. He pulled ahead. Then, stepping upon the soaring dragon with the tips of his toes, he forcibly halted the upward momentum. Reinhard. Apologies, but this is as far as it goes. Reinhard appeared to be standing upon the back of Aldebaran midair, and the hand he held aloft, brandishing naught as he readied a karate chop, was sharper and more lethal a blade than any commonplace renowned sword. That brandish seemed as if it could likely sever even the divine dragon's dragon husk, but, Aldebaran, I said I'd show you a thing or two. Go along with me a little while longer. Right before it could bask in the karate chop, Aldebaran muttered so after being pushed around at Reinhard's will. Hearing the dragon's voice, with a hint of scheming mixed in amidst the bitterness, Reinhard slightly frowned, witnessing that from afar, gazing up at the supreme beings in the ether from down on the surface. Aldebaran spoke. Aldebaran. Plan A, Reinhard. HK. Given the distance, it was unthinkable that Reinhard could have heard Aldebaran's voice. On the other hand, one might think that it would not be out of the ordinary for him to have heard it. But there would be no point in asking. After all, the light of a star twinkling in the night sky was plummeting down, aiming directly for the Sword Saint. Al-Shario. This spell, regarded as a specialty of a witch of yore, was one accepted to be a forbidden technique. Shining down from beyond the sky, stars were perpetually burning masses of mana, and by utilizing the property of attraction between mana of the same type, the unbelievable marvel of casting one to the earth could be realized. But naturally, to bring a star down upon a precise location required both delicate control over magic and an unfathomable quantity of mana. In exchange for the difficulty of realizing such a technique, the mana contained in the star's light could rival the amount held by a great spirit, even extolled to have once felled a were of dragons. In terms of destructive power, it easily surpassed even the ruinous breath of dragons, beings bestowed with the right to tear the world asunder with just their roar, and so it could therefore be proclaimed to be the pinnacle of destructive acts. Magic, it is a miraculous discipline with the hidden potential to make anything one imagines into reality. Were you unaware? The creation of a spell so powerful that it would cause one to scoff at something like a dragon's breath was inevitable when considering there were those who wished to surpass it. Eventually, a spell even more powerful than the magic capable of plunging a star will be born. Is it not wonderful that humans truly possess such greed? Such had once been stated to Aldebaran by a witch with beautiful white hair, a smug expression drawn upon her face. It was still irritating to remember her smug face from back then, but he did believe that it was no lie or bluff. After all, that smug-faced witch had personally shown him the real thing. In other words, this what surpassed even the breath of a dragon stood as the zenith, or rather, stood as the zenith of destruction at this point in history. Aldebaran, piece of shit. For any given pinnacle, there remained the possibility to surpass it by means of new ideas and the magic to bring them to life. Al-Shario was no exception. Gritting his teeth as he made the correction in his head in accordance with the witch's teachings, Aldebaran wished for the fruit born of that starlight. He would rather not admit it, but by studying under the witch, Aldebaran had been bequeathed all sorts of knowledge. Amidst the wisdom bestowed unto him, knowledge about magic was present in no small amount. However, even if he were able to learn the theories and methodologies behind implementing magic, Aldebaran lacked the essential talent required. Even supposing a person knew how to heat water, a bathtub could not be filled with a single cup's worth of water. In that case, why had the witch imparted knowledge of magic unto Aldebaran if he would be unable to utilize it? Did she merely wish to show off her knowledge, to don that smug expression? Was it because, even if he was unable to use it, there would be some obstacles possible to overcome with a knowledge of magic, and so she had wished to make her pupil's path a little smoother? Either one of those would be nothing more than byproducts of the witch's main objective in doing so. The real reason for which the witch had crammed Aldebaran full of magical knowledge, that would be Aldebaran, Al-Shario, launched up into the midst of the sky. The dragon voiced the incantation to cast a star down towards the nighttime sand sea. Whilst holding immense power, the divine dragon, Volcanica, was left vacant after its soul had been excised. Aldebaran now housed its memories within that dragon husk, finally completed as an existence capable of fulfilling the requirements to make shine the long unused treasures the witch had granted him. To rephrase, it was with precisely this motive that the witch had filled Aldebaran with knowledge. The specific combination of Aldebaran's knowledge and the acquisition of the dragon's dragon husk by Aldebaran, these were the means by which he would surmount the greatest wall at the extremity of the bricks, laid to an extent that one might take a stent, that one might take a cent. The realm of Abilia. Reinhard. Looking up at the sky from atop the dragon's back, even Reinhard's eyes went wide. The starlight cascading down from the heavens was as mighty as that unleashed by Sphinx in the midst of the final battle in the Valatian Empire. A battle which had shown premonitions of the world's end. After making free use of all sorts of dirty moves, Sphinx had finally been able to perform this forbidden technique. Though Aldebaran now trembled at seeing this extraordinary dragon perform it without any external support, he kept a watchful eye on Reinhard's movements in the sky. That Al-Shario could not be defended against. He would not take such an optimistic viewpoint. In fact, the Blue Lightning, who was considered to be on par with the Sword Saint, had achieved a feat of supremacy unbounded by slaying a falling star with a single slice of his katana during the decisive battle for the imperial capital. That star had been cut down through the combined effect of Sisylus's swordsmanship and the dream sword's power. He did not think that Reinhard, unable to draw the dragon's sword as he was, could replicate such a feat. But even if it was grounds for being careless, that was no reason to underestimate him. Therefore, Aldebaran... Before Reinhard could do anything in response to the starlight, Aldebaran roared and made a half-turn mid-air, rotating to face Reinhard, who had his back to it, and struck him with its wing. Reinhard promptly received this blow with his elbow and knee, but the dragon's aim was not to cut him with its wing, but rather to blow Reinhard away with the impact, towards the star. Aldebaran. As had been the case at first contact, Reinhard possessed the means by which to dash through the sky. No, to use the clouds as footholds, by means of the divine protection of clouds he possessed. Before he could regain his balance, Aldebaran's roar mowed down the clouds in the vicinity and launched Reinhard further into the sky. With not a foothold, with not an escape route, Reinhard would defenselessly collide with the airborne starlight. With conditions substantially worse than what they had been for the Starslayer during the decisive battle for the imperial capital, even Reinhard would have no means of dealing with the incoming blow of this star. Reinhard, I have received it. At that moment, Reinhard stretched out his leg as a last resort, his toe making contact with the star, and the consequent explosive energy swallowed the Sword Saint. Setting off a star-rending explosion was what should have happened. However, the explosion that was supposed to occur never came about, and instead, Reinhard walked along the side of the star. Aldebaran... What? Aldebaran? The hell? When the collapse of the heavens that ought to have forced him to choose between the twin options of oblivion or evasion came, both were sidestepped. Thus the astonished voices of Aldebaran, and Aldebaran echoed across the sand sea. To the bewilderment of both, Reinhard walked up the side of the star, and after arriving at the top, Reinhard. Divine protection of ball balancing. Aldebaran. Ball. Balancing. Aldebaran, you're treating it as a fireball, eh? Upon receiving his answer, he became speechless at the beam of destruction being treated as a fireball. However, that speechlessness was soon painted over by a rising sense of dread. If one believed that the divine protection of ball balancing was what it sounded like, then a ball balancer at a circus did not merely stand atop a ball, but controlled it at will. Aldebaran. Shit. Reinhard's feet appeared to lightly tap the star's surface. In the next moment, the trajectory of the star dropped by Al-Shario changed, and veered towards the caster, Aldebaran, causing the fierce starlight to rapidly approach it. Witnessing it, the dragon spat a curse, meeting the attack with its almighty breath. Aldebaran. A moment later, dazzling crimson and white light consumed the sky, creating the illusion that the night had come to an end. Originally, the scene was supposed to be that of Reinhard being struck by a star, but with this event's occurrence being actively perverted, the night sky being set ablaze was the conclusion. Simple as. False, as the story was not drawing to a close yet, the shattered star burst into innumerable glittering fragments, carpet-bombing the sand sea. Aldebaran. Goo. Naturally, Aldebaran, who was on the ground, was also blown away, his entire body accumulating several burns as he collapsed onto the sand. Soon, he heard a rumbling that did not resemble that of a falling star from not too far away, and with difficulty he turned his neck to look towards the place it came from, where he saw Aldebaran with a broken wing and another that had been severed, having powerlessly fallen to the ground. And then, Reinhard. It is regrettable that it had to come to this. Towards the collapsed Aldebaran's side, Reinhard walked, leaving aside the half-dead dragon and Aldebaran. He had been swallowed by the cataclysmic light of a star, yet did not seem to bear any signs of such. He had heard that the Sin Archbishop of Greed had killed Reinhard once, but how had that been done? Alas, Reinhard, bearing a look of shame, believed that the fight had already come to an end, and perhaps sadly, Aldebaran had no method with which to overturn this. Indeed, Reinhard had judged correctly. For the 8,466th time, it was his victory. But Aldebaran. Next. At that moment, behind Reinhard, Aldebaran raised its head from where it had unceremoniously fallen to the ground, and unleashed a fearsome dragon's breath towards them. The dragon's breath had been shot in an imperfect state, a mere shadow of its perfected form, but Reinhard could not possibly ignore it. That was because Aldebaran was also in its line of fire, and would have been unable to escape the fate of being turned into charcoal if Reinhard were to dodge. Reinhard. I cannot approve of this way of doing things. Turning around as drew his yet sheathed dragon's sword, Reinhard slashed the breath away head-on. Reinhard's voice overflowed with righteous indignation, his heart filled with anger at this murder-suicide attempt, due to the fact that Aldebaran had unleashed an attack that would swallow up its ally Aldebaran. How so truly kind of him. Next time, he would incorporate that into his strategy. With this decision, Aldebaran unwrapped the drug package in his mouth and gulped down the poison contained within. Reinhard. What? Having noticed that something was wrong, Reinhard turned around, his face stiffening. Within his vision, Aldebaran was twitching and convulsing on the ground, drowning in bloody froth as his consciousness went to the beyond. That will be as far as you go. A dignified voice cut through the cold, frozen sky, and a beam of light pierced the airborne dragon obliquely. While the impact rattled through his entire body, Aldebaran, with a reflex that he had finally conditioned after falling to his death hundreds of times, clung onto a protrusion on the dragon's back, avoiding the opportunity to go skydiving without a parachute, and together with his literal alternate self, plummeted towards the ground. And then, I advise you surrender. If possible, I would prefer to not cut you down. Hero. I'll win regardless. Your stars, Aldebaran. Quit putting on airs were bad. For the 8,467th time, Aldebaran's battle commenced. His encounter with the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrea, had begun in night skies over the Agria sand dunes after having fled Pleiades' watchtower. The battle had begun when they had been pierced by light and came crashing down, but Aldebaran saw that as something that was bound to happen sooner or later, and was not surprised by his arrival. Although it was a confrontation he had understood would happen at some point, he felt like it had come upon him a little too soon. Rather, it would have been more desirable to be able to fight at a time when he was at a minimal level of exhaustion. And even that optimistic, tough act was only possible before he had heard, "That will be as far as you go 100 times, as when hearing, "That will be as far as you go for the next 8,000-odd times. His bravado would completely fall. In reality, after the first, "That will be as far as you go," he would go on to hear it more than 100 times before he was gently caught by the dragon's wings and land safely upon the sand sea. Until then, he had met fates such as breaking his neck or spine in a crash landing, forcing him back to the Belastinum. That will be as far as you go, giving him no choice but to try over and over again for reasons unbeknownst to him. Aldebaran. So the one who's been saying, "That will be as far as you go," was Reinhard this whole time. I was so moved when I realized that It was not really good for one's psyche, being in a situation of being unaware as to what could have possibly been attacking them. For Aldebaran, receiving physical damage was unpleasant, but it was not the worst possible thing. What he feared was not so much physical injury, but mental injury. In that respect, upon finally uncovering the true identity of the one repeating, "That will be as far as you go," he felt as if he had finally escaped from a labyrinth. But then again, that cheerful mood vanished right away. "Aldebaran, I guess I should count myself lucky that I didn't get soft-locked." Depending on the situation, it being possible to establish the matrix just before a dead end was the only real thing that could be considered a weakness of Aldebaran's authority. Miraculously, it was a mistake he had never made up to this point, but there was no guarantee that it would remain that way in the future. Moreover, at that moment he had been defining and redefining the matrix every 15 seconds in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Thanks to that, he had been able to return to the point just before Reinhardt had said, "That will be as far as you go." But if he had established the starting point of the matrix to be just after the "that will be as far," he would have been starting from the "as you go," chipping away at his heart without him being able to do anything about it. Once the matrix was updated, it was impossible to go back to previous tasks. That was to say, Aldebaran had no choice but to conquer the Sword Saint Reinhard van Astria, using the matrix that began with the declaration of "That will be as far as you go." For that reason, he had already gone through over 8,000 repetitions of "That will be as far as you go." It was a daunting battle, comparable to scaling a hopelessly high mountain at the pace of a tortoise, but Aldebaran was there with him. So it was not as if they would be completely incapable of contesting against Reinhard. Thanks to this, preparations to conquer Reinhard were steadily underway. To conquer any enemy, not limited to just Reinhard, what was required was a breakdown of elements. By deconstructing the elements that made something what it was, one could naturally expose the core of their opponent. Reinhard, too, was not simply the strongest. There were reasons that made him the strongest. Aldebaran would break him down into the individual elements of heart, technique, and body, and would unravel him. Body. Reinhard harbored ridiculous physical abilities not brought about by his divine protections, but due to Reinhard's own extraordinary OD, which produced an efficient and explosive synergy of the mana inside and outside his body, without any loss in the slightest, allowing him to utilize it naturally. There was a technique known as the flow method that could be acquired through outstanding talent and years of training, which allowed the body to be strengthened by circulating mana throughout it. Reinhard had been born with congenital excess mana circulation constitution, so he was able to naturally manipulate this technique from birth, and it was normal for him to remain in a constantly enhanced state. That was roughly equivalent to saying that the simple act of Reinhard breathing normally had hundreds of times the effect of an ordinary person taking a deep breath, all the while still leaving room for Reinhard himself to take a deep breath. Technique. Based on Aldebaran's prior knowledge and what he had identified after 8,000 clashes, Reinhard possessed at least 251 divine protections. His divine protections ranged from his signature divine protection of the Sword Saint to combat useful ones, like the divine protection of initiative and the divine protection of projectile evasion, to environmental ones like the divine protection of projectile evasion, fog, and the divine protection of sandplay, to poor jokes, such as the divine protection of shoelaces and the divine protection of wearing layers. Reinhard possessed so many rare and powerful divine protections that each one could be a unique representative for every country, numbering significantly more than the fingers on both hands, and his ability to adapt was so outstanding that even if a trap were to be prepared to ensnare and kill the world's cleverest witch, he would easily break through. Heart. Finally, the ethos of Reinhard, bearing the duty of the Sword Saint. Reinhard's declaration of merely being from the lineage of Sword Saints could perhaps serve as proof that he believed he did not meet the ideal standards of how a Sword Saint ought to be. But to those who bore objectives that differed to his, and stood in opposition to him, that self-consciousness of Reinhard's was irrelevant. Regardless of how Reinhard himself might have felt, His feats and devotion to his duty made him worthy of being called the Sword Saint, and to the enemies of the kingdom, nay, to the enemies of the world, he would turn no blind eye. The Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrea, was a cog in the machine for the express purpose of destroying the world's enemies. This was the result of Aldebaran's analysis of Reinhard's heart, technique, and body. To rephrase, in order to conquer Reinhard, it would be essential to crush these elements that had been revealed through his breakdown, one by one. Ergo, Reinhard, that will be as far as you go. With that, as the dragon was pierced by light, Aldebaran's next battle commenced. 8,888. That will be as far as you go. Amidst the successive battles, he became convinced that for Reinhard, who possessed the excess mana circulation constitution that inordinately absorbed ambient mana and circulated it throughout his body, the Ogria sand dunes, which were infested with miasma, a tainted form of mana, was the worst possible location imaginable. In other words, across the entirety of the world, there was no other field where Reinhard would be so weakened, save for the Ogria sand dunes. Even when exposed to the supergravity-generating Al-Karum, despite being engulfed in a gravitational field so intense that even Aldebaran had been crushed under its own weight, Reinhard had overcome it through sheer strength. And yet, in the Ogria sand dunes, Reinhard's physical abilities were at their weakest state. Aldebaran. Next, 10,212. That will be as far as you go. Utilizing the refraction of light, the fact that the surrounding area had been veiled in a wall of ice was concealed. That airtight space, sealed with ice, was then filled with mist, and the water within was made to vaporize all at once, causing it to explode. The explosive decompression of a sealed space, caused by a steam explosion, was an outcome that could not have been anticipated, since the cause of which was a phenomenon that had yet to be fully elucidated given this world's level of civilization. It was an attack born from the synthesis of magic and science. The plan had been to simultaneously trick both the divine protection of fire avoidance and the divine protection of water avoidance, not by using simple fire or water, but rather a steam explosion, but by him receiving the divine protection of fire play that rendered explosions harmless, and the divine protection of water play that neutralized water damage. This attempt too had been overcome. Aldebaran. Next. 16,008. That will be as far as you go. The temperature gradient between fire and water magic was used to create thunderclouds, and by applying wind and earth magic, he caused the dragon sword to be imbued with an electric charge. Following the principle that formed the basis for lightning rods, inescapable bolts of lightning struck Reinhard. To escape the sheer speed of lightning, not even Reinhard was capable of such. The bolts of lightning, reminiscent of the speed of Cecilus's swordsmanship that transcended human limits, a sight that had become all too familiar to him in the Empire, struck Reinhard chaotically. Reinhard completely neutralized this with his divine protection of the lightning cloud, and although the lightning could not seize Reinhard, it did take hold of the dragon sword, causing the sword to become highly magnetized. Taking advantage of it, he moved on to the next plan, which had been prepared in advance. Using this magnetic force, he immobilized his opponent with the abundant magnetite-rich sand that lay in the sand sea, and drove an attack into the lethal gap he had opened. However, this too was circumvented by the divine protection of sand play and the divine protection of mud slippage, ending in failure. Aldebaran. Next, 64,799. That will be as far as you go. Responding to the previous failure had caused him to momentarily forget the conditioning that should have been ingrained in his soul. In that instant, he had forgotten the routine of clinging on to the protrusion that adorned the back of the dragon. His whole body was enveloped by a floating sensation, and he was swept up by the wind, losing sense of up and down, left and right, as he was tossed about. In the distance, unable to pick up the falling Aldebaran, all that could be heard was the crying roar of the dragon. His tongue probed the insides of his mouth, and for what felt like the umpteenth time, the deadly poison he carried was unleashed once again. A fall from that height would have undoubtedly killed him upon impact. However, a one-in-a-million oddity occurring this time would be problematic. So, just to be safe, Aldebaran gulped down the poison. before hitting the ground, struck by an intense pain akin to all of his blood boiling. His mind was blotted white. Aldebaran, next. 132,014. That will be as far as you go. Alas, over the course of the battle he had repeated over, and 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 over again. A battle that nonetheless did not last longer than 2 minutes on average. Aldebaran had become more proficient. Aldebaran, quit putting on airs, hero. I'll win regardless. Your stars were bad. Standing off against Reinhard to the fore, gaze trained upon him. Aldebaran reached into his pocket, pulled out a singular book, and raised it aloft over his head with its pages open. That was a book of the dead he had taken out of the Pleiades watchtower. Aldebaran's own book. By showing its contents to Reinhard, he would perturb his mental state. Such a strategy had already ended in failure as a plan quite some time ago. Reinhard possessed the divine protection of nightmares, which combated pollutants to the mind, so he was extremely resistant to brainwashing attacks that would directly disturb one's mental state. Still, it likely could not completely nullify the effects of an authority, but just by making it possible to disregard the majority of the influences, it was sufficiently effective. To put it briefly, Reinhard was not the person to whom Aldebaran was showing the Book of the Dead. It was the other Aldebaran, on standby behind him. Aldebaran. Synchronization complete. Guessing his intent, Aldebaran had lowered its eyes down to look upon the pages of the yet-soaked Book of the Dead. The contents of the book were drilled directly into its brain, and its memories were updated. The Book of the Dead he had brought with him had recorded all of the one-sided fierce battles against Reinhard that Aldebaran had experienced. By showing that to Aldebaran could allow the partner who was left behind by the territory to draw level with him at any time. Both failure and success. At present, there had yet to be a successful plan, but of the plans that had ended in failure, just by knowing how they had been thwarted, and what actions Aldebaran had taken in them, Aldebaran's own proficiency would increase remarkably. For that purpose, Aldebaran had made sure to watch over every battle with his own eyes. Aldebaran, so long as I don't give up, there's nobody who can win against me. That was the absolute conviction with which Aldebaran had continued to struggle against defeats that reached beyond a count of 100,000. I won't waver, no matter what. It's with that resolve that I started this. Reinhard. From the lineage of sword saints, Reinhard van Astria. Alongside, that will be as far as you go. This was an introduction he had heard over 100,000 times. Taking it in, Aldebaran inhaled, paused, and continued. Aldebaran, I'm a following star. A declaration that seemed to be spoken on a whim. Reinhard accepted it and advanced. The distance between the two vanished in an instant, and despite him being in his worst condition due to the miasma filling the sand sea, the divine protection of sandplay allowed him to disregard his poor footing and the divine protection of night. Skies granted him strength in the midst of night. Bearing the sheathed dragon sword on his waist, the sword sank closed in. Aldebaran! Haran! Having installed the memories of over 100,000 battles, a roar that was no longer unshapely morphed into a white light of destruction, intercepting the incoming Reinhard head-on. A dragon's breath was not magic, nor anything of the sort. It was simply an exceedingly powerful torrent of mana, pure, primitive to its objective, destroying anything that dared to make contact, a blast that seemed it would decimate the vast sand sea for the rest of eternity. Its radial expansion left no escape, and not even Reinhard possessed the means to evade it. Hence, he did not evade. Reinhard. Shh. That instant, a flash that rivaled the dragon's breath cleaved the white light directly in twain. That which had done so, swinging up from down below, was the dragon's sword reed, still in its scabbard. The legendary blade had yet to make contact with the air, but by combining the strength of the sheath, which nobody was capable of destroying, and his own sword power, Reinhard had severed the dragon's breath. But, thereupon, Aldebaran. Plan D23, Aldebaran, Algoa, Aldebaran yelled, and without any words of confirmation, the dragon scorched the world in an explosive inferno. He had long predicted that he would undoubtedly end up fighting against Reinhard. Hence, Aldebaran had prepared a plethora of plans for when the time came for him to battle the Sword Saint, and those had been shared with Aldebaran alongside his memories. Between Aldebaran and Aldebaran, no strategy meetings were necessary. Aldebaran. Without letting the swell of the inferno become a fireball, a stretch of the sand sea was engulfed by flames right away. The midnight sand sea was illuminated by a bright red radiance, instantaneously transforming the chilly atmosphere into a burnt hellscape. The might of the flames needed out of the extraordinary mana of the dragon was so absurd that as the blaze engulfed the sand sea, the grains of sand all melted in unison, morphing them into glass. The scene that resulted was reminiscent of the scene of Al-Shario's starlight destroying the sand sea. Were there to be any differences, it would be that, this time, the way the sand sea had been destroyed was more atmospheric. Were there to be any similarities, it would be the emergence of the Sword Saint from its epicenter. Aldebaran, divine protection of fire avoidance. A man with blazing red hair boldly stepped forward into the fiery red world that would have turned any normal living being to ash, or at the very least, to charcoal, clearing the flames away with a swing of his arm as he emerged. Reinhard had avoided the majority of the damage with his divine protection of fire avoidance, and if he were exposed to more intense flames, he would receive the divine protection of a fireplay, allowing him to fully demonstrate his enhanced abilities within the inferno. That being the case, neither fire attacks, nullified by the divine protection of fire avoidance, nor terrain changes, nullified by the divine protection of sand play, were Aldebaran's true aim. His real intentions were Reinhard. HK, at that moment, Reinhard, standing amidst the blazing flames, furrowed his brow and put his hand to his throat. He ought to have realized he was in a critical situation in which he was unable to breathe. Aldebaran, Han! Upon seeing Reinhard's reaction, Aldebaran decided it was time to attack and unleashed its breath. The power and explosive force of the white light left Reinhard unable to move, and a look of determination came over his face. It was not a look of remorse or pain, but one of facing hardship during battle. Aldebaran. Finally. Seeing that face, Aldebaran clenched his fist at achieving a result after tens of thousands of tries. The phenomenon that afflicted Reinhard had been caused by the flames consuming all the oxygen around him, creating an area devoid of oxygen. Due to his divine protections, the effects of earth, water, fire, and wind were all ineffective against Reinhard, but he should not be able to survive in an oxygen-free environment, as that would be against the laws of nature. With that aim in mind, he had created an oxygen-free environment. And there, he pinned Sword Saint in place. Aldebaran, have a go at trying to figure out what's going on there without any science lessons. With just magic, or science at a theoretical level, Reinhard could not be defeated. Even Reinhard, the Sword Saint who forced magic and science to bend to his will, was finally driven into a corner by a phenomenon that even Odilagna, who favored him, was unaware of. By killing his technique with a phenomenon that a divine protection could not protect him from, as well as killing his body with a miasma-filled battlefield, he managed to seal away two of the elements necessary for conquering Reinhard. And then, Aldebaran, Plan L29, and Aldebaran, Plan L29. The opportunity to press forward came, and Aldebaran were in agreement. While Aldebaran used its breath to hold Reinhard in place, Aldebaran carried out the necessary procedures, and thereupon poured in the vast mana of the dragon. The size of the gate and the shape of the OB were night and day. Even so, it was a secret move that could only be used by Aldebaran and Aldebaran, who shared the same magic signature that was unique, like a fingerprint. Two long, cylindrical vertical formations were laid out in the air, and they, clad in purple, lightning, crackled and emitted a pale blue light and the sound of radiating heat, turning its barrel towards Reinhard. Two magical rails stretched across the sky. In other words, that was Aldebaran. Magia railgun. A magically powered railgun, loaded with bullets that were neither fire, ice, nor lead. With the Tao Aldebaran had created using earth magic, he had scraped off the scales of the dragon. These became bullets that were fired at lightning speed and struck the oxygen-deprived Reinhard. No matter how fast Reinhard was, he could not outrun lightning. That was a fact that Aldebaran had already learned from his previous battles. Hard. HK. The divine protection of first sight and the divine protection of projectile evasion were activated simultaneously. Reinhard's instinctive reaction to the attack he was seeing for the first time was to notice that the railgun's firing line wavered slightly. Because of that, Reinhard leaned forward slightly, and the railgun, which had only just missed its target, narrowly passed him and gouged out a semicircle in the sand sea. However, Reinhard... Gah! There was a burst of blood that sprayed out over the sand sea, and a cry of pain escaped Reinhard's throat. The railgun had not been a direct hit, it had only grazed him, but as long as the attack was deadly, even Reinhard would not come out unscathed from only a glancing blow. Bleeding profusely from his right shoulder, Reinhard, for the first time in over 130,000 battles, showed definite damage, and thereupon, Aldebaran, fire! The second major railgun fired, and the scale pierced the dead center of Reinhard. An inescapable blast wave wreaked havoc on the sand sea, and Reinhard disappeared. No, he did not disappear. He was swept away with the scale, right in the line of fire of the railgun. Even Reinhard could not withstand the power and speed of a direct hit, provided he did take the blow directly, that was. Aldebaran. The divine protection of Second Coming. With his blood-spurting right arm limp at his side, Reinhard gripped the dragon sword with his left hand, and he had once again blocked the railgun blast that had threatened to pierce the center of his body with the sheath. Unable to withstand the impact, he had been knocked off his feet, but he had avoided fatal injury. No. Rather, he had not been knocked off his feet, but he had flown backward to match the railgun and disperse the deadly blow. Aldebaran. Al-Karum. The moment Aldebaran saw the same thing as Aldebaran, it performed the incantation, and a magical black sphere that generated extreme gravity was born behind Reinhard. It was a rehash of a spell that had not worked some 8,000 loops prior or thereabouts. No, in this extreme situation, Aldebaran had also broken past its limits and evolved the spell to the next level. What came to emerge there was not merely a powerful force field that exerted an extremely heavy gravitational force. What did appear was a destructive singularity of mass, similar to a black hole, which warped space by concentrating an amount of mana large enough to bring down a star into a single point. Upon making contact with Reinhard as he was being blown away, the life of the Sword Saint was pulverized. Aldebaran. The divine protection of shedding blood. In the next instant, the tip of the dragon sword thrust into the singularity, and the black sphere was forcibly destroyed. The dragon sword was said to be indestructible. Its strength had been proven beyond doubt, but Reinhard's left arm, which had held the dragon sword as it disturbed the singularity, was destroyed. The railgun had damaged Reinhard's right arm, and the singularity had damaged his left arm. It was the combination of two of his most powerful plans, and however horrifying it was to think that even all this had still failed to defeat him, this was the greatest damage Reinhard had ever suffered. As it was, Aldebaran, the divine protection of projectile striking. The next moment, Reinhard, his toes planted on the sandy soil that had been raised by the railgun and the singularity, with his bloodied arms still hanging limp, kicked up the fallen dragon sword with his foot, and sent it flying. Aldebaran. Gok. Light pierced the center of Aldebaran's throat and the dragon fell violently. The dust and turbulence resulting from the fall of the dragon caused Aldebaran to topple over helplessly. He inhaled the rising cloud of dust and choked. He coughed. And then, Reinhard. That will be as far as you go. Looking down at the collapsed Aldebaran on the ground, the bloodied Reinhard so announced. The sword saint, with his arms hanging limply at his side, stood by the dragon sword sticking out from the ground. And after ascertaining that Aldebaran was unconscious with its eyes rolled back, he looked at Aldebaran. After forcing him into such a corner, having done so much, it was a loss nonetheless. He aimed beyond the realm of 1,000,000,000, and failing to reach it, he had betrayed the expectations of many, just like back then. Robbing him of both arms and conquering his body had not been enough. Launching an attack that his divine protections could not defend against, and conquering his technique, had not been enough. The sword saint, Reinhard van Astrea, was far too strong. And so, Aldebaran took a long, deep breath, and, Aldebaran, your old man's been captured by an accomplice of mine. In order to conquer the heart of Reinhard van Astrea, a trump card was played. Chapter 15. The Defeated. Your old man's been captured by an accomplice of mine. The moment he employed that trump card of his, Aldebaran felt his own defeat to a painful extent. 132,044. Such was the number of attempts in the Matrix it had taken him to solve this one problem. The witch had conditioned him into the habit of counting them up, and this marked the second occasion in his life the count had reached this number. And thus, much like what had happened that first time, once again had Aldebaran been defeated. The preparations laid out had been flawless. All possible stratagems had been put in place. He was possessed of limitless chances to fine-tune his plans so long as his heart did not shatter, and yet, he lost. How frail his own heart must be. He was truly, oh, so truly disgusted by it. His heart was frail. Far more than his lack of talent. Far more than the lack of rewards for his efforts. Far more than nobody loving him. That frail heart was the deadly poison that everlastingly made Aldebaran loathe himself so. So, by way of the repeated trial and error alongside the dragon, he had finally succeeded in having the sword saint spill blood. This successful experience, too, was overruled by means of the divine protection of bloodshed, a ridiculous divine protection that made him more powerful the more blood he shed. Yet the figure of Reinhard, both his arms having been rendered useless, served as the spoils of battle. In frankness, since Reinhard would have gone through most of the battles in his life without sustaining injuries, his hope had been that giving him a taste of pain would cast a shadow upon he who was the strongest. Alas, the man strongest in the world, the man strongest in generations, the man strongest in history, stood likewise firm in the face of pain. Henceforth, albeit his arms had been torn to shreds and into ribbons, his complexion had not changed whatsoever. Therefore, Aldebaran, I getcha. To his fore. As Reinhard looked down on him toppled amidst a sea of sand, Aldebaran nodded in assent. Never mind the discomfort of having soil in his mouth, the flavor of blood pooling on the inside of his cut cheek, the unavoidable sluggishness and pain throughout his entire body from being rocked by the shock wave. He still could not help but declare so. Amidst the bouts whose grand total surpassed 130,000, not once had Reinhard's complexion changed, even when his arms had been reduced to such a state. That face had thus contorted into a thing of dreadful sorrow. Aldebaran, I getcha. Reinhard's face looked very much akin to that of a child who had let go of the parents' hands and lost sight of them whilst shopping at a mall, to which Aldebaran piled on words of understanding. Piling them on, he continued, Aldebaran, family, it's what always holds us back. Reinhard, HK, how can I know what you say is true? Aldebaran, why don't you take a look? For example, with the Duchess's divine protection of wind reading, if you can discern if someone is lying with that or something similar, then you could see whether I'm being truthful or not. Reinhard, that is, Aldebaran. Not something you can do. I guess you do have some trauma from taking away someone's divine protection. When he pointed that out, anguish flashed across Reinhardt's expression. A minuscule opening was born in the defense of the invincible, of the impregnable sword saint, akin to water starting to overflow from a levee. The more the water seeped through, the stronger Aldebaran's feelings of defeat would grow. Neither his body nor his technique could be outrivaled. As a result, he would have to torment his heart, a most foul approach. And that strategy had been evidently effective. What Aldebaran had attempted more than 130,000 times and failed to do, he would now accomplish by playing dirty, shedding not a single drop of blood or sweat. And that was no fault of Reinhard van Astria, the young man born carrying the expectations to become the Sword Saint. Aldebaran. In that case, how about we use logic alone, Reinhard? Logic? Aldebaran? Indeed, logic. Raising his body upon the sand as it creaked, Aldebaran gave pursuit to Reinhard. Perhaps, had Aldebaran been able to get up, they would have had the option to fight while still instilling uncertainty in Reinhard. But, with no signs that the fainted Aldebaran would come to its senses, he had already deployed the key to conquer the heart. So, the only option left to him was to use this key to pry open a closed route. Aldebaran resolved himself to do so. Aldebaran. As you can tell from getting to this point, I've taken every possible measure, and laid preparations to face off against you, Sword Saint San. A mountain of plans, the Augria sand dunes riddled with miasma, and in addition, Reinhard enlisted the divine dragon Volcanica to your cause. Aldebaran, strictly speaking, that one was only managed via a secret trick. But yes, however, though I went that far, I had no confidence that I could take you down, and in fact it was no good. You understand then, right, Reinhard? Aldebaran. Your old man, he was a collaborator of princesses. I had plenty of chances, of opportunities. Aldebaran was convinced that this reason was certainly not the one for which Priscilla had allowed Heinkel into her camp. Haughty, arrogant, unafraid to profess that all things in the world belonged to her, was Aldebaran's beloved woman. The beautiful and the ugly she forgave equally, regardless of her likings. She would not have used Heinkel for the purpose of dealing with Reinhard, nor would she have shunned Heinkel, deliberately hurting him for his way of being, in any way. The source of her intent lay concealed within her heart that was fierce like flame, whence it could not be laid bare. Or perhaps that was what he should have done. Minding not the conflagration, Aldebaran, having been dispossessed of his left arm, ought to have fumbled and groped around in the flames with his other arm, steeled with the resolve to let it turn to charcoal, to let it burn to ash. Had he done as such, Priscilla Beriel would still be Aldebaran. She's no longer among us. Reinhard, Aldono. Aldebaran, I haven't got even a single reason to hesitate. I'd take those sort of measures with no qualms whatsoever. With Aldebaran asserting thus, Reinhard's eyes narrowed a smidgen. Reinhard did not wish to be bestowed with the divine protection of wind reading due to various reasons, but surely even he had been provided with sufficient info as to believe Aldebaran. Reinhard. From what he could tell by a glance, Reinhard's injured arms had yet to commence being healed. Blessed by the world and loved by fate, it was said that when Reinhard sustained wounds on his body, the spirits in his environs would flock to him, so that he may be healed. The Augria sand dunes were riddled with miasma, however, the natural enemy of spirits. Accordingly, Reinhard's little fangirls were unable to assemble. It was possible that, since the dawn of history, no one but Aldebaran had ever cornered Reinhard to this extent. So given such an unprecedented situation, Reinhard, what do you desire from me? As if wringing that out of himself, Reinhard took a seat at the hostage negotiation table. Hearing that, Aldebaran let out a long, long breath, relief that tormenting the heart had indeed been worthwhile. Aldebaran, nothing outrageous. I ain't gonna give you an unreasonable demand, like asking you to join me like the divine dragon, nor will I have you betray your master, or do anything I wouldn't like being done to me. Reinhard. Inscrutable, I cannot believe that. You use my father as a shield, and try to say you have a conscience? Aldebaran, what a terrible, shameless person I am, eh? Having to deal with a guy like that, I kind of feel sorry for you. My request is simple, I only wish that you let us go on our way. Reinhard, let you go. Impossible, was the nuance that reply was laced with, to which Aldebaran shook his head up and down, ordering Reinhard to commit suicide, or having him halt the Council of Wise Men's actions in exchange for his father. Unreasonable negotiation demands of the sort were not within his intentions. It was already clear to him, from the start. Reinhard would not go along with hostage negotiations. Reinhard. He was seriously concerned for Henkel's safety. He did not want to let Aldebaran, hostile as he was, die, and he was worried about his comrades, Flam and Ezo, who yet remained in the tower, and all of that human compassion he would be capable of gathering together and heartlessly sacrificing in order to protect the world's equilibrium if necessity arose. Reinhard would be able to sacrifice Henkel, for whose safety he was seriously concerned. He would be able to slay Aldebaran, who he did not want to let die, hostile as he was. He would be able to abandon the comrades he was worried about, Flam and Ezo, who yet remained in the tower, leaving them to meet their deaths. The Sword Saint was simply that sort of being. Henceforth, only those individuals willing to sacrifice their own selves to protect the greater good could become the Sword Saint. Aldebaran, let me tell you one thing. Letting me off the hook here won't result in any huge differences in the world. If anything, it'll remove 2 users of cheat techniques from the royal selection, increasing your master's chances of becoming the monarch. Reinhard, a throne attained through the elimination of her opponents, is not what Felsalma desires. Aldebaran, how virtuous. But I guess that adds up. If her personality wasn't one that minded such things, she could have put an end to the royal selection by process of elimination the moment it began. This would not serve as a bargaining chip. Of this, he was well aware. Through many twists and turns, Priscilla had ultimately come to approve of the 4 other royal candidates. For those who had lived up to her standards, going along with boorish dealings of the sort was by no means a possibility. In the end, these hostage negotiations themselves were merely a farce of conclusion foreseen. No matter how much he rambled on, the fact that Aldebaran was a dangerous existence had already been demonstrated by Reinhard's erect arms. Even if he were to insist he was a harmless man, there was no margin to believe that. There was no way that the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria, could have ever let Aldebaran go. Then, just what could the purpose of this dialogue possibly have been? The answer was obvious. Everything Aldebaran had devised had been for the sole purpose of accomplishing what he had set out to do beyond this point. Aldebaran. Has it arrived? That minute alteration in the air was first perceived by Aldebaran because, unlike Reinhard, who had not anticipated it, the former had been waiting for it impatiently. For the coming of one who could bring his unending battle with the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria, to an end. That was, Reinhard, absurd. Lagging half a second behind Aldebaran, Reinhard grasped its presence, a voice rife with dumbfoundment spilling from his lips. It was likely that, in the life he had lived thus far, half the length of Aldebaran's own, Reinhard had peered into many abysses of the world, which all others of his generation had never seen. Even when the divine dragon Volcanica, with whom a strong relationship of trust existed as per his link to the kingdom of Lugunica via a covenant, had turned into an adversary, he had handled it with serenity rather than discomposure. That Reinhard was now utterly speechless. No wonder. This was the first time he had ever laid eyes on it. The Pleiades watchtower, built upon the Augria sand dunes. The reason why the tower had been erected was neither for a battle-worn sage to go into retirement, nor because that was where a knowledge-hungry witch had wished to place the tasteless library she had tricked O.D. Lagna into creating. Reinhard, the Witch of Envy. It had been for guarding that which had been sealed. It was around the time that Aldebaran's 124th battle had begun. I've given first aid, but... Having said that, Petra finished bandaging up one of the 2 injured people and watched over them with concern. Petra had just finished treating the limp and unconscious Garfield. She had carried Garfield and Ezo, who had collapsed on the top floor, down to the 4th floor and treated them as best she could. Petra treated Garfield, and Ezo was treated by... I am finished with my treatment as well. Thank you for lending me the equipment. Petra. No problem. But are you okay, Flam-chan? Flam. Yes, fortunately Al-Sama only managed to restrain me, so I was not harmed. Flam responded by indicating her own body with her hand. Petra's expression darkened slightly when she heard that name. Flam was safe, but Garfiel and Ezo were in critical condition, and that was all thanks to Al. He did not bring harm to Flam, and not only that, he did not raise his hand against Petra and Miley either. However, this did not mean Al's actions could be justified or forgiven. Are you two done treating Theodem? Petra was silent and clenched her fist in frustration. It was Meili who called out to her from behind, having looked into the room. Meili, who had declined to help the injured on the pretext of guarding the tower, had a small crimson scorpion on her head, and looked at Garfiel and Ezo, who were wrapped in bandages. Meili. Both Fangdana-san and Sensei-san are all bandaged to UEP. Petra. Both of them have terrible burns all over their bodies. It would have been better if one of us could use proper healing magic. Flam. I am sorry, but being around the young master has drained my motivation to learn magic. Meili. Petra-chan, don't get discouraged. I can't even apply bandages right, let alone use healing magi-ta. When treating Elsa, I made it up as I went along. Even after hearing excuses that were no excuse and words of comfort that were of no comfort, there was no relief for Petra's heart. While she also had a lack of aptitude for healing magic as a form of water magic, the reason Petra had not acquired the necessary skills was undoubtedly due to her lack of resolve. Petra. If only Garf-san would wake up. Even though he would be left to treat himself, Garfiel was the one in the Amelia camp who could use healing magic the most proficiently. His strength was found in his toughness and durability, thanks to the fact that he would become lively just by standing on the ground due to his divine protection of earth spirits, and he could even use healing magic while doing so. So, it would have been fair to say that neither Petra nor any of the other camp members had expected that Garfiel would have been the first to become unable to fight. No. It was not Garfiel who was the first to be incapacitated this time. Petra. Subaru. With her clenched fist held against her chest, Petra's lips called out that name. Subaru and Beatrice were nowhere to be found within the tower. It seemed to be that Al took them out before moving on to Garfiel and the others, but where could they have gone? She did not want to think about it, but she imagined the possibility that all traces of them were erased without leaving any dead bodies behind. Meili. Judging from how Helmut-san was acting, it doesn't seem like that's the case, does it? Petra. You are just trying to make me feel better, Meili. I'm not just trying to make you feel better. I would have lied to you if I was. But this is not a lie. It's what I really think. Petra. Meili. I can borrow the power of the witch beast chance. So it's a little different, but it's actually pretty hard to make a body completely disappear. So I think Helmut-san didn't kill Anui-san and Beatrice-chan, but took them away some other way. With a finger on her lips, Meili speculated, to which Petra winced at the unsettling experience that backed her reasoning. Meili was right. The best-case scenario would be if Subaru and Beatrice were not dead. If they were taken somewhere, they could be rescued. Just what was Al thinking? Flam. Whatever Al-Sama was thinking, his scheming will soon be foiled. Meili. Ah, you sure are full of confidence. When Flam suddenly interjected, Meili closed one eye and tilted her head, playing with her long braid. Flam nodded back with a, Yes, Flam. I will not go into the details, but I informed my younger sister Grassis of what happened here. Grassis is with the young master now, so she will have passed on the same information to him. Petra. The young master. Flam. The young master is the sword saint, Reinhard van Astria. Flam seemed proud of herself when she said that, and puffed out her chest. Petra's eyes widened at the mention of the sword saint, but Meili, who had come over, reacted with a, wow, that felt as if it were tinged with both disdain and sympathy. Meili. If Sword San-san is going to swoop in, It looks like whatever Helmut-san had planned will be for nothing. I'm starting to feel so wry for Helmut-san. Petra. I don't know how you're able to say that, Miley-chan. Miley. Sword Sensan clashed with Divine Dragon-chan as if it was no big deal, right? Oh. But now Helmut-san has Divine Dragon-chan by his side. So maybe I shouldn't feel sorry. Petra. I wouldn't feel bad at all if Al-san got beaten up. Rather, Petra could not help but think that he should have been beaten up. The fact that Al trampled on Petra's feelings was not so bad. Petra hardly knew Al, so the pain was not so great. Even if her feelings towards him were betrayed, the ones who were truly hurt were the people who knew Al better than her. Both Subaru and Amelia were genuinely concerned about Al, which is why they made the time for this journey despite having to sacrifice their own time together. But Al betrayed them. Petra, I don't want to forgive you. At times, Petra found herself thinking that she was a narrow-minded, unpleasant person. It was not just the anger she felt towards Al. From the time of the incident within the sanctuary, she had never forgiven Roswal, and in the Empire she had also come across many things that she could not forgive. Her heart simply could not forgive them, and she did not feel like forgiving them either. Petra only wanted to be kind to those who did not do the things she could not forgive. When she was around genuinely kind people, she felt like a very unpleasant person. Melee. Petra-chan, you're very kind. I can tell you that for sure. Petra unconsciously looked to the ground, and Miley patted her head with a light touch. When she looked up at the feel of her palm, Miley was making a strange face. She had a strange expression on her face, as if she was disgusted with herself, or perhaps with Petra. Petra, it will be tough, but let's take Garf-san down the stairs. With his divine protection, it might be better to lay him flat on the ground to help him heal. Petra made that suggestion without commenting on either the expression on Miley's face or the hand on her head. Fortunately for them, Garfiel and Ezo were not particularly large compared to other men. More importantly, Petra and Miley were just weak girls, but Flam, that is fine. While we are at it, we can also take Ezo-sama. It is much more inconvenient to take them down the stairs separately. As she spoke, Flam unexpectedly lifted the two men. Despite being the same age as Petra and Miley, her physical abilities were incomparable. She was a servant at the Sword Saint's mansion, and perhaps that was the reason for her strength. Anyway, Petra, it feels like this is not over just yet. Al, after having done something unbelievable, left the tower with the Divine Dragon and, not long after, was pursued by the Sword Saint Reinhard, who had been contacted by Flam. While both Melee and Flam seemed to think that there was no way Al's plans would work out, whatever they were, Petra was unable to be so optimistic. This might have been because Petra did not know Reinhard personally. But more than that, she thought it was a little strange that Al, who had Subaru at his mercy, had not taken any countermeasures against Reinhard. If even Reinhard was unable to stop Al, what would they do then? Petra. Huh? It happened just as Flam carried Garfiel and Ezo out of the room. Petra and Melee were packing their travel gear, which had been unloaded, and were about to follow her. Petra was packing her equipment into her bag, felt something strange at the bottom, and pulled it out. It was... Petra. A book. Petra's hand fell on a book that had been in her bag. It looked familiar. It was one of the many books that were stacked upon each other within the tower. There was no doubt about it. This was one of the many books of the dead arranged on the third-floor library shelves. The presence of a book of the dead was not strange in itself. However, it was strange for it to be here. Ezo had sternly warned them in advance not to remove the books of the dead from the library, and everyone was in agreement. And yet, a book of the dead had turned up in this bag. Moreover, Petra? Subiru's bag? The bag at hand was one containing the personal belongings of Subaru and Beatrice. For some reason, in a bag that contained items such as the Beatrice growth diary that Subaru had been writing, and necessities such as changes of clothes, a book of the dead had been secretly hidden away. Petra. The place where the name should be is unreadable. Gulping down her saliva, Petra furrowed her brow as she checked the spine. She had heard that upon the spine of a book of the dead, the title would be written. In the case of the books of the dead, That would be the name of the person whose life and death was documented in the book. In fact, regardless of whether or not one possessed the qualifications to read any given book of the dead in the library, they would have been able to ascertain the title written along the spine. However, the title of this book was unreadable. It had been scratched off to ensure that doing so would be impossible. Petra. Petra racked her brain to imagine the name that had been scratched off the book and the significance of it having been hidden in the bag. The intent behind scratching out the title was obvious, in order to conceal whose book of the dead this was, and the reason for hiding it in this bag was probably to hide the presence of this book of the dead. And since this book of the dead had been hidden in Subaru's bag, Petra, a book that Subaru hid. Meili, Petra-chan? I'm done with packing up the stuff over here. How about you? Petra. Meili-chan. Petra, who had stopped what she was doing, turned around as she heard Meili's voice. At first, Meili tilted her head at Petra's unusual behavior, but she was startled when she noticed the book in her hands. Meili. Petra-chan, what's with that book? Petra, I found it in Subaru's bag. Just maybe with this... Meili, with that book. Petra. There may be a hint as to what is happening right now. With a firm grip on the book's binding, Petra concluded that it was not a completely wrong assumption. Al's sudden, reckless behavior in the tower. Originally, Al's goal had been to read the book of the dead of Priscilla Barriel, the deceased royal selection candidate. It was possible that he had also had another goal in mind, but, in any case, his objective would have resided in the tower. What if his goal had been this book of the dead, and Subaru had decided not to give it to Al, instead hiding it in his bag? What if that had been the cause of an irreparable rift between Subaru and Al? Petra. If I read this book, maybe I will be able to find out. Meili. I don't think it's safe, so I wouldn't recommend Petra. Meili. Ugat. I also understand your feelings, Petra-chan, that you don't want to just sit around and do nothing. Meili said that with a worried look, and Petra stuck out her tongue slightly and said, Sorry. No matter what Meili said, Petra intended on going through with it. Subaru and Beatrice had told her over and over again that reading a book of the dead was incredibly dangerous. In any case, Ezo had boasted that the trick to reading a book of the dead was to close off one's mind and empty it. But Petra was not sure if she could do that. However, Petra Lete was not the kind of girl who would allow herself to sit quietly and do nothing. And so, Petra. Meili-chan, if anything happens, I'm counting on you for later. Meili. Asking me to do such a thing, Petra-chan. You really are such a poor judge of Chaturacter. After that exchange, Petra took a deep breath and slowly began to turn the page of the book in her lap. Petra? With memories that were a taboo of this world, she thus came into contact. As to how soon that might have happened, Aldebaran had borne no confidence. Perhaps, if the girls were frailer of heart than Aldebaran had imagined, anguished in their crying as they failed to accept the events that had transpired, a situation in which this trap card had never been triggered would have arisen. Had that been the case, it was possible that Aldebaran would have ended up looping another 130,000 times, bound to lay the bricks up to the realm of 1 billion forever and on without end. However, Aldebaran, I merely thought that those lil misses in particular would have pondered that much. The girls who had been left behind, Petra, Meili, and even Flam, all were owners of wisdom and experience beyond their years, blessed with rare talents by their circumstances. Aldebaran had predicted that once they finished rescuing Garfield and Ezo from the verge of death, rather than coming to a standstill, the girls would begin to act in a constructive fashion, and thus, in their attempt to do so, the girls would find it. Inside of Natsuki Subaru's bag, they would find a book of the dead, a profound significance in its concealment. With nothing to rely on, with not a sign leading the way, it must have seemed to the girls as the sole possibility that Natsuki Subaru had left behind. If they could reel in the thread of that possibility, they would assuredly arrive at a light that enabled them to escape a sealed-off dead end. The leeway to realize that this was a trap set by Aldebaran they possessed not. That book of the dead, Aldebaran, belongs to Natsuki Subaru, belonging to one who violated the natural laws of this world. 'Twas a book of the dead that truly ought to be deigned a taboo. As to what might occur were somebody to read it, witnessing that sight firsthand would be far more intuitive and difficult to misrepresent, compared to it being explained through language. That was Reinhard. Absurd. His blue eyes wide open, Reinhard once again uttered self-same words in dumbfoundment. However, no matter how much he attempted to deny that reality, it would not be rescinded. If the sword saint, Reinhard, was one blessed by the world, that was one whom the world cursed. Blessings and curses were but two sides of the same coin, the power balance not one in which either was stronger. Henceforth, Aldebaran, the sword saint aside, nobody can stop that. Plunking himself down into a cross-legged position, he gazed over Reinhard's shoulder to the nighttime sand sea. The sight, illuminated only by faint starlight, contained a threat that unceasingly painted the world an even deeper shade of black. At the very eastern edge of the world, even further east than the tower inhabited by the sage, coming forth from the sealed shrine that caused all beings alike to turn away, laid a symbol of upheaval and of ruination. Ferociously surging forth like a tidal wave of black were the witch's magic hands, kneaded from her miasma. With the taboo violated, the Witch of Envy would intervene in the world. That was the colossal time bomb that Aldebaran had prepared for use against Reinhard. Reinhard. HK, I must, Aldebaran. If you're gonna say you need to take me down first, then I'm also gonna fight back with all I've got. I'll say this now, but if you don't go, the world's gonna be destroyed. Not that it'd particularly matter to me. Reinhard. What are you, Aldebaran? Even if the world's destroyed, I won't perish. That will keep ignoring me after all. For that reason as well, Aldebaran himself could not have served as the switch for the bomb. Only a being of keen eye and intellect, with the bravery to break this deadlock, could serve as this switch. Aldebaran, Reinhard, I don't want to destroy the world. Rather, it's the opposite. Reinhard, cool. Aldebaran, I won't lay a hand on your old man. Go, Reinhard. Aldono, please do not believe everything is going to go smoothly for you. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he had likely utilized the most foul language he was capable of. Nonetheless, leaving behind his overly refined chivalry, Reinhard kicked off the sand, turning his back to Aldebaran and... Aldebaran. Reinhard launched a ferocious onslaught, intercepting the magic hands of the Witch of Envy directly as they raced to swallow up the Pleiades watchtower. That instant, Aldebaran experienced the illusion that sound, color, light, heat, and all things that ought to be present were eradicated from the world. Aldebaran. The white strike of the sword saint met the black oblivion of the witch, giving birth to a color that was neither black nor white. That was something that rivaled the cataclysmic Big Bang of starlight, of lightning bullets, of flames that scorched Eventide to ash, yielded during the fight between the Sword Saint and the Divine Dragon just a moment prior. And now this Big Bang ceased not with just that one collision. It continued, and continued, and continued, over and over, again and again, without end, without cease, knowing no end. As if to birth heat, as if to birth light, as if to birth color, as if to birth sound, as if to birth the world anew. As if to cleanly divide the world that was from Thar, the world that would be. They collided. A battle that could never reach its terminus, between one who would never cease and one who would never perish. What happened? The stratagem was fulfilled, successful in getting Reinhard to clash with the Witch of Envy. The legendary conflict between the Sword Saint and the Witch of Envy, despite unfolding in the vicinity of the tower several kilometers away, was so fearsome that its aftershocks could be felt at their location. Perhaps due to the sensation of those aftershocks, the fainted Aldebaran had woken up. Red eagled atop the sand, Aldebaran was exposed to disgrace unbecoming of the strongest dragon, but narrowing its golden eyes at the shock waves being propagated from over yonder. Aldebaran. Seems like things went pretty damn well. Aldebaran. Yeah. A half-asleep, incomplete Witch of Envy, and a Sword Saint not in perfect condition due to the miasma and his injured arms. It was worth traversing 130,000 severed threads. You good to go, Aldebaran? Aside from having a sore throat and being seriously low on mana for a mana tank dragon husk, flying away from the sand sea shouldn't be a problem. Aldebaran. Excellent. As for what happened while you were sleeping, it'll be better to sync you up later. For now, let's go. The moment he attempted to stand up, something came flying in from afar with tremendous vigor, aiming at Aldebaran's legs, which Aldebaran promptly swept away with its tail, deflected. What rolled upon the sand was merely a small pebble. Likely, it was something that Reinhard had fired at Aldebaran as he held back the magic hands of the Witch of Envy. Aldebaran. They're coming one after the other. It might keep going until my eyes can't keep up with them anymore. At the persistent onslaught of tiny pebbles, Aldebaran spread its wings to protect him, leaving Aldebaran to marvel at Reinhard's sense of duty. On top of understanding his role as a savior, he nonetheless devoted his everything into the aspects not encompassed in that role. This sword saint seemed avaricious, even more so than the personification Aldebaran knew. Whilst thinking that it was surely due to the influence of someone close to Reinhard, Aldebaran, I told you, hero, I'll win regardless, even if it means losing 100,000 times. Leaving behind words that would never reach, Aldebaran ascended to the sky once again in the grasp of Aldebaran. Amidst the sand sea of night, the sword saint, holding back the obsession of the Witch of Envy darker than even night, seemed a martyr facing the great tidal wave all by his lonesome. But then again, were the world to be destroyed, this martyr would be the lone person left standing in the aftermath. Aldebaran, right now, wouldn't it be possible to do a pincer maneuver alongside that and bring down the sword saint? Aldebaran! And what then? If Reinhard were to die, then the lid holding down hell would vanish. We need him to play the part of the lid. Aldebaran, I'm just saying. Aldebaran, it'd be troublesome if he happened to die. From the outset, he had not had even the slightest intention of letting Reinhard die. Only had they not utilized attacks powerful enough to kill, they would not have achieved the feat of injuring him. He had simply recognized that the sword saint was that high of a wall. Aldebaran, don't believe everything will go smoothly, huh? The towering wall, the martyr who would be left behind in the world, the words he had spoken upon their parting came to mind. Was this perhaps the power of some other divine protection? Supposing it was possible he had received something like the divine protection of vital spots or the divine protection of weak points, and activated it at that juncture. Verily, through an unlimited number of attempts, Aldebaran had the power to bring about the results he desired. But despite having such power, Aldebaran, so far in my life, nothing I've ever truly wanted to go well has ever gone well. Not a single time. Despite making it through a struggle numbering 132,044, within the heart of one divorced from blessing and curse alike, that sense of defeat did not vanish. Chapter 16. The complicit. The first feeling of that was something akin to having a nightmare whilst fully awake. A sensation akin to rejecting understanding, stemming not from the head but from the soul. A sensation that felt as if what lay before had been severed like a taut thread being cut. Wholly separated from their current self it was, and yet, while the body accepted it, the soul would not. The nightmare, it persisted. Something made its way into the body through the mouth that had opened for the purpose of raising a scream, and due to the contents of their body being gorged upon from within, there was an unbearable sense of loss, an impossible sense of finality, an impermissible sense of desecration, the feeling of one's own existence being devoured. Who could possibly endure that? Yellow bile spilled from the corners of their mouth as they convulsed on the cold, hard ground. That dimly lit space, a place so incongruous for the start of a life, was testament to the fact that a soul tattered in torment by a never-ending nightmare had already been through this many times before. Why? Such a question was birthed in their mind. Towards outrageousness, towards absurdity, towards unthinkable misfortune, towards reasonless malice, towards unforgivable threats, towards a vicious cycle unending. A query of, for what reason, was posed. Why? Why? For what reason must they be made to go through something like this? Had they committed anything evil to such an extent? Was the size of their sin so great as to warrant receiving this punishment? If this erring had been irreversible, then before accreting it to this extent and patching together retribution to the point of drowning in it, it would have been preferable had they been left to start atoning. And yet, for what reason must it be so? Why, 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 why? To that unceasing question, you are invited to the witch's tea party. A voice pregnant with such rapture, as if a blessing, as if a curse was spoken. Petra-chan? Petra suddenly lost her balance just in front of Miley, but she quickly gave her support. Petra, having made up her mind, turned the pages of the black-bound book, the Book of the Dead, and after 5 seconds, she had succeeded in reading it. The atmosphere surrounding her revealed that she succeeded in its reading. The books of the dead were magical books that allowed one to relive the history of a person who had died. However, one could not read any book at will, and there were conditions for reading. It was limited to those who had some connection with the person whom the book was about. One must not engage in such a distasteful pastime as endlessly peering into the history of total strangers. Of course, it was debatable whether it was a polite thing to look into the history of someone you knew. Either way, since Meili had searched for a book of the dead that she wanted to see herself, she had no right to question the morality of the matter. What was important was that, judging from Petra's reaction, she had fulfilled the requirements for reading that Book of the Dead, a book whose name had been scratched off that had been found in Natsuki Subaru's bag. And then, Meili. Petra-chan, wake UAP. This isn't good, she's not waking UAP. She gently tapped Petra's pale cheek, but the girl, whose eyes were closed, did not seem to be waking up. She had either fainted, was in a trance, or had fallen unconscious. Stirred by Meili's concern, the crimson scorpion on her head began to busily snap its pincers as if trying to wake Petra up. Of course, it was to no avail. Anyone who read a Book of the Dead would have someone's entire life stuffed into their head. The mental strain must have been considerable. Flam mentioned that Ezo, who had apparently put in so much effort that he read more than 10 books, foamed at the mouth on his first reading, urinated, and passed out. Fortunately, Petra did not appear to be suffering in a way that would damage her maidenly dignity. Petra, HK. The unconscious girl's expression was one of agony or distress, with pained breathing that made it seem as if she were suffering from a high fever. Meili. Petra-chan, just whose memories did you see? Meili glanced at the Book of the Dead that had fallen from Petra's hand, and with her outstretched foot she kicked the book on the floor away. Although the spine was facing away, it would be a problem if Meili were to accidentally see the contents and collapse like Petra. Not many people shared the same commonality with Meili and Petra as to be affected by that Book of the Dead. Meili. It couldn't be Elsa's, could it? The only dead person in common between Meili and Petra was Elsa Granhirt, her face flashing in Meili's mind. Considering the purpose of this journey, it would not have been a surprise if Subaru, after he found Elsa's Book of the Dead, had hidden it in his bag so that it would not fall into Meili's hands. However, Meili. I guess so. Anagi-san wouldn't scratch off the spine to hide it from me. Meili quietly nodded in response to the protest of the crimson scorpion, who swung its long tail from side to side. This was due to Meili's strong trust in Natsuki Subaru. He told her that she did not have to forget about Elsa Granhirt. If he had found Elsa's book, he would have been worried and hesitant, and in the end, he would have told her. Even his hesitation would not be for himself, but out of concern for Meili and Elsa. So, this must have been someone else's Book of the Dead. Meili. The crimson scorpion on Meili's head suddenly stiffened, to which she slowly raised her head. The crimson scorpion changed its direction on top of Meili's head, and its red compound eyes were fixed on an empty space. No, on the wall of the tower, sending a shiver down Miley's spine as she came to realize this fact. It was a kind of premonition, and not a good one at that. Sensing a slight change in the air, Miley and the Crimson Scorpion felt an unpleasant presence outside the tower and in the distance beyond the sand dunes. Miley, it can't be. Immediately after the thought crossed her mind, Miley, still holding Petra in her arms, slipped the Crimson Scorpion into her collar with one hand. Suddenly, it was as if the contents of a pot that had been boiled for too long had overflowed. And no. It was not something so vague which came from behind the wall. She could feel the fearsome power of the witch approaching. That thing from before, which was able to send Natsuki Subaru and Rem all the way to the Southern Empire, was coming. Miley, this isn't funny. At that time, the divine dragon Volcanica, at the top of the tower, fought off the witch's power. However, at this moment, the divine dragon had inexplicably left the tower with Al, and no one could do anything about it. She could not imagine that without the divine dragon the outcome would be as cute as being sent somewhere else by the witch's power. In other words, Miley. Is this the Intond? Miley muttered this as she heaved a sigh at the prospect of a sudden and unexpected demise. As she let out a sigh that seemed to acknowledge her hopeless reality, Miley felt a sense of relief. She realized that Petra was still held in her embrace. Unconsciously, she was trying to protect Petra against the power of the witch. Miley. Oni-san, you idiot. Miley had no idea why she had said those abusive words. However, as if to block out her own weak voice, Miley covered Petra's body with her own. This flimsy shield of flesh would offer no kind of protection. She felt regret that she had not eaten more meat. Immediately after that, just before the witch's power reached the tower, something intervened. As it was, the events beyond the wall were unknown. However, light and sound cut through the thick walls of the tower, blowing Miley and Petra on the inside to the back of the room. Miley. Ah! Miley screamed, and her body was pressed against the wall and floor while still holding Petra. Fortunately, they happened to be close to the wall and lying on the floor. If they had not been, they might have been knocked against the wall and suffered more pain and injuries. Even so, their hair and clothes were disheveled, and the room was in a terrible state with their luggage scattered around. However, by a miracle, it seemed that Miley and Petra did not suffer any serious injuries. Miley, what happened? Petra-sama, Miley-sama. Are you safe? Blinking with bleary eyes, Miley sat up. Petra, limp in her arms, remained motionless with her eyes closed. Immediately after confirming their safety, Flam rushed into the room in a panic. Flam, who had carried Garfield and Ezo down to the lower levels before Miley and Petra had discovered the Book of the Dead, lowered the corners of her eyes slightly when she saw them, then quickly became serious. Flam, that is the young master. He is holding it back. Miley, hold back. What does that mean? Flam. It is, Miley. You're talking about the Witch of Envy, right? When she mentioned that name, Flam's face went distinctly pale. Despite being betrayed by Al and knowing that even the divine dragon had turned against them, she had not been this shaken up before. Seeing the evident fear in her eyes at the name, Miley apologized with, "I'm sorry." It was a natural reaction. Miley could only remain somewhat calm because this was the second time. For most people, just the mere sensation of the existence of the Witch of Envy would be enough to make one's blood run cold and render one unable to move. Miley. Amelia Wani-san and the others are quite extraordinary, either because she was highly determined or had the courage and nerve to do it. Either way, expecting everyone to be like that was unreasonable, and Miley stood up, still supporting Petra. Miley. Sword Sen-san is fighting outside right now, isn't Achdi? Flam. Yes. The young master is holding it back. However, it seems that the young master cannot push through. Miley, if we stay here, we'll be in the Wowie. She did not know the cause of the Witch of Envy's outburst, but from Miley's perspective, the two times she had an outburst were both when she was in the tower. She certainly did not want to think she was the cause of the Witch of Envy's anger, so perhaps it was for the best to think that the witch did not like her continued presence in the tower for long. Just as she had thought that, she was lightly poked on the nape of her neck by the crimson scorpion's pincers coming out of her clothes. I'm sorry, you were with me both times, Tuo. Flam. Miley-sama, we should hurry and leave the tower. I will take Petra-sama, Meili. But no, it's fine. I'll carry Petra-chan, so please prepare Petrash-chan and the others. Flam-chan. Miley, refusing Flam's offer, shook her head slowly as she tentatively stood up, carrying Petra on her back. Flam looked unsure about what to do for a moment, but quickly nodded and left. Flam, go down the spiral staircase. I will prepare the dragon carriage. Miley, yes, thanks. Losing sight of Flam's back, Miley started to chase after her. Just before she left, she was drawn back by the sight of the scattered luggage in the room. In particular, the presence of the Book of the Dead, which had caused Petra to lose consciousness. But, Meili, no time to think about that now. Once again, encouraged by the snapping sound of the crimson scorpion returning to the top of her head, Meili firmly held Petra and quickly ran out of the room. If she really needed to know the contents of the Book of the Dead, she could always ask Petra later. After Petra had safely accepted the life of that someone into her own. Thinking this, Meili started to run as hard as she could. Petra, now being carried by Meili, let a single tear fall from the corner of her closed eyes, framed by her long eyelashes. And then, sorry, I'm so sorry, Subaru. A weak, tearful apology spilled out, as if it was tearing apart the girl's heart. The heart-wrenching plea for forgiveness from the girl's nightmare was drowned out by the after-effects of the impossible clash between the Sword Saint and the Witch of Envy, and fell on deaf ears. Milk. Cold. Plunking himself down at seat by the counter, Aldebaran gave his order to the owner of the establishment. In Marula, the town closest to the Augria sand dunes, this was the one and only tavern. This bar held an ambiance reminiscent of the rundown taverns of a typical Western, and no other customers could be found within. However, to thus conclude that the place was unpopular would have been quite parochial. After all, Aldebaran's visit to this tavern was in the interval between late night and early morning, a time when those who were night owls and those who were early birds were both at the zenith of drowsiness. Thus, it was no surprise that such a time would be outside the working hours of a countryside tavern. Nevertheless, the owner opened the doors of his business for Aldebaran, who had sought his services at such a time. How considerate and understanding of the owner, truly an exemplary proprietor in the service industry. Aldebaran. Hence why I respect your work ethic. I wouldn't even think of doing something so terrible as bringing harm to someone like you. I'll pay you properly as well. Propping his elbow on the counter in a display of poor etiquette, Aldebaran shrugged at the bearded barkeep. The establishment seemed to be used as a residence as well, for the owner had been woken in the dead of night, still wearing his night clothes, but Aldebaran would not criticize him for opening shop in that attire. Rather, his complaint had to do with how the owner was quite hesitant to get started on fulfilling his order for milk. However, even that, oi, honestly, it'll sound like a threat regardless of what you say, me. Aldebaran, well, no matter how you look at it, I guess that'd be so, huh? After all, wouldn't a one-armed man with a helmet over his face suddenly barging in during the dead of night be reason enough to hesitate to receive him into one's living room? Aldebaran. And if I had to say what the biggest reason for that was, speaking from outside the wall was the divine dragon, the being most revered in the kingdom of Lugunica, and rather than being easy to get along with, it had an air to it that was rather like a gangster, so there was no way around it. Of course, there was no way that Aldebaran could fit inside the tavern, so the dragon was made to wait in the street outside, somewhat cramped, though it was doubtful that would do anything to bring peace of mind to the shopkeeper. Thus, a late-night visit by a suspicious man and the divine dragon. That would be the rough description of the unfortunate incident that the owner of this tavern had come to experience. Shopkeeper. Your milk. The owner, who had taken his own sweet time to settle down, had finally brought out the milk in a wooden tankard. Having received it with a thank you, Al gestured towards the outside of the tavern with a nod. Aldebaran, while you're at it, Be it water or milk or something. Could you serve it in a barrel to my pal outside? Anything but alcohol. Never know what might happen. Aldebaran, what? I think alcohol wouldn't really be any issue. There's no way a legendary dragon would be a lightweight. Aldebaran. There's that dragon of myth who got exterminated with liquor, yeah? For the time being, it'd still be troublesome if you were eliminated, even if you're not gonna be of much use as a partner for a while. Aldebaran. Skoner, please. With a click of the tongue as loud as a gunshot, Aldebaran, who had been peering into the premises through the window, withdrew its head. Having watched the scene play before him and momentarily hesitating, the owner seemed to have made up his mind as he shouldered a barrel and proceeded outside the tavern. Thereupon, realizing that one of his legs was a prosthetic, Aldebaran regretted having made such a troublesome request. Aldebaran felt that it would have been better had he carried the barrel himself. He felt so, but... Aldebaran. Seriously. I'm tired, much more than I usually am. Physically, all his joints were aching, but compared to the mental exhaustion he felt, it was nothing. When it came to the fatigued state of his mind, he was exhausted to an extent akin to having fought a formidable foe 132,044 times. No, that was putting it mildly. To be precise, it was to the extent of having been defeated 132,043 times in a row, and having finally put an end to it on the 132,044th try. For the most part, following the plan he had devised beforehand, it could be said that they had been successful in ensnaring the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria. Be that as it may, Aldebaran felt no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. What he did feel was an intense sense of defeat and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, slightly tinged with, Aldebaran, relief that we made it through. Despite the fact that both of the two individuals who served the greatest obstacles to Aldebaran's objective had been magnificently immobilized by him, the fact that all he felt was a feeling of relief went to show how insignificant he was. Of course, the notion that he had magnificently cornered them appeared as naught but an irony. At the very least, Aldebaran had already wounded everyone at the tower to shreds, including Reinhard, and that count would still rapidly and exponentially increase after this. That utmost critical situation was still underway. Aldebaran, the Sword Saint against the Witch of Envy, in the battle of the century. Raising the jaw of his helmet to drink the milk from his tankard, Aldebaran muttered so. In the corner of his vision, outside the window where the dragon had withdrawn its head, he could hear and see glimpses of it, the aftershocks of the fierce, apocalyptic battle that was unfolding in the sand sea beyond. Flashes of white seemed to cleave through the night above the sea of sand again and again, and as sandstorms visible from afar were being kicked up, the battle roared out with one thunderous clap after another. No matter how unfamiliar one was with battle, no matter how dull their perception, people would instinctively know that this scene was the same as what would unfold on the day of the world's end. That was why, despite the hour of this morning gray, a time neither night nor day, the residents of Marula had gotten out of bed, went outside, and stared across the sand sea in a daze. Even as the sun rose to mark the beginning of a new day, that battle would not come to a cease. As long as they did not decide to give up somewhere along the way, the people would end up spectating that battle for eternity. However, he felt like without some kind of impetus, the residents would just remain standing here. It was not as if they lacked a sense of crisis, or felt that it was unrelated to them. It was only that, when awash in light of a caliber that far exceeded their capacity, people were invariably dazzled, and thus, once dazzled, they would be unable to walk away in fear of danger. Consequently, in many cases, the dazzled followed the voice and traces of the light that dazzled them. Blindly, as if moths to a flame, they would be drawn towards that blindingly dazzling light. That was why the reason to blame for the people standing motionlessly was, wowie. Seeing it up close, it really is a dragon. To be honest, I couldn't really tell for sure until I got up this close. The fierce atmosphere reminiscent of the midst of war was abruptly torn asunder by the shrill voice of a young woman. Cheerfully out of place, the voice brimming with youthful enthusiasm could be heard from outside the tavern as Aldebaran was getting drunk on milk. Hearing it, Aldebaran slid off his stool and turned to face the entrance. The following moment, "You in there, Aldebaran. Get out here now!" Marching in as if tearing down the tavern's entrance, the red-haired man spotted Aldebaran and strode up right before him with a violent and rough gait. The man unsheathed his sword with vigor and thrust its point before Aldebaran. At that excessively threatening attitude, Aldebaran raised his single hand with an "Oi, Aldebaran. Even though you told me to come out, if you're gonna force your way in and pressure me like this, that won't be possible. Man, don't get all nitpicky with my words now. More importantly, the thing that's outside that's gotta be. It's gotta be. Aldebaran, the thing that's outside. Man, don't you play dumb with me?" As soon as he tilted his head, he was grabbed by the collar before the matter could be settled, forced up, and pushed out from the entrance of the tavern. A sharp sensation was pressing into his back, and even when he tried to say, "I'd go along even if you didn't do all that," the other person was unwilling to lend an ear. There was no helping it. After all, from his perspective, the object of his heart's desire was right before him. "Oh, Al-Sama. There you are. Why does it seem as if you've become a hostage? Aldebaran. Hey there. I guess a little excess blood's gone to his head. You shouldn't provoke him either. You'd be putting me in danger." There you go again. Saying things like that, even though you won't die no matter what anybody does. Al-Sama. Waving her hand at Aldebaran, who had a sword fastened against his back, was a young woman wearing a maid outfit adopted from a Japanese style with a red base. Emanating a whimsical aura akin to that of a cat, the young woman said that to him in a relaxed demeanor, albeit knowing that it was not such a light-hearted thing as it seemed. He made no objection. Saying anything would be futile, and that must never be made known to her. Anyhow, Aldebaran. Doesn't it look like the carnage is about to continue me, Aldebaran? Don't say that as if it doesn't concern you, me. And as the divine dragon gazed down at him with its head high above, donning an amused smile, Aldebaran took a deep breath and retorted. Then, as he spun his body around, Aldebaran. Good grief, this is quite the promising party. Hijacker of the divine dragon's dragon husk, Aldebaran, acknowledged as such by himself and others, the parasite of the kingdom, Henkel Astria, the female shinobi who once aimed for the life of the Sun Princess, the Crimson Sakura, Yai Tenzin. Together, they made up the entirety of Aldebaran's henchmen, as he moved to take on the world. 16. In the attack on the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrea, the existence of his father was a true vital spot, and had served as a trump card, regardless of whether Aldebaran had wished to use that trump card or not. Ignoring his own emotions, he would never have allowed himself to be careless enough to not prepare it in advance. Hence he succeeded in persuading him. Henkel had sunk to the rock bottom of despair for a differing reason from that of Aldebaran's. But so long as he did not mess up the manner in which he formulated his words, Henkel would gather his wits enough to at least hear him out. While belonging to the same camp, the relationship between Aldebaran and Henkel could by no means be called a friendly one. But it was easy to tell that the latter's desire remained consistent. An earnest love, perhaps it ought to be phrased as such, for the man who made the very core of his being that which Aldebaran admired and simultaneously abhorred. A promise of compensation after cooperation had been particularly effective. But then again, Henkel, you promised me dragon's blood, and right now, there's a dragon sitting right in front of us, and yet, you're still telling me to wait. Eyes bloodshot and spittle flying, Aldebaran had imagined that Henkel might shout at him like this. Even now Henkel was threateningly applying pressure, ready to brandish his sword at any moment. The tip of the blade was directed towards Aldebaran, lying down like a pet dog on the town's road. Strictly speaking, the tip was being pointed right at the dragon's chest, aimed directly at the heart, pulsating inside the dragon husk, in which the dragon's blood was stored. Dragon's blood was capable of bringing about a bountiful harvest to the land, and could cure all manner of afflictions on the spot. That was a legend passed down since times of yore in the kingdom of Lagunica. said to be one of the 3 treasures that the divine dragon bestowed upon the kingdom at the juncture when the 3 heroes drove away the Witch of Envy. It was the last drops of Heart's blood spilled upon the final pulse of a mighty dragon's heart. And now that the vast majority of dragons had fled the surface, the means by which to procure the substance had been limited to taking up arms in a frontal assault. The potential to obtain that dragon's blood was now directly in front of him. That reality set the soul of Heinkel Astrea ablaze, a man who had been chasing a miracle for over a decade. Heinkel. Finally, Luana will finally. Aldebaran. Is that the name of your wife? Heinkel. That's right. Aye. Wife's. She's been asleep for so long. But with the dragon's blood, it should be possible for Luana to wake up. That's why I went along with your shit. Aldebaran. Yeah, I'm aware of how you've contributed, and I'll acknowledge it. Tell you the truth. It was thanks to your insurance that I was able to subdue your son. Heinkel, if that's the case, rather than a back-and-forth argument, perhaps a more accurate description would be to say that since Heinkel's feelings were so restless, no proper discussion could take place. As he secretly updated his matrix, Aldebaran was about to decide on his next words to see if he could say something to calm Heinkel down. Yay? Omon, sorry for interrupting your chat, but there's something I'd like to ask about. Heinkel, what is it, maid? Right now I'm having an important discussion with this guy. Aye. Over there, towards the sand dunes where there's sparking lights and crackling sounds. Is that not maybe your son, Heinkel-sama? Heinkel? Ah, with hair a color somewhere between pink and vermilion swaying in a single bob. The young woman, Ye, pointed over yonder to the sand sea, where the battle raged on, unable to be tipped toward either side. It seemed that Heinkel had been solely focused on the divine dragon of his dreams, and now, blinking his blue eyes upon witnessing that fierce bout, Heinkel. Oi, what's going on with that? The ones fighting over there'd be Aldebaran. As you can imagine, the Sword Saint and the Witch of Envy. Heinkel. HK. Why? How the hell did it even come to that? Eyes wide in astonishment, Heinkel scowled in the direction of the sand sea, where his son clashed with the witch. Then, his shoulders seemed to tremble in fear, and Heinkel, this isn't what I signed up for. You were supposed to use me to stop him. Those were the conditions. Stop them. Stop them right now. The Witch of Envy, you say? What kind of fucking bullshit is? Aldebaran. Sorry, but I can't grant that request. Your compensation is the dragon's blood, old man. To stop them here goes against the initial conditions. I won't grant you a second thing. Heinkel. Pooh. In that case, Aldebaran. In that case, Heinkel. However enraged he was, his words continued not beyond that point, and Heinkel's eyes dashed about to a dizzying extent. Aldebaran could not view the weakness of Heinkel's will as anything but pitiful. Aldebaran felt sorry for Heinkel. Stuck with a family beyond his own stature, he too was a clay doll that fate fancied toying with. Oblivious to Aldebaran's heart of hearts, Heinkel raised and lowered the tip of his sword many times over. Yay, Heinkel-sama, you know, I really don't want to get entangled in your personal affairs, so could you maybe stop moping around and throwing a hissy fit like that? Unable to just stand there and watch, Ye ended up showering him with a terribly chilly voice. Those words caused Aldebaran to place a hand on his forehead, and Heinkel to widen his eyes and glare at her. Meeting his gaze head-on, Ye smiled as she inclined her head, and, unlike the smile on her mouth, her unsmiling eyes fixed their gaze upon Heinkel. Ye, once you've decided to do something, it's too late to then complain and waver about it after the fact. If the things you desire are in two places, isn't it obvious that you can't reach out a hand when you're already reaching one out the other way? You aren't a kid. Heinkel. HK. But he'll always just be a brat no matter what age he is. Yay. Good grief. There's really no getting through to you. Al-sama. Henkel had lost all composure. And fed up with him, Ye turned to Aldebaran. Understanding the meaning behind that narrowed gaze, Aldebaran shook his head sideways. Ye did not know how to show restraint. Murder was the only method this woman was ever taught. Hence, Aldebaran, counting on you, me. Aldebaran. Sure thing. The following moment, Aldebaran swung its forearm downwards, slamming into Henkel as he glared at Ye, and knocking him to the ground, with a wow. Ye's eyes widened as she basked in the tremendous updraft, and before her eyes a picture was painted of Henkel, buried face down in the ground. Aldebaran. Sorry, old man, but I can't give you dragon's blood yet. For the time being, it'd be troublesome if the divine dragon's heart were to stop beating. Yay. This might kill the mood a bit, but might Henkel-sama be dead? Just now, that was a blow that would have even put me on the verge of death, you know? Aldebaran, he won't die. Restraint. Though I may not have shown any, he won't die. For a long time now I've thought that the old man here was unduly sturdy, but I see now. Yay. I haven't properly confirmed it or anything, but this divine dragon-sama who speaks an awful lot like Al-sama here, how exactly did you manage to pull that off, Aldebaran? I'll tell you later. Time is of the essence. Giving such a response to Ye, as she sought explanation, Aldebaran squatted down beside where Henkel had been buried, and was about to return the latter's sword to its sheath. It happened then, Aldebaran. Oh. When his outstretched arm was seized by the wrist, Aldebaran's breath caught, and the perpetrator of that act, having taken an unrestrained hit from the dragon, was Henkel. Henkel's eyes were currently unable to focus, but he was glaring at Aldebaran with a blood-curdling expression. Guessing the meaning behind that gaze, Aldebaran sighed, and, Aldebaran, I'll keep my promise on the dragon's blood. I also won't let Reinhard be swallowed up by the Witch of Envy. On that, well, you're just gonna have to trust me. Henkel? It was unlikely that he had sincerely believed Aldebaran's response, but Henkel languidly hung his head upon hearing that, and bearing witness to that gesture, Aldebaran wrenched his seized wrist loose. Then, seeing Ye raise her heel aloft, about to deliver a kick to Henkel, Aldebaran. Look, I'm tired and I only got one hand. Can I rely on you to carry the old man? Ye. Do I have any say in that? If so, I'd like to decline. Aldebaran, you don't. That's an order. You carry him. Yay. Titsk, Al-sama, you bruta. Fine. Understood. Sticking out her tongue with a bia, Ye bent over and unearthed the buried Henkel. Next to her as she did so, Aldebaran looked up at Aldebaran. Aldebaran. Did you say something about the old man? Aldebaran. Nothing important really. Just how he's lively and sturdy. Aldebaran. And when you add that on top of the old man's position and personality, his life must have been filled with pain. Poor bastard. He was sorry that things had come to this, but he did wish for Henkel to live in as strong a manner as possible. Although his circumstances were considerably harsh, it was not as though Henkel's misfortune was the greatest throughout the world. Though, Aldebaran did not think that he would lend an ear to such a canned consolation. Aldebaran. Besides, the relationship in which that sort of consolation could get through to him ended just now. He neither bore the qualifications to find that regrettable, nor the right to wish to make amends. Because he had that self-awareness, Aldebaran refrained from expressing any further feelings, instead calling out yea to the girl hard at work. Aldebaran. Money. Yay. Isn't that the worst possible thing to hear all of a sudden? Here you go. Ye fumbled around in her clothing and threw over a leather pouch, which Aldebaran then caught. From within he pulled out a gold coin, and flicking it with his thumb. Aldebaran. A little extra to make up for the trouble. Keep it. With those words he passed it over to the owner of the tavern, who had been watching over their exchange in silence. Beside Aldebaran was an empty barrel of water, and the shopkeeper had thoroughly served their orders. They had likely caused him a fair bit of anxiety, but Aldebaran had been able to converge with his henchmen and take a short rest. Yea, though it was with my money. Aldebaran, shut up, you. I know you just arrived, but can you get back on the move right away? Yay, the shinobi training regiment is crazy, you know. They make us run non-stop from the imperial capital back to the village with no sleep or rest over half a month, with just a single bamboo cylinder of water. Aldebaran, your crazy shinobi episodes never miss the mark, huh? She probably wanted to communicate that because she had gone through such a hellish experience in the past. This amount of travel would not tire her out. However, what Aldebaran got out of her words was the sheer insanity of the shinobi, and the corroboration of that fact by the disheartening memories of suffering through the severity of the most terrible shinobi in the Empire. In any case, shopkeeper, wait. Please wait. Just when Aldebaran and company were about to depart, the voice of the shopkeeper halted them. In addition to being this ragtag of a group, the dragon had also displayed a violent attack a moment prior. To call out to them would have required substantial courage, but gulping down his saliva as he turned to face Aldebaran's party, the shopkeeper spoke. Shopkeeper, the calamity unfolding at the Pleiades watchtower. Could you please stop it? You're the divine dragon Volcanica-sama, aren't you? Aldebaran. Ah. Hearing the shopkeeper's plea, Aldebaran fiddled with the metal fixtures of his helmet and sighed. Now that he looked around, he saw that the residents of Marula had surrounded Aldebaran's group at a distance, casting an imploring gaze towards them. No, towards Aldebaran. Within their eyes dwelled fear and apprehension, but at the same time, reverence and hope. Bearing witness to the legendary and renowned divine dragon Volcanica from nearby, the possibility of it putting an end to the cataclysmic battle unfolding afar filled their minds. However, Aldebaran, sorry, but right now isn't my job to stop that. Shopkeeper, Aldebaran. The Sword Saint will likely stop it at any expense, but that doesn't mean the aftershocks won't reach here. It'd do you best to leave town for a few days. Shopkeeper, a few days. That would be... How long, exactly? After putting his trust in the divine dragon, and receiving a reply that betrayed his expectations, the shopkeeper did not yet give up, and seeking an excuse to quell that which was discomposing their hearts, he asked another question. Even if they left town, how long would that be for? That would be, Aldebaran, 7 days. Shopkeeper, Aldebaran. In 7 days it will be settled. In 7 days the cause of the world's end will be removed. Proclaiming so, Aldebaran turned his back to the shopkeeper, to the people of Marula, and began to walk. Behind him, Ye followed whilst carrying the unconscious Hankel on her back, and finally, giving rise to a weighty sound as it lifted its body. Aldebaran too began to walk. Having made an enemy of the world, Aldebaran and his henchmen advanced. By no means would their legs ever come to a halt. Aldebaran, I'll continue, so that I may be myself. Chapter 17. Please don't forgive me. A white table and a parasol were placed atop a small hill of lush, verdant grass, a clear blue sky, black hair swaying in a gentle breeze. Without knowing how, they found themselves sitting in a chair, and across the white table, a young woman of black and white was enjoying a cup of tea. Warm vapor rose from a teacup, yet no fragrance could be sensed, just as if it had perfectly mimicked just the exterior of the element known as tea, in the manner of papier mch. Such was the dishonest impression evoked by this individual. What happened to me? A query, one that sought an answer regarding the chaos induced up until a moment prior. Is that not something you should know yourself? A response, one that could not be declared an answer regarding the chaos induced up until a moment prior. With vexation towards the feeling that their question had been sidestepped, they endeavored with all their heart to come to rationality, to suppress the urge to vent the dissatisfaction in regards to the events that had just transpired to the young woman before their eyes, and likewise contained within was a pinch of their perspective as an onlooker. Echidna, let me out of here now. Impatience and impulse were deliberately mistaken for courage, used as a provocation to propel the conversation forward. Atop the hill of green, standing opposite a young woman proclaiming herself a witch, once again were they assailed by an enigmatic sensation. Indeed, once again, they were. Again, and again, and again, And again, that had been the case. Always, without fail, no matter the situation, each and every event had been a sequence of the inexplicable and the absurd. Faced with all that, they clenched their teeth. Earnestly they raised their visage and continued to struggle onward. They had continued to struggle on, giving of themselves. Why not try it and see? Please. Stop. Please, I'm begging you, stop. Don't let them say what comes next. Don't let them say it. Taking action to procure the results one desires is deserving of my respect. I am not going to veer from that opinion. In fact, I believe it is precisely such actions that make life worth living. Please. Stop. Please. Stop. I'm begging you. Please. Stop. 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 Echidna. I can return by death. Ah. 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 Please. Please. Don't suffer. Please. Don't cry. Please don't get hurt. Please don't be afraid. Please don't be afraid. Please don't laugh. Please don't forgive. For your inquiry of why, you are qualified, and the doors of this tea party are open to you. And, by drinking the tea offered by a witch, you are accepted as an honored guest. As the host of this tea party, I am obliged to welcome you. Now, you may ask away. Please, 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 please. I'm begging you, please stop. After all, to agonize the mind in search of an answer is the greatest of bliss to me. I'm begging you, so please, you must not help this person. The troublesome thing about mental exhaustion was that unlike physical fatigue, it was not visible to the eye. Of course, there were clear indicators such as an inability to think straight, unavoidably heightened irritability, and circles darker than a bottomless swamp appearing underneath the eyes. However, those indicators were physical changes, so ultimately, there was not that great of a difference from physical fatigue. At least, that was what Aldebaran had concluded. Mental exhaustion, in its truest sense, could not be soothed by touch, nor could it be healed by magic. That was the sort of thing it was, and what was required in order to recover that worn-out mind was neither words nor relationships. To put it bluntly, what was needed was time. Only time would grant kindness enough to iron out a mind whittled down to a rugged state. That was why Aldebaran. Territory re-expansion, matrix redefinition. In a whisper, after finally settling down, Aldebaran updated his matrix. It was his first time updating the matrix in roughly 6 hours. The ability to prolong his own bodily experience of time as much as he desired, without the consequence of real time progressing, was the greatest merit of Aldebaran's authority. Within the bounds of his established territory, he could swallow poison to repeat a fixed period of time as often as he wanted, generating the time needed to smoothen out his mind. For his battle against Reinhard II, he had taken full advantage of this merit to fine-tune the plans he had prepared in advance in order to draw him into them. Aldebaran, though he did circumvent practically all of them. Ultimately, it had ended with him playing a card he had not wished to play. So Aldebaran found it difficult to say he had been victorious. At best, it was a draw due to injury. To put it bluntly, it was a loss for both parties. Anyhow, both his inability to think straight and his heightened irritability had gotten a little better. Unfortunately, he did not know what had become of the bags under his eyes, but since he did not have the time to cover it with makeup, he would make do donning the black gnarled helmet that perfectly matched his worn-out body and mind. Though his body and mind could have been described as worn out, his body was actually in excellent condition. As the strongest supreme life form, the dragon's inexhaustible supply of would be an overstatement, but the vast supply of mana could be used to his heart's content. Welling up with healing from water magic and buffs from yang magic, this was the strongest Aldebaran had been since he had been born into this world, and none could object to that claim. Aldebaran, be that as it may, it's something like an ant, getting its power multiplied by 100. No matter how many buffs it stacks up, it can never beat a human. Not to mention, when comparing his opponents to that standard, They were not humans, but rather elephants or lions. Alas, since the specs of his receptacle were inferior from the start, even if Aldebaran was now the strongest Aldebaran in history, he would still only serve as fodder in a direct confrontation. Setting aside that miserable self-evaluation, Aldebaran, 7 days. A single knee raised, leaning against a wall of dirtied wooden planks, Aldebaran counted his time limit. This location, which they had selected to take a rest in, was a small hunting shed that Ye had found in the woods. Fortunately, the owner seemed to be absent given the time of year, so they had entered and were using it of their own accord. It could not be expected to have amenities such as a fluffy bed or open air bath, but in the regard that it would not attract attention, it was just as favorable as a suite to Aldebaran at the current moment. Whenever possible from here on out, they would need to avoid the battles they could avoid and proceed through events smoothly. The little show they had put on at Marula, the town closest to the Agria sand dunes, had been an exception. It was the meet-up point for him and his allies, and he also truly just could not help but want to drink milk. Furthermore, it had been necessary to inform the townsfolk about how transcendent the events transpiring were, and that there would be nobody present to save them from it. After all, just 10-odd kilometers away, a battle between the strongest beings in the world was playing out. Aldebaran's stratagem had brought forth the Witch of Envy, and Reinhard would likely put his life on the line in order to stop her. However, there was no reason to believe that its aftershocks would not reach beyond the Sand Sea. It was not likely for the constant flashing in the sky to settle down, so seeking refuge was essential, and Aldebaran's decided time frame of 7 days was not unrelated to that battle. Rather, it was actually quite closely connected. As far as Aldebaran knew, the Sword Saint and the Witch of Envy were evenly matched. That battle would continue repeating the same moves for 1,000 days, and no terminus would be reached in that back-and-forth combat. But that was only when the matter was constrained to being between the Sword Saint and the Witch of Envy. Now that a battle between the two had been realized through Aldebaran's scheming, it would not actually continue on for 1,000 days. That was because, Aldebaran, the world will come crumbling down before their battle can reach a conclusion. If it ever comes to that, it's over. Ere the world's ruination could transpire, it would be necessary to put an end to that battle. In that sense, though he had been the one to make the matchup, that ultimate battle had also become a cause bringing about the world's end, and thus one of the things Aldebaran had proclaimed he would remove. Aldebaran. So many things. There are so many things I have to do. Placing a hand on the forehead of his helmet, Aldebaran took a long, deep breath. He had quelled his mental exhaustion thanks to his authority, forcibly recovered his physical fatigue through water and yang magic, and yet it still seemed like he would go over capacity from the sheer size of the things on his mind, and the things he was burdened with. Of course, from the moment he started this onward, his complaints were not something he could let anybody hear, but don't you be so pointlessly stubborn now. Why not just lean right up on someone else and relax for once, since you have one arm and all? Aldebaran. Is that you? Yay. Yes, Al-Sama's helpful all-purpose shinobi maid, Yai, reporting for duty, With nary a sign or footstep, as if having literally appeared by suddenly springing out from a shadow, the young woman, Yay, cracked a joke with a smile. As the girl walked towards him with her hands joined behind her back, Aldebaran shrugged. Aldebaran, regardless of the helpful and all-purpose parts, being a shinobi maid is stacking too many character types. Yay, that's so, even though I already had to sadly cut the beautiful, sweet, and lovely part so. Oh, okay, in that case, what evaluation would you give of me, Al-Sama? Aldebaran. Submissive cat-like shinobi maid. That way of thinking doesn't seem like it'd be popular with the ladies. But then again, you do have a shinobi maid. Receiving a rather genuine look of scorn, Aldebaran clicked his tongue with a shut up. You. He was in the middle of confronting a challenge that required him to earnestly rack his brain. He did not wish to waste his time on the blathering of an ally whom he had no need to curry favor with. Aldebaran. First and foremost, I told you to keep an eye on the old man, didn't I? Also, to check the paths that lead out of these woods, maintain vigilance over the vicinity of this hut, and prepare our food. Yay? Don't you think it's like that super black thing you say? That's how you say exploitation in Alsama's language, right? Right now, this whole thing's super black. Aldebaran, you're a helpful all-purpose shinobi maid, yeah? Put in the work so as to not tarnish that name. Yai. Seriously, Alsama, you're like an onion, a beast, combined into a brute. Sticking out her tongue with a B, Ye talked back without trying to hide her discontent. When he stared her down, Ye raised a single finger with a fine. I understand. Ye, the preparations for food are done, though they are shinobi provisions. Vigilance of the shed's vicinity has been completed. Even in these woods it seems that there are witch beasts, so. Speaking of, I've discovered a path through the woods with sound footing. It'd do you good to train your legs and loins a bit more. And about Heinkel Sama, Aldebaran, what about him? Yay. Even if we're keeping him alive, he's just a carry-on. So maybe we could use him as bait to avoid the witch beasts. Jeez, please don't make that face. I was just joking. Aldebaran, you shouldn't be able to see my face. Yay. I can see the signs you give off. You're pretty loud, Alsama. Saying something that seemed both understandable and unintelligible, Ye abruptly turned her face away. But, without averting his own gaze, Al continued to glare at her side profile. Before long, she seemed to give in, and taking a deep breath. Yeah. Inkle Sama is all tied up. I'll be alerted if he happens to wake up. And if he tries too hard to run away, his limbs will be in pieces. Aldebaran. In pieces, eh? Could you really manage that on that old man? Yay. Even if he's sturdy, he's not a steel folk or anything. Some parts of him are more frail. My technique is to penetrate those parts. To begin with, even though you're asking if I can do it, you'd get angry if I actually did do it. Right. Aldebaran. Guess so. Yay. Then guess I won't do it. There's no Alsama. Isn't that right? Merit in me angering you. Raising both her hands in a gesture of non-defiance, Ye showed that she meant no harm, to which Aldebaran relaxed his shoulders. Her manner of speech was frivolous, and she also liked to jest, but there was no falsehood in Ye's words. That which Aldebaran had done to Ye was nothing so easy such that she would still be plotting something here. To the utmost extent of what had been possible, thoroughly and mercilessly, he had shattered her defiant spirit. No, he had shattered her heart. The reason why Ye Tenzin was assisting Aldebaran right now was the result of having done so. Ye Tenzin was an assassin who had been sent to take the life of Priscilla Bariel. Through the announcement of her entry into the royal selection, the existence of Priscilla Bariel also became known in the Wallachian Empire. So it was only a matter of time before people began to realize that she was Prisca Benedict, who had survived in a foreign nation after escaping the conclusion of the imperial selection ceremony, which concerned the succession of the imperial throne in the empire. Ye was intended to dash water over the live coals known as Priscilla as she produced smoke in the kingdom, an assassin sent by a divine general of the empire, Chisha Gold. In fact, the infiltration of the female shinobi had been performed magnificently, and put to use as Priscilla's chamberlain, she flourished as a hard-working maid in the Bariel domain. Priscilla took a liking to her, and even Schult greatly adored her. Aldebaran too had thought of her as a co-worker who was easy to get along with. However, without forgetting her initial objective, Ye had aimed for Priscilla's life. Hence, Ye. Alsama was super scary on that day. Under the pretext of the village's training, my body has experienced nearly all the terrible things that you can in this world. But that was the first time in my life I ever felt so afraid. Aldebaran, that's a story that makes my chest sting. Yay. You should at least feel my heartache. If you felt the way that I have ever since that day, when I was made the loyal servant of such a scary Alsama, you should be able to bear it just fine. I kept away from the Madam and Schult-chan, subservient to anything you would tell me to do, Alsama, even letting you do whatever you pleased with my body. Aldebaran, I never laid a finger on you, though. Hugging her own slender shoulders, Ye flirted in an attempt to draw sympathy, but Aldebaran rebutted. That statement had gone too far in damaging his reputation. And of course, having been said in the absence of any other ears. It was probably some form of pestering or discouragement towards Aldebaran. But Ye gave a flirtatious glance towards Aldebaran as he harbored that impression. Ye, sooner or later, why don't you try touching me without mentioning anything about where you've laid your fingers? You must be awfully fatigued, so... Al-Sama, I don't mind comforting you in your weakened state, you know. Aldebaran. Ye? Oh. Does this silence perhaps suggest that you're considering it as an option? In that case, I'll go get the bed ready before you change your mind. Aldebaran. You've got it wrong. I was just pondering over what I should say to shut you up. Besides, you... Yai, what is it? Aldebaran. You yourself said that there would be no meaning in having such a relationship with me, yeah? Pointing his finger at Ye as she produced a bewitching atmosphere, Aldebaran questioned her true intent. Unfortunately, no matter how coquettishly she phrased her invitation, Aldebaran would never go along with it. Aldebaran had spent over 10 years as a gladiator on Gladiator Island, where societal order was at its worst. He was tired of hearing those kinds of sales pitches. Besides, this was not the first time that Ye had tried to seduce Aldebaran like this. Hence, neither was it his first time rejecting her. But as Ye caressed her own body in a disappointed manner, Ye, this is also a shinobi weapon, so it's hurtful for it to be dismissed so bluntly. Aldebaran, don't cling to weapons that don't work. Mistaking the means for the end can be a slippery slope. Yai. Well, that's quite the reasonable advice. After all, if I could have gotten you to love me, Al-Sama, then my tomorrow would have been secured forever. But that hope fell apart when the madam died. Aldebaran. Yay, that angry look on your face. I can see it, you know. As she slightly inclined her head, Ye's words were a sharp blade that wounded Aldebaran's heart. It could not have been without malice. Ye was brimming with intent to wound Aldebaran, and Aldebaran had resigned himself to receive that blade. Neither of them had declared it, but Aldebaran had been intent on protecting Priscilla's life, and Ye had also believed that that Priscilla's life would be secure. Now that the unspoken understanding had been broken, this torment from Ye was a natural punishment. Ye, I won't say that you went back on your word. After all, I never ascertained it through your words. Only since Al-Sama loved the madam, I thought you would have naturally protected her till the end. Touching her lips, Yai spun words that tore Aldebaran to shreds. In silence, as he tasted the sharpness of that blade, Aldebaran would listen to her next words. That was definite retribution he ought to receive. Yea, please, don't misunderstand. Al-Sama, I'm not reproaching you for not having protected the madam, you know. Aldebaran, yeah. I quite liked the madam, though I did try to kill her because of an order. She was classy, intelligent, beautiful, and surprisingly kind. But if she ended up dying, then there's nothing to be done about that. Those who die don't come back. Though for some reason it seems like they were brought back in the Empire. Even though he had not shared the details of the events in the Empire until then, Ye brought up the topic of the great disaster, which she must have heard about somewhere. But rather than where she got her hands on that information, Aldebaran's attention was turned to Ye's manner of progressing the conversation, leaving her true intentions unreadable. If Ye had no intent of reproaching Aldebaran, then just what did she intend to accomplish by discussing Priscilla's death and verbally attacking Aldebaran like this? Ye, my words are simply words, you know. Al-Sama, you're getting hurt by them of your own accord. All I'm doing is holding you accountable. Aldebaran, holding me accountable? Yay. Didn't you ask about it yourself? About what my objective was in trying to comfort you, Al-Sama. Well, perhaps your phrasing was a little more crude. Aldebaran. Before, it was in order to have Al-Sama love me and thus protect me. But I now understand that it's not an absolute. So my objective has changed from back then. As she spoke, Ye slowly walked right up before Aldebaran and folded her knees. Then, on eye level with Aldebaran, as he sat on the dirty floor, Ye, my goal in my proposal to comfort you now, Al-Sama, is not a seduction. It's insurance, so to speak. Aldebaran, insurance? Yeah, Alsama. It's already begun, now hasn't it? You've betrayed those who've treated you well. You've even unleashed the Witch of Envy to ground the Sword's Saint. This can't be stopped, and it would be a problem to have it stop, so I can't afford to have you fail. That's why... Pausing her words there, Ye gently reached out a white finger and touched Aldebaran's neck. As the fingertip of a short nail tickled his neck, Ye brought her lips to his ears so as to whisper, Ye, please, accomplish what you set out to do, Alsama. If it's for that purpose, then whether it's my body, my talents, my techniques, or anything else, please make use of them. I will serve to comfort you, be it to rest your mind, or vent your anger. Her breathing was feverish, and with no falsehood in the voice that dedicated the entirety of her being, Ye flashed the high canines that could be seen in her mouth, and continued. That was... Ye. Then after you've accomplished what you'd set out to do, please die once and for all. Alsama, if you don't die, I don't think I'll ever feel safe for the rest of my entire life. Saying that in the most horrifyingly coquettish tone until then, Ye smiled. That was the reason why Ye Tenzin was assisting Aldebaran, even if it meant making an enemy of the world. Thus, Aldebaran himself could also assent to that conclusion. It was something he had known since the beginning. If Aldebaran ever accomplished his goal, all of his actions up until that point would not be forgiven. Nor would they be exonerated. Much less would they be deemed acceptable or be understood. He did not wish to be understood. Neither did he wish to be forgiven. Please, please, don't forgive me. Once all was said and done, Aldebaran would assuredly be burned at the stake. That conclusion of him being burned to death was the hope of Ye Tenzin. Nay, Aldebaran himself also desired it. Were he to succeed in his objective, he would gladly be burned at the stake. Then, just like the woman who had burned herself to save her motherland, Aldebaran would likewise be reduced to ash. When that time came, finally would Aldebaran be able to undo his territory, destroying the Matrix. Aldebaran. In a mutual silence, Aldebaran and Ye locked eyes at a proximity where they could feel each other's breaths. Therein was nothing akin to the desire between man and woman, but rather a pitiful girl with the chains on her life in the clutches of a monster, and the dried-out misery of a foolish clown exerting himself to play the role of monster. Then, as their gazes continued to remain locked for a while, what the hell? How did I... Suddenly, a voice that was neither Aldebaran's nor Ye's, but that of a third party, boorishly ripped apart the space between the two. That which had been heard was a shriek from Heinkel, who had seemingly woken up. Though if Ye's report a moment prior had been the truth, the manner in which he had been tied up was such that if careless, he would end up in pieces. Aldebaran. The old man's gonna fall apart. Go untie him before that happens. Ye. Are you glossing over me? It'd be fine even if Heinkel-sama were to fall apart. Aldebaran. It's not fine. I made a promise to the old man. When everything's finished, I'll arrange the dragon's blood for him. I keep my promises. Promises are important. Yay. Promises. All right. Would you then make one with me? A promise, that is. Aldebaran. Yay. If you make me a promise and if you keep it, then fine. I'll do it. Heinkel-sama won't fall apart. Yay, am your faithful servant. Briefly poking out her red tongue, whilst concealing the murderous intent within her narrowed eyes, Ye asked of him. At her words, Aldebaran closed his eyes within his helmet. Then, slowly holding up his right hand, he extended his pinky. As she witnessed that, Ye made a puzzled face befitting a girl her age. He recalled when in the past, Priscilla had similarly been caught off guard upon seeing him extend his pinky like this. And as he recalled it, Aldebaran, entwining our pinkies and making a pinky promise, that's my ritual for making promises. Yay. Entwining our pinkies. How lewd. Aldebaran, it's not lewd. If you aren't gonna do it, fine. Yay, I will. Have a look-see. Ye-chan's pinky and Alsama's pinky are entwined. Her phrasing had been lascivious, but Aldebaran did not mention anything about it. Then, with their pinkies entwined, they rocked their hands up and down. Aldebaran. Finger cutting 10,000 fists. If you lie, you have to swallow 1,000 needles. There. It's a pinky promise. With that, he concluded the pinky promise of his own demise. Aldebaran, wishing for his own death, had mixed feelings about Ye's awfully delighted demeanor here. But he did indeed think that she really was a shinobi maid who suited those omitted aspects of beautiful, sweet, and lovely. Heinkel, somebody do something. Gah, gah, gah. Still, the pathetic cries of pain of the neglected Heinkel echoed loudly throughout the woods. Heinkel, piece of shit, you'll regret this, maid. Yay. Please don't use such dirty language, Heinkel-sama. As you can see, we're isolated and short-handed, so we can't afford to waste personnel to keep watch over you, Heinkel-sama. Heinkel, then it would have been fine to just lay me on my side. The nerve you must have to pointlessly tie me up. Yeah. I just thought that seeing a little blood might calm you down. Isn't it just the cutesy survival tactics of this delicate Ye to ensure that this camp isn't destroyed? Heinkel, why, you little? A red line streaked the back of his neck. As Heinkel rubbed where the blood had run down, he unconsciously reached down for the sword at his waist, indignant at Ye's talkative demeanor. But when Aldebaran spied a dangerous glint in Ye's eye at the same time, he had no choice but to intervene in their interaction with a weight. Aldebaran, Ye, don't instigate. Old man, Ye is just like this. Heinkel, I don't care. By the time I showed up, this woman wasn't at the mansion anymore. Yay. Yippity-yap, Heinkel-sama and I narrowly missed meeting each other at the mansion. To think that the replacement of this beautiful and competent Yaya-chan was Heinkel-sama, it must have been quite a shock to Schultz-chan, right? Aldebaran. Surprisingly, Schultz-chan got along really well with the old man. That's really surprising, even though that's not at all the case with your own son, Heinkel. You little... Aldebaran. Yay! Once again Ye began to deliberately grate on Heinkel's nerves, and so Aldebaran directed a stern gaze her way, but her only response was apologies and a bow with her hands clasped. The two had met for the first time when he approached Heinkel with his plans, and had him leave the fortified city in advance to converge with Ye. But their chemistry was worse than he ever could have imagined. Regardless of Heinkel not liking Ye, it seemed that Ye was also not considerably fond of Heinkel. To be honest, Ye was unfriendly with Heinkel to an extent uncharacteristic of even herself. Aldebaran, sorry old man, but from here on out, both you and Ye are gonna have indispensable roles. I won't tell you to get along, so at least play your part well. So, Aldebaran gave up on trying to reform Ye's attitude and requested Heinkel to compromise. He was sorry to Heinkel, but so long as he desired the dragon's blood, he could not go against Aldebaran's plans or views. Obediently, he would be put to use, and contrary to Aldebaran's expectation that there would be some natural backlash, Heinkel briefly muttered, "Understood." Heinkel. More importantly, were you telling the truth? That in 7 days, things will be settled? Aldebaran? Yeah, but rather than calling it the truth, I'd say I'm serious about it. I seriously intend on concluding this in 7 days. Heinkel, when that time comes, give me the dragon's blood of Volcanica. You absolutely must not break that promise. That and the Witch of Envy. Aldebaran, I've thought of a plan to have that withdraw. Or the battle between your son and the Witch of Envy can amount to anything, yeah? You don't need to worry, Heinkel. I'm not worried. Aldebaran, Heinkel, I'm not worried. As his expression clouded over with shame, Heinkel did not wring out any further words. After gazing over Heinkel in silence, Aldebaran turned to face forward. As Ye led the way, Aldebaran's party was moving to exit the woods in which they had been hiding. As mentioned previously, now that he had overcome the unavoidable clash with the Sword Saint, Aldebaran and his henchmen would have no choice but to avoid trouble as much as possible as they headed toward their target destination. For that purpose, with a long way to go, they would have to continue traversing westward through the kingdom of Lagunica. Yay. But will it really go so smoothly such that nobody gets in our way? After all, isn't there a high probability that the Sword Saint-Sama's collaborators already know about your wrongdoings, Al-Sama, Aldebaran? Don't call them wrongdoings. Firstly, my betrayal is undoubtedly known. When little Miss Flam contacted her little sister, it's hard to think that the Sword Saint was the only other person present, and there's no chance he just flew off without saying anything to anyone. Hence, we're turning the tables on them. Yai. And by turning the tables, you mean using the divine dragon Sama, Aldebaran? That's right. Responding to Ye's question, Aldebaran pointed to the sky obstructed by the trees of the surrounding woods. As Aldebaran's party proceeded through the forest like this, Aldebaran did not accompany them. Of course, its large body would have been exceedingly conspicuous, but there was something that Aldebaran had wished for it to do by using its fame and absurdly noticeable body. Aldebaran. For now, the divine dragon is headed in a different direction from ours. I had it fly north. By having it draw attention there, I expect attention to be diverted away from us. He was unsure of the accuracy of Flam's divine protection of Mindspeak, but if, in addition to Aldebaran's betrayal, she had conveyed the information regarding the antagonism of the divine dragon Volcanica, the sightings of Volcanica would be regarded as a threat to the kingdom, and it would become the center of their attention. Without Reinhard, they would need to mobilize personnel on the level of the Order of Knights, or else they would be unable to even take seats at the negotiation table with Volcanica. Such would be their viewpoint. Thus, Aldebaran. Naturally, the opponent would assume that I'd be together with the greatest fighting strength. Nobody would arrive at the idea that he had parted with the divine dragon, which he had gone out of his way to gain as an ally. But, considering Aldebaran's objective, there would be no meaning in standing out more than necessary, so it was natural to exclude the inevitably conspicuous Aldebaran from acting with the group. Having read Aldebaran's Book of the Dead, Aldebaran shared his objective, plans, and expectations, and thus would likely fulfill the role levied upon it. In the meantime, Aldebaran's party would close the physical distance on their objective with success. For that purpose, Ye's skills as a shinobi would also come in handy. Ye. Al-Sama, a problem has arisen. As Ye suddenly stopped in her tracks and informed him so, Aldebaran held his breath. Walking at the rear of the line, Henkel also stopped and called out to Ye with an oi. She responded not to his call, and silently directing her gaze beyond the trees, outside the woods. Ye. It's the worst that you get when you combine most and bad, but we're being ambushed. Aldebaran, H.K. Hinkle. Ha! An ambush! So what the hell was all that for? Your whole dragon diversion thing. Receiving a report of unexpected circumstances, Aldebaran's cheeks stiffened, and Henkel raised his voice. Henkel was more distraught than he was angry, and Aldebaran felt the same way, even if he did not voice it. There was no way they were being ambushed. The presence of the divine dragon Volcanica could not be ignored. That was if they could not focus on anything else but the divine dragon Volcanica's strength. Oi, you can hear me, can't you? I know you're in there, helmet bastard. Aldebaran. As if having calculated the time he had caught his breath, a voice struck at the precise moment he let it go. But that was wrong. That was not so. It was not that the time had been calculated. Unlike the have-nots, the haves would never miss the timing in these situations. Such had been the case for the Sun Princess, Priscilla Bariel. Thus, with equal status as Priscilla Bariel, for she who vied for the same seat of the kingdom's apex, it was simply that the selfsame marvel resided innately within. Outside the woods, awaiting Aldebaran and his party, the second coming of the Golden Lion. Looks like you took care of my garbage night. Guess I got no choice but to clean up after him. He's not used to having it wiped by others, but the one who'll be cleaning up his ass here is me. Chapter 18. 100 times more troublesome. They recounted their lonely struggles, their days of ineradicable remorse. A tale pertaining to their past, one that they had decided ought not be treated without the utmost respect, gravity, and caution. Even after letting it all out, their never let go and forward-facing mindset was ephemeral. My compensation, that is. They could not help but detest the witch who expressed the price for leaving this dream world as thus. With a trace of their red tongue, with a hint of mischief hanging in the air, that vacuous beauty toyed with them, seemingly scheming to guide them as per their will. Which, all right, I've decided. The first time, She had demanded that they forget. But what would she decree for this second time? As if to mock them, as they involuntarily stiffened, the witch, who exuded the faint fragrance of flowers, brought her fingers to a white handkerchief that fluttered in the wind. It was embroidered with a great spirit in the form of a gray cat, with gold linings around the white fabric. The handkerchief Petra gave me when I left for the sanctuary, to scream out, "Stop!" until their throat tore itself apart. They wished to scream out, "Stop!" until their throat tore itself apart. No throat to do so could be found. They wanted to throw themselves in front of the terrifying witch and shout, "Stop!" There was nobody there to stand in front of the terrifying witch and yell, "Stop!" Ergo, no matter how much they attempted to shout, "Stop! Stop it!" In their heart, no matter how much their soul attempted to step in, they could not stop them. Witch, the price for the tea party has been paid. From the bottom of my heart, I look forward to your next visit. The value of the payment was expressed, and a slight sense of relief and happiness grew. More than feeling triumphant that they had been the one to have led to that, they were far, 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 far more terrified that the witch had taken an interest in them. Just what their own self had become a part of, they knew not. Looks like Echidna kept her word. The tea party didn't get erased from my memories this time. The dream world was enveloped by a white light, and they returned from the illusion to a dark, cold space, returning to the location where they again had met the witch. Something odd, they noticed. Where's Emilia? Their heart growing restless by her absence when she ought to have been present. They were filled with a sense of unease, an overflowing sense of anxiety, and a sense of incongruity seemed to seep out. As for one who had been forced to repeat this over and over again, it was a deviation from a base principle, a deviation that should not exist. Driven by a sense of foreboding welling up from within, they hurriedly left the tomb, and as soon as they stepped outside the tomb and into the moonlight, what they saw was a shadow. The sanctuary, shrouded in the darkest of blacks, a tonality mark of a witch even more terrifying than the witch who had created said place. No matter how much they shouted, "Stop!" how much they rejected it, how much they cried, how much they resisted, it would not draw to a close. After all, this was the history of his unerasable path, that he had certainly tread. Amidst all that, did I contribute something? Helmet bastard, that voice declaring so had clearly been aware of Aldebaran, yet I had sensed the presence of an ambush. And then came the familiar, assertive voice. It was not necessary to think very hard in order to understand that their deliberate act of separating their primary strength in an all-out diversion had ended in failure. Having understood that, the problem currently awaiting Aldebaran was, "Oi!" That voice just now. It's that blonde-haired brat, Reinhard's master. What the hell's she doing here? Wasn't it supposed to be that nobody could find us? Henkel's distraught demeanor thoroughly exemplified the confusion of this situation. His level of panic was the same as what Aldebaran felt within. But thanks to him disgracefully losing his cool first, Aldebaran had avoided becoming flustered. Nonetheless, the situation was by no means promising. Aldebaran. And I just updated my matrix 15 seconds ago. The regular updating of the matrix was intended to be a prudent measure in order to avoid unnecessary risk in the event of a surprise attack, but it appeared to have backfired here. Aldebaran would have no chance to retry save for the 15 seconds back from this current point. This meant that the opponent's ambush was no longer avoidable. An ambush like this was a far worse tactic for Aldebaran to face than any surprise attack. Whether it was through good insight or just guesswork, the ambush had been sprung at precisely the worst time. Yay. If you're talking about the Sword Saint's master, could this be the rumored Felt-Sama? I wonder, is it already time to use Henkel-sama as a human sacrifice? Henkel. HK. If you're trying to get through this by using me as a hostage, it'll get you nowhere. Those guys want nothing more than to have Reinhard succeed the headship of House Astria. Right now, I'm the one in a bad position by being with you guys. If they have a good enough reason, they'll kill me without mercy. Yay. Well, if that's the case, then wouldn't that make you even better suited to the role of human sacrifice? Henkel. I told you this ain't the time to be cracking jokes. Likely, she had not been joking. Henkel yelled back at her with a dumbfounded look in his eyes while Ye asked, "What should we do?" as she shrugged at Aldebaran. Unlike the two shaken, middle-aged men, Ye was calmly reacting to the situation which lay before them. Perhaps being the result of her shinobi training, her well-honed mental strength was admirable. For Aldebaran, it seemed to be a state of mind he could never reach, no matter how many millions of times he died. Aldebaran? In any case, there's no point in us sending forth the old man. If what was waiting for them outside the forest truly was Felt and her allies, then, per Henkel's grievous acknowledgement, it would be ineffective to use him as a hostage. In fact, if it came to pass that this opportunity was seized to take his life, it would have made quite the punchline for "Here rests the beloved and respected Henkel Astra to be writ upon his grave." And the reason why naught but pessimistic pictures came to mind was because he lacked the materials to paint an optimistic picture. "Aldebaran. Yea, old man, wait here. I'll go have a look first." "Henkel, are you out of your mind? This woman's a shinobi, isn't she? If anyone's going out there first, shouldn't it be her? You tell him too." "Yay, Alsama, that's the best course of action, correct? Aldebaran?" "Yeah." He gave that answer as he inclined his chin, and Ye readily withdrew, saying, "Roger that." Henkel, his face still red with frustration, tried to continue pressing the issue, but Ye, "Don't be so persistent, Henkel-sama. You don't need to worry so much. Who else but Alsama could come up with an idea like using the Divine Dragon Volcanica and actually pull it off? There's no way he doesn't have a plan." Henkel, "Well, I guess so." Henkel reluctantly retracted his words in response to Ye's backup. As one would have expected, the prestige of the Divine Dragon was effective in many ways, regardless of whether or not the being in question was senile. Even in this situation where they were completely outdone, it gave one unconditional confidence that Aldebaran would not go down without a fight. Unfortunately, it was now showtime for the lack of a plan that Ye had declared an impossibility. "Aldebaran. Now, am I walking into an oni nest or a snake pit?" He would feel reluctant either way, but Aldebaran hid those uneasy thoughts inside his helmet and headed straight out of the woods, leaving the other two behind. The information he needed in order to inform his next decisions consisted of the confirmation of the hostile opponents' identities and their fighting strength. "You got a lot of nerve coming out so boldly like that. Must be fully prepared, yeah?" His view, obscured by tall trees, suddenly cleared up, and a plain unfolded before Aldebaran's eyes. Standing imposingly on the other side of the plain with a smile bearing her white canines was a girl of golden hair and red eyes. It was the person he had assumed, judging from the characteristics of her voice and the contents of her dialogue. Felt. Aldebaran. This was what followed the encounter with Reinhard. That in itself was no surprise. In addition, Aldebaran had already begun estimating his opponent's strength as soon as he guessed that the opponent was Felt. At the current point in time, her two-star players, the Sword Saint and the Grey, had already been dealt with. Referring back to his knowledge he had acquired from his time in the Watergate city of Pristella, would the other key members of this camp then be the trio of former thugs, Flam's younger sister, whom he had yet to see, and the old giant who had yet to see, invaded the royal castle? Although Felt's own capabilities were yet to be confirmed, it was unlikely that she would come close to matching Priscilla's strength. Even Priscilla would have been no match for Aldebaran if they were to have fought one-on-one. Even in the unlikely event that Felt was secretly a very powerful individual, he would have had many ways of dealing with her. At least, that was what Aldebaran had been thinking until he exited the forest. However, Aldebaran... "Oi, oi, what kind of joke is this?" Aldebaran could not help but give a dry smile at the unexpected sight that unfolded before his eyes. After all, his original expectation had been for 5 people. 6 at most. This was roughly 100 times that. A group of over 500 people were there to receive Aldebaran. Felt had grown up in the slums, and even though her position in society had changed, there still existed within her a mindset of poverty. Although she no longer lacked food, clothing, or a place to sleep, those were things not of Felt's own possession. They were all attached to Reinhard and the Astria household. Indeed, Reinhard was Felt's knight, but she was not so deluded as to think that this gave her the right to claim all of his possessions as her own. Therefore, she had no intention of letting the cards she had originally held in her hand go to waste, even if the food she ate was delicious. The quality of her clothes changed dramatically, and she could sleep soundly until morning. The cards in Felt's hand were, simply put, a collection of traits she'd cultivated in order to live strong. Her keen eye for spotting easy suckers and her ability to escape, both honed during her time in the slums, her courage in the face of any situation, and her intuition for when she was in a bind, all of these had been sharpened further after the Thayer incident with the bowel hunter that had led to her encounter with Reinhard, and she continued to hone these skills even during her time spent receiving a higher education in preparation for the royal selection. As a matter of fact, all of these cards were now much more useful than before. And yet, she had still never been able to shake off Reinhard even once. In any case, by continuing to hone her old cards, Felt's perspective had broadened to a level that allowed her to see things which had before escaped her sight. Felt's confidence did not allow her to overlook the slightest sense of unease which might have bothered her. The same applied to when Flam, who had remained at the Pleiades watchtower, sent word of the critical situation to her twin sister Gracie in the royal capital via the divine protection of Mindspeak. Felt-sama, I must hasten towards the Augria sand dunes at once. I may have to do battle against the divine dragon Volcanica there. If the battle reaches beyond the Sand Sea, the damage would be far too great. Felt. Wait a second. It almost seems like they're going out of their way to start the battle in that sandy dump to me. I'm pretty sure you were saying something about how that's the one place in the whole world where you're at your weakest, yeah? Reinhard? Yes, that is correct. I am not very compatible with the miasma in that location. However, avoiding this is not an option. Flam and Ezodano are in that tower. In addition, upon hearing the news from Grassis, Reinhard seemed to be driven by a sense of duty as the Sword Saint, to which Felt responded by saying, I know, and scratching her head. That Reinhard was making that face at this moment was one of the things about him she was not very fond of, but there was no point in bringing it up. More importantly, she needed to get Reinhard to accept her next proposal. That proposal was, Felt, Reinhard, I ain't telling you not to go, but don't just go off alone. Take us part of the way too. Reinhard, Felt-sama, that is, Felt, hey, are you saying that you're going off to do something reckless, but won't let me do the same? Don't be so conceited. Aside from you, everyone else is still entitled to do everything they can. Reinhard remained silent, unsure of what to say in defense, and it was easy to understand what was going on inside his mind from a glance. After all, not only had their opponent completely defeated Ezo and Flam, but he also had the divine dragon Volcanica accompanying him. This had the potential to be one of the biggest crises the kingdom had ever faced. It was truly a colossal task worthy of the attention of the Sword Saint. Felt. I don't get it though, Reinhard. May I ask what you do not understand? Felt. Even if he didn't know about Flam's divine protection, people would still find out about him as soon as he brought out the divine dragon. And as soon as that happened, it's obvious you'd come flying. But still, that helmet bastard did it anyway. Right. So, are you saying that Aldono is acting in anticipation of that, Felt-sama? Felt, which is more likely in his case, anticipating that people will come for him, or believing that nobody will. Felt posited this with one eye closed, and Reinhard began to seriously consider the possibility. He must have had some sort of measure in place to deal with Reinhard. In fact, it was quite possible that bringing the divine dragon to his side was a part of it. With the poor conditions of being in the Augria sand dunes and the presence of the divine dragon, was it still possible for Reinhard to overcome this? Reinhard, even if that is the case, even so, I must go. Even if the enemy has taken effective countermeasures, I am the only one who can overcome them. Felt. Reinhard, don't dodge. Upon giving this order to Reinhard, the eyes of the red-haired knight who was kneeling so as to speak to her widened in surprise. When, as instructed, he did not move, and Felt placed both of her hands on his cheeks. Reinhard's eyes were fixed on her, sullying his beautiful appearance, which was the cause of much excitement in the streets. Felt. Moron. I told you I ain't stopping. Just jump on the opponent's invitation. Unleash your ridiculous strength and go wild. I'll pick up the rest from there. Reinhard. Ah. Bringing her face closer, she said this from a distance where their noses nearly touched. And just as she was watching his sky-blue eyes shimmer with surprise, the door to the room was violently slammed open. Standing there was a group of familiar faces, gasping for breath. Felt. You've come back just in time. How'd it go? Ha ha. This is just insane. Why don't we just use one of our own sturdy dragon carriages that we don't care about breaking, milady? You idiot, that ground dragon. I thought we couldn't take Romy with us. What the hell's going on? Grassus didn't give me any details either. Dragon carriage procurement complete. The trio squeezed through the cramped entrance, shoulder to shoulder, with a sleepy-eyed Grassus following behind them. Reinhard looked around at the crowd of people who had just arrived, and again his eyes widened in amazement. Felt snorted at the sight of that childish expression, one that did not fit his age. Felt, hey, put a little more life into your face, Reinhard. Felt Sama, this is... Felt. Don't get ahead of yourself and start thinking you can do everything on your own, Reinhard. You can't even hold the hands of all three of them at the same time on your own, you know? She said that while shrugging her shoulders at him, and Reinhard blinked, his eyes fixated on her. Then, he took a deep breath. And quietly letting the emotion in his eyes slowly begin to settle, Reinhard. Yes, I'm the Sword Saint, who cannot even hold the hands of all three of them at the same time on my own. Finally he nodded, donning the face of Reinhard, not just that of the Sword Saint. After that, it was a race against time, as Felt worked Reinhard as hard as possible. Carrying the dragon carriage that Grassus and the others had found, Reinhard went from the royal capital to the Augria sand dunes in a single flight, sending them to the Astria domain en route. Reinhard. I am leaving now, Felt Sama. Felt. Go make a show of it and beat him down 100 times over. Truthfully, even with Reinhard's divine protection of wind evasion, she had not wanted to experience that emergency trip again. But it had undoubtedly been worthwhile to make the detour. The helmet bastards' counters against Reinhard, their viciousness had far exceeded her wildest imaginations. The manifestation of the Witch of Envy in the sand dunes, which she knew was still keeping Reinhard at a standstill, had occurred shortly after his departure. To think, the Witch of Envy, even in my prime, I wouldn't have considered such a method. That helmet bastard, I don't know him, but was he really that crazy? Ramji, who was stroking his bald head with his large palm, sighed heavily at the distant report. Ramji, who had joined them at the estate, was one of the two main strategists of the faction, along with Ezo, who was no longer present. However, upon hearing Ramji's report, Felt shook her head in disagreement. Felt, from what I saw, that helmet bastard wasn't that crazy. His appearance and way of speaking were different, sure, but honestly, he was no worse than that cat-eared guy from Crush Nichan's side, or the black-haired Nichan from Amelia Nichan's side. Towards Al, who had caused this situation and turned into an enemy, Felt did not have a particularly good or bad impression. However, like the other knights, she thought he had a strong sense of loyalty to his master, despite his frivolous attitude. That was why Felt, when his princess died, maybe he ended up falling into despair. The death of Priscilla Burial caught in the internal struggle of the Valasian Empire. The unbelievable news delivered to the royal castle of Lagunica. Naturally, it reached Felt's ears while she was in the royal capital. To be honest, she could not understand it right away when she heard it. And even now, she did not feel it in any real sense. That was how full of life Priscilla had been, so far removed from anything related to death. Felt. There's no such thing as an immortal human. Us bystanders, we can swallow it like that. But that helmet bastard wasn't like that. But what's his plan if that's the case? According to the report from Flam, he's said to be commanding the Divine Dragon. But is he planning on dragging the world into a grand suicide? Felt. I don't think that's impossible, but to throw everything away, dragging the world with him too. Mourn Priscilla's death. Felt thought it was unlikely to be such an outburst in that direction. If Al's goal was such an obvious desire for destruction, then the biggest obstacle to that would undoubtedly be Reinhard. Yet, The helmet bastard didn't team up with the Witch of Envy, to kill Reinhard. So at least for now, it means world destruction isn't his goal. Felt. Oh, what's this, Rachens? Just because Sensei isn't here, you're trying to be the voice of reason? Rachens, don't mock me. Honestly, if you ask me, I just want to escape and run. The Witch of Envy showing up? This is beyond what we can handle. Exaggeratedly flicking his long tongue, Rachens snapped at Felt. Beside him were Gaston and Camberley, who both anxiously agreed with Rachens, saying, Yeah, Camberley. Yeah, that's right, miss. Even if Reinhard stopped the Witch of Envy, the Divine Dragon is still running wild, right? That's beyond what we can handle, Gaston. Felt understands that much, right? We returned to the domain to evacuate the citizens on the off chance that... Felt, yeah, we'll need to deal with that one too. Gaston? See? Like I said. Wait, did you say that one too? For a moment, Gaston's eyes twinkled with relief at Felt's response. Seeing his reaction, Felt laughed and nodded, saying, Oh, I did, Felt. We have to think about the worst-case scenario, but we can't make a huge fuss. After all, you guys are freaking out just because it's a witch. Camberley, of course we are. And you're freaking out too, miss, aren't you? It's a witch. A witch, Felt. Your girlfriend gets called something similar, doesn't she, Camberley? Toto gets called Wicked Temptress, but she's cute in front of me, so it's fine. Ratchins. Stop fooling around. The conversation's getting off track. Interrupting the spitting match between Felt and Camberley, Rachens sharply glared at them as he said, Okay, and placed his hand on the map spread out on the tabletop with a thump. Rachens, we won't get anywhere unless we decide on a course of action. Felt, what's your plan? Camberley. If it's by majority vote, there's no doubt the answer is to run. But, Rom, we all intend to follow your lead. Seeing Ramji's serious tone, Felt briefly held her breath. Looking around, Rachens had a skeptical look. Gaston's face was grim, and Camberley's legs trembled like a newborn deer, all waiting for Felt's response without arguing. Seriously, when did these guys become so reliable? Felt, that's been me all along. I really hated it when something bad happened and people just sat around, waiting for someone else to fix it. Rom, sigh, such a fiery way of thinking. I wonder who she got that from. Felt, who knows? Ask my foster parent, have him think about it. After saying that to her foster parent, who slowly shook his head, Felt stuck her tongue out playfully. Then she turned around with enthusiasm, looking at the group, waiting for her words. And then, she declared, Felt, all right, you guys, time to get off your asses. This is someone who made a fool of my Reinhard. No need to hold back on him, so let's crush him. Resolved to fight, Felt and her faction had moved swiftly. Far away at the eastern edge of the world, the battle between Reinhard and the Witch of Envy raged on, and Al, the one who had given rise to such a predicament, had left the battlefield, departing the Sand Sea with the Divine Dragon in tow. They had been able to accurately grasp the opponent's movements until that point. The problem was, there have been eyewitness reports that the Divine Dragon's going north. Take that at face value, and you'd assume the helmet bastards gotta be accompanying it. That's to say their destination be in the north, but Felt, if that's at face value, you're saying there's a thought pattern that branches another way? Far as I've heard, the helmet bastards' plans were so meticulous that they included countermeasures for even Reinhard. So then, why go out of his way to stand out at the in-town by the exit of the sand dunes? Felt, that'd be, to reinforce the impression that he's got a dragon with him, yeah? Indeed, he'd wanted to give us that impression. After all, ain't the Divine Dragon flying at a height such that people can see it headed north with their naked eyes? Though he had prefaced that it might have branched another way, Ramji's conjecture was certainly unexpected. Nearly all affairs had a simple way to interpret them, alongside a more twisted way to interpret them, and in the majority of cases, the simplest interpretation would result in the right answer. However, a faint unease had restrained Felt's feelings in this case. Felt, deliberately making a show of the dragon going north. But why, Rom? Naturally, it's to conceal his true aims. Ought to be. Showing the dragon flying round is a card he played to distract us. So aside from the north and east, I presume his destination should lie to the west or south. Felt. The princess died in the Empire. If the divine dragon opened fire on the Empire, would it kick off a conflict with that country that's filled with complex relations? Nah, that probably ain't it. If that guess was correct, it would certainly have yielded a great deal of strife between the kingdom and the empire. However, that would have been in striking contradiction to the sovereign letter regarding the future of diplomatic relations between the Wallachian Empire and the Kingdom of Lugunica, sent back at the time of the news of Priscilla's death. Of course, there was also the possibility that, not wanting to get the kingdom involved, it was a simple act of retaliation towards the empire. Felt. If that were the case, there wouldn't be much difference to a suicide bombing that drags the entire world down with him. That would mean... Rom. Mean what? Felt. My gut's telling me west, though I can't tell if it's straight west, northwest, or southwest. Rom, if the dragon's a diversion, we can eliminate the possibility of northwest. That narrows it down to 2 points. All that's left is to... Felt. Yeah. All that's left is to... Gambling everything on their interpretation. Felt lined up all of her camp's military strength upon the plain. To put it bluntly, the Astria domain did not retain much of an army. This, too, was a malady of Reinhard being far too strong. But she had tasked those few soldiers with leading the evacuation of the territories that the opponent might pass through. That was fine. Their strength was meant to protect. Right now, what was necessary was not that, but rather... As I thought, there's something wrong with you, girl. Nah, I don't know about that. She's got a decisiveness I find desirable. If need there be, she doesn't hesitate to drag us vassals of violence into it. I can hold my nose high as her supporter. And where might that nose of yours be, I wonder? Those tattoos on your face are so vehemently assertive, and my eyes are unable to get a complete view of your facial features whatsoever. With each speaking in their own respective manner, they were the representatives of the gathered military strength. One was a large pig human, clad in a thick armor of muscle, of a huge stature that rivaled Rom-Ge. One was an eccentric of queer appearance, his face covered in blue tattoos of balancing scales. One was a blooming beauty, coquettishly adorned in lascivious clothing unsuited to the situation. The black-silver coin, the balance, and the flower prison garden. Although they were lined up, they showed not a tinge of amicability towards each other, but there was one thing they all had in common. That upon Felt's beck and call, they had gathered. They were the big shots that governed over the criminal underworld of the ground dragon capital of Flanders, a city northeast of the Astria domain, and since becoming acquainted with them during a previous incident, Felt networked with them. Each and every one of them were scoundrels with guilty consciences, but at the same time they were a necessary evil who were supporters of Felt, numbering around 500 people in total. They trusted in Felt's instincts, and had accompanied her in this battle formation. Felt. What a magnificent sight. How'd this many end up gathering here? Making a visor with her hand, Felt raised her voice at the lineup of 500 scoundrels. In truth, when she thought of attempting to borrow strength from Flanders, she estimated that a tenth of this amount would have been satisfactory. Unexpectedly, she had gotten 10 times that number. Felt. Even though I told them that the opponent was a guy who managed to outmaneuver Reinhard, geez, I know it's not the place or time for it. But I wish I could show you. It was something she wished she could teach Reinhard, who was not present in this place, that there were so many people who, instead of turning tail and running from a situation even Reinhard could not overcome, had gathered to clean up after his ass. Felt. Well, there are also probably some like Camberley who just can't back out. Muttering so, Felt cracked her neck and turned around with her allies to her back. Ahead of her vision, parallel to the lineup of the troop, the large forest, facing it, Felt inhaled in as large of a breath that could fit in her small body. Felt. Oi, you can hear me, can't you? I know you're in there, helmet bastard. Indeed, she unleashed a declaration of war that served to commence the battle. Having had absolutely no idea that such an inconceivable move could have been played, Aldebaran could do nothing but stand still at the sight spread out before his eyes. Aldebaran. Oi, oi, to the extent that a dry smile unconsciously emerged on his face. This situation had derailed Aldebaran's calculations, a situation 100 times worse than he could have ever hypothesized. Filled him with awe. Truly, this situation filled him with awe. Lacking a sense of visual cohesion, the troop was lined up across the plain. However, firmly sharing in the goal to oppose something, they were an army corps of unmatching steel. Aldebaran. Still wearing that dry smile on his face, Aldebaran was at a loss. The way his mind was abruptly thrown into chaos when things outside his expectations occurred demonstrated the difference between himself and Ye, who instead stood impressed. The grounds on which Ye acknowledged him as her superior too was nothing more than a fabrication secured by his cheat technique of an authority. In any case, Aldebaran. Quite the big shot, aren't you now, Lil Miss Felt? Right in the center of that astonishment, Felt was the key figure who went above and beyond Aldebaran's expectations. The atmosphere she exuded that had convinced him so had grown ever sharper in the 3 short months he had not seen her. As expected from such an outstanding talent, who had made Priscilla recognize her as a worthy adversary in the span of merely a year, her level of importance in the world fundamentally differed to that of Aldebaran. Having said that, his resolve was not so cheap that he would back down for that reason alone. Aldebaran, thanks for coming out to greet me, but is it really fine for you to concern yourself with me? Even now, you guys' Sword Saint is... Felt. Sorry, man. Aldebaran, for the time being. Aldebaran was going to attempt to obtain whatever scraps of information he could through a battle of words. However, mercilessly interrupting his words, Felt scratched her head as she closed a single eye. And then, Felt, both me and Ramji agreed that shutting you up was the first thing that ought to be done. Aldebaran, HK. That instant, Aldebaran's body tensed up at a dreadful sensation. But it was too late. Before he could even react to that sense of dread, a small shadow that had been hiding in the entrance to the woods leapt out and delivered a strong blow to the back of Aldebaran's neck with a slender foot. Aldebaran. Coo. The intense impact jolted his brain, and Aldebaran's knees buckled as they lost their strength. In the corner of his vision, the one who had delivered that blow landed nimbly on the grass, their 2 bundles of peach hair swaying as they looked at Aldebaran with sleepy eyes. A countenance he recognized. The young girl who bore a striking resemblance to that, her true identity was vengeance for Flam. From those brief, matter-of-fact words, he understood that she was indeed Flam's younger sister. Crumbling down from the girl's attack, as he began to lose hold of his consciousness, Aldebaran muttered, Aldebaran, not dead yet. Then, as his consciousness slowly faded down into the abyssal darkness, by reflex he gulped down his poison. Consuming the deadly poison kept behind his molar was the singular action that Aldebaran had performed the most in his life, an exquisite skill deeply ingrained, not just to his body, but to his soul. This alone was Aldebaran's one and only special technique that not even the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Estrella, could get in the way of. After all, there was not a single person in this world better at killing Aldebaran than Aldebaran. Oi. Oi. You can hear me, can't you? I know you're in there, helmet bastard. The sensation of his brain being scorched by poison was cut off, and what hastened his immediate recovery was a spirited, commanding voice pregnant with a hearty enmity. The redefined matrix Aldebaran returned to when Felt gave her declaration of war, and brought the count up to 1 in his head. Oi! That voice just now, it's that blonde-haired brat, Reinhard's master. What the hell's she doing here? Wasn't it supposed to be that nobody could find us? Giving a sidelong glance to the exchange between the panicked Heinkel and Ye, as she soothed him in a manner to provoke him further, Aldebaran went about updating the war situation in his mind based on the information he had just acquired, an update to the military strength he had previously anticipated for the Felt camp. Moreover, a substantial update was needed. After all, his prior expectation had been the 3 delinquents, the old giant and Flam's younger sister, for a maximum of 5 people. It was approximately 100 times that. With what seemed a party of over 500 people, they had been waiting in ambush. Rain along Aldebaran. Really now, they've got a damn troublesome with them. In a form that differed to his showdown against the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Estrella, this was the worst-case scenario for Aldebaran. Aldebaran. Seriously, you're coming at me with the tactics I hate the most, Lilmis felt. Between Aldebaran and an enemy that came at him with an onslaught of numbers, the unavoidable battle commenced. 19. Shuffle in the shadows. I love you. The world being painted over through the power of those non-superficial words of love they heard. But in truth, that did not mean that sound was being produced. The sound of something cracking. The sound of something being shattered. The sound of something being shredded. The sound of something being broken. The sound of something being sliced open. The sound of something being crushed. The sound of something being crushed. The sound of something being crushed. Something being pulverized. The sound of something being smashed. The sound of something being pierced. The sound of something being hurled downward. The sound of something. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. But in truth, that did not mean that sound was being produced. Rather, it was as an illusionary sound, that of all being lost. This affection, presented by the sable shadow, transgressed against the soul at the nexus of this world to such a degree. A world where everything was consumed. A world where everything would never-endingly descend into a darkness unfathomable. There, amidst the deep, seemingly boundless darkness, a soul realized that everything, both important and unimportant, had been dissolved. And yet, was it because they were weak that they did not wish to admit it? No. It was because they were kind. Was it because they were weak that they could not give up? No, it was because they were kind. Was it because they were weak that they could not refuse love? No, it was because they were kind. I love you. 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 To those whispers of love, they raised their voice, rejecting it with everything they had. But they understood. They very much understood. That even rejecting it with everything they had would not be able to turn it away completely. I love you. 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 There, a glimpse of a possibility was caught. With the first, second, and third places in that person's heart having been taken entirely, a glimpse would still be attainable nonetheless. For the cowardly, for the despicable love that sought to take advantage of this, they felt no sympathy. The consequence of such conceit was, inevitably, I love you. I love you. Love me. There it was. Love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. Love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. 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 Love me, love me, love me. Love me, love me. Love me. Love me. Love me, love me. Love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. Love me. Love me, love me. Love me, love me, love me. Love me, love me, love me. Love me, love me. Love me, love me, love me. Love me, love me. It was as clear as day. It was like stealing from a baby. It was easier than crushing a tomato, opening closed eyelids, or even breathing in and out. They knew this would happen, because it was not for that other person's sake, because it was for their own. If one did not have to consider the feelings of others, able to fill one's heart and mind with only their thoughts and feelings, then naturally that would happen. That was by far the most disgraceful aspect of it all. Disgraceful to the point the shame would make one's face burn. I hate you." They felt as if their heart was going to freeze. "I am never going to love you." It was as if it was being said to them, and not to anyone else, and they felt they were going to die. However, even that fear of death was much, 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 much better than what was behind waiting for them. After all, Petra's handkerchief? They were convinced that the time had finally come, and that the noose was about to be slipped around their neck. A band of roughly 500 people had gathered to receive him. That was the troublesome formation arranged by Fell to intercept Aldebaran. Naturally, the moment he left Flam alive, Aldebaran's rebellion would have been communicated to Reinhard, and he had rushed to the scene, just as expected. As part of that course of events, he fully understood that the selfsame information would have been shared with Felt and the Council of Wise Men. In order to eliminate the formidable enemies he had fully expected to come after him, Aldebaran's intention had been to deploy his strongest card, Aldebaran, as a diversion, thus clearing out his own path. However, by the unexpected initiative of a young girl whom he had underestimated, his calculations had been reset to square one. "Aldebaran, good grief, there's too many star players in this world that I can't compete with. I told you this ain't the time to be cracking jokes." As Aldebaran shrugged his shoulders and grumbled, Heinkel shouted at him. No, Heinkel was not yelling at him, but rather at Ye. It was merely that his angered shout at Ye's proposed human sacrifice strategy had miraculously coincided with Aldebaran's mumbling. "In any case, Aldebaran, as the old man says, this isn't the time for jokes. We're going to deal with it." As his cheeks tightened within his helmet, Aldebaran shoved aside his lament towards this absurd world and called upon his two companions to begin a strategy meeting. Heinkel, his face pale, and Ye, her thin smile unable to be deciphered. These two, along with the talentless Aldebaran, were the cards in his hand, having used his primary strength as a diversion. "Aldebaran, a bit shabby, but they don't have their best members either." "Heinkel, by dealing with it, what are you planning on doing?" "To begin with, the opponents, Aldebaran. There's roughly 500 enemies, and although they don't look like knights or guards, they've got their fair share of experience with brawling. Also, I'm pretty sure we're up against that Lil Miss Felt." "Yay. 500 people, that's quite a lot." Ye put her finger to her lips, impressed at how they were able to gather so many people in such a short amount of time. Aldebaran was in complete agreement. Without taking nearly the best possible moves and strategies, they would not have been able to bring the situation to this point. "Heinkel, wait. 500, and they're not soldiers? What the hell is going on? First of all, how the hell did you even get that information?" "Aldebaran, stop right there, old man. It doesn't matter how I know the opponent's numbers. What matters is that it's the truth. Besides, we made a deal at the start. Remember? If you want the dragon's blood, don't go against my plans." "Heinkel, go..." People hate a man who can't keep his word, you know? After being reminded, Heinkel fell silent, though visibly frustrated. Heinkel's situation was like that of a horse running with a carrot dangled before its face. Unlike a horse, however, Heinkel's longing could only be satisfied by that particular carrot. Hence, Heinkel could not defy Aldebaran, who dangled the carrot before him. "Yeah. Now that Heinkel-sama has been silenced, what will you do? 500 people is still pretty tough, you know? Aldebaran, aren't you supposed to be the greatest masterpiece of a shinobi to ever be made in Wallachia? Can't you do something about it?" "Yay. Even if you say I'm the greatest masterpiece, I did fail in my assassination attempt. Besides, it's not the job of a shinobi to slaughter 100 or 1,000 people on the battlefield. I'm no blue lightning after all." "Aldebaran, well, I guess you're right." The blue lightning whom Ye pouted her lips at as she brought up Cecilus was somebody whom Aldebaran had also worked together with, though only for a brief time. His abilities were just as the anecdotal exaggeration that Ye had described, and he was a member of the same realm of incomprehensible outliers that included Reinhard. If Aldebaran had that kind of power, he would have been able to take on even 1,000 people in a head-on collision. But, unfortunately, He had given up such lofty aspirations when he was a teenager. Ergo, Aldebaran. Realistically speaking, it's a fool's errand to venture out into a place where 500 people are waiting for you. We already happen to be in the woods. We'll take a detour such that they can't find us. Judging from the tone of the voice that was thrown at them, it seemed an unreasonable plan to just pretend they were not actually there. But if they knew exactly where Aldebaran and his henchmen were, they would have had Grassus launch a surprise attack. So long as that was not the case, they simply knew that they were in the woods but nothing more. Then, depending on how they maneuvered, they could divide the 500 enemies even further. Yay. Malsama. This might be a bit bad. Having decided on a course of action, just as he was about to move from their position, Ye lightly tugged on his sleeve. When Aldebaran turned to see what was going on, she was looking in the direction where Felt and the others were waiting, and with a wary look in her eyes, she informed him. That was Ye. They seem to be working pretty quickly over there. As Ye spoke, Aldebaran saw the same thing. Logs of firewood, producing white smoke, being tossed into the forest one after the other. Welp, guess we couldn't hope that he'd just waltz on out here. Indeed, right in the midst of the troop that had deployed across the plain, Felt complained whilst glaring at the forest in which the enemy hid. Enemy. Whether it was fine to declare that Helmet Bastard as such was a matter she still had some indecision about. However, Al was neither a friend nor an ally who had gone rogue, nor an acquaintance with whom she had deep ties. Above all, in order to rouse the morale of her gathered troops, calling him an enemy was more effective. Hence, Felt plainly proclaimed that Helmet Bastard, Al, as an enemy, and this enemy was within the forest, surrounded by Felt's faction. Felt. Then, there's no doubt about it, right? Otherwise, I'd be a humiliated sucker who just greeted an empty forest with a loud shout. Haha. Don't worry so unashamedly, Golden Lion. Indeed, it may only be effective in one eye, but once I narrow down the scope this much, I'd see them even if I didn't want to. Tinged with a bit of a distinct accent, the one who had answered Felt was the leader of the Balance, a man by the name of Manfred Madison. Within the Balance, it seemed to be customary for one to ink a tattoo of balance scales somewhere on their body as proof of their loyalty towards the organization. But Manfred had gone overboard in proving his faithfulness. He was a person who had inked tattoos onto his shaven head, his face and neck, even his eyeball, and it was likely that the same went for everything that lay under his clothes. And that eccentricity of his was present not only in his appearance, it extended to his way of being. Manfred, the divine protection of Farsight. Manfred's left eye, his lone eyeball with no visible tattoos, spun around, goggling with a stare affixed to the forest. Up until a short while ago, that left eye of his also had been inked with tattoos. The reason why the tattoos were now absent was simple. The eyeball occupying the socket was one entirely different. Right now, the eyeball sitting in Manfred's eye socket was the left eye of a man who formerly served as his underling. Manfred. As expected, one doesn't quite grow accustomed to the divine protection of another. Still, I saw them. Felt. While that might be pretty useful, it's also super gross. How'd you do it, Manfred? I don't dislike your straightforward wording. However, the method of stealing divine protections is one of the Balance's secrets. Without touching upon the method itself, Manfred confirmed the presence of their enemy within the woods. In the past, Felt had experienced torment at the hands of that very divine protection of Farsight, so she had no room to doubt the credibility of the information it rendered. Felt, if they ain't gonna come out, then there's no other choice but to make 'em want to come out. Cracking his thick neck, Ramji finished Felt's words. The great strategist had used the results of Manfred's defective divine protection of Farsight to the fullest in order to formulate a stratagem, and had been preparing the next move to be played against the opponent holed up in the forest. That was, Ram. It's tough for pyro tree lumber to burn up while it's still green, so it produces lots of smoke. It doesn't stop fuming easily, even if you spray it with water. This stratagem ought to be ideal. Voicing that, Ramji's proposal was plain and simple. To smoke out Al. Led by Gaston and other ruffians who all took pride in their physical strength, firewood from pyro trees set alight, was being hurled into the forest one after another. As Ramji had said, the firewood was only producing smoke without spreading their flames to the surroundings, giving rise to a magnificent display of white fumes. Ram, the effects of the smoke don't end at just robbing them of their vision. While there's also a psychological burden, the most worrisome aspect is the suffering that comes after inhaling it. Felt, I bet you'd have a terribly painful coughing fit, Ram. Just so. It's the agony of hell. Moreover, as he spoke, Ramji narrowed his eyes. Doing so, his gaze turned to Camberley and his girlfriend, Toto, the proprietress of the flower prison garden. They were directing her subordinates to bring about a magical gale and sending it forth into the forest. The induced draft did not hew the trees, but instead gently brushed through the gaps between. A passage of wind, that was to say, creating a passage for the smoke. The white fumes began to spread throughout the woods. Ram, far as I know, there are no shortage of people who can shake off poison or deep gashes. And yet, in all my pointlessly long life, I ain't never known somebody who could calmly bear the pain of being smoked out. Witnessing his strategy marching closer to fruition, Ramji declared so in a low voice. While that rang pleasantly within Felt's ears, she once again got a keen sense that her foster parent was preeminent with absurdly dangerous knowledge. What Ramji had done in his past, Felt did not know. Only, she understood that it was not something that could be spoken of proudly, and that Ramji himself was ashamed of that past. That was why, until Ramji decided to speak of it willingly, Felt would not pry. Without prying, this was all she would say. Felt, how'd you like that? My Ramji's quite the formidable one, you know. Aldebaran. Smoke. The firewood thrown in, as he bore witness to it giving rise to white smoke, slowly encroaching through the forest. Aldebaran was astounded at his opponent's unpleasant response. Being surrounded by a large number of people was already the worst, but this just stacked a whole new level of worst on top of that. Henkel. Those shitheads, they lit a fire. They're trying to burn us to death. Yay, please calm down. An incendiary attack would leave them unable to confirm the corpses, and it would be quite possible for them to get caught up in it as well. When you combine foolish and strategy, you get a bad plan. Hankel, our opponent might have just enacted that bad plan. She's a brat from the slums, you know. Their kind doesn't bother to think ahead. Yay, cheese, Alsalma, Aldebaran, got it. Old man just shut up for a sec. With what little composure he had left smoked away by the fumes, Heinkel panicked, leaving Aldebaran to forcibly silence him with a reprimand. Due to his desire for the dragon's blood, Heinkel could not disobey Aldebaran. Be that as it may, the turmoil that came with being driven into a corner probably could not be treated the same way as complaints or objections. Aldebaran, I agree with Ye, this isn't an incendiary attack. More likely they're aiming to attack us with smoke. Unfortunately, I've got no way to endure a smoke assault. Yay. How about you? Yay. You're asking if I can endure the smoke. No dice. I may have anti-torture measures and a built-up resistance to poison, but no amount of training can stop you from becoming teary-eyed and coughing when inhaling smoke, you know? Aldebaran. Sounds about right. And so, no choice but to run from the smoke. In order to avoid being smoked to death, they could reach no other conclusion. The only problem was, that was exactly what the opponent wanted them to do. Naturally, it was human instinct to flee from any danger before one's eyes, be it fire or smoke. And thus, the artificial wind that had come blowing their way alongside the smoke was an untouchable hunter, aiming to smoke Aldebaran's party out. Aldebaran, I underestimated them, thinking that even with 500, they wouldn't be able to surround the whole forest. Smoke for flushing them out, and a draft to guide that smoke. With just that, then whether it be a small force such as Aldebaran's, or even a certain degree of military host, it would have been possible to force them to a desired position. In doing so, Felt had completely surrounded a forest that could not be fully encircled by 500 people. Brain of the group, piece of shit Aldebaran. Or rather, was it that they've really got us here? Clicking his tongue bitterly, Aldebaran pictured a map of the world in his head. His destination was still far, far to the west from here, having already used up one day for rest and traversal. The time limit had shrunk from 7 days to 6. He could not afford to get tripped up more than necessary against Felt here, dealing with a drawn-out battle. Yay. Al-Sama. Aldebaran. HK. Ya, point us the way the wind's flowing. Old man, follow Ye's directions, and charge straight ahead. Chop down any trees that stand in the way. Heinkel. G got it. Yay. I can't hear you, Heinkel. I got it. Overwhelmed by Aldebaran's quick instructions, Heinkel cried out in desperation. Then, in accordance with Ye's directions, Heinkel quite literally cleared a path forward with his unsheathed sword. Following after his sturdy back, Aldebaran plunged into deep deliberation. After moving a great distance, it would become necessary to re-establish his territory. However, updating his matrix would mean losing the option to return to before the smoke gambit was enacted. At the very least, when Aldebaran had willingly exited the forest, Felt had not gone forth with the strategy of smoking them out. Of course, in that case it would have ended up being a head-on collision with 500 people. Aldebaran. Which path would be better? Ultimately, Aldebaran's victory was guaranteed. He had restrained the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astrea, and had neutralized Natsuki Subaru. Not a single person in this world would be able to defeat Aldebaran. Thus, Aldebaran's victory was an absolute. So, what did he seek outside of victory? To accomplish that objective outside of victory, which path would have the highest potential? Yay. Al-Sama, Heinkel-sama will die if you let him go by himself, you know. Aldebaran, right, let's go. After a moment's deliberation, Aldebaran nodded at Ye's call and began to run. Simultaneously, he updated his matrix at that moment, redefining it. Once he prescribed the next starting point, he readily abandoned all attachment to the possibilities that had existed up until a moment prior. Life was a series of choices. That went not only for Aldebaran, but for everyone. Most choices were made in an instant, without any looking back on the unchosen alternative. But that was fine. Aldebaran, too, would do so whenever possible. What to eat for breakfast tomorrow? Which sock to put on first? The right or the left? The choices made amidst a battle on which his life was staked. He would treat them as equivalent to trivial choices of that sort. The alternatives he did not choose, the alternatives that were not chosen, there was no sense in clinging to them. Aldebaran and Natsuki Subaru were merely people who occasionally had more chances than most to cling to the alternatives. If he did not make that distinction, he would end up stuck in a standstill for eternity. Yay. Heinkel-sama. The footing's getting worse. So, take a right next. Take care of that big tree, please. Heinkel. Don't say it like it's so easy. You little... Wow, amazing. As expected, you're strong when you're not against a living being. Despite having cut down the large tree as instructed, Heinkel was agitated for some reason and ground his teeth. Chasing after him, Aldebaran saw the density of the smoke thickening. By way of the wind, the smoke had begun to enclose on them. In other words, Aldebaran, an ambush is close at hand. Commanding the ambush unit, Rachins was positioning his battle formation at an exit of the forest. In all honesty, he was filled with the urge to scream that he had been assigned a duty far beyond his capabilities. In the first place, the mere fact that Rachins's life had somehow intersected with things such as the Sword Saint, the Divine Dragon, the Witch of Envy, and so on, felt like a nightmare to him. Rachins, God fucking damn it. Where the hell did my life take such a messed up turn? Scratching his head furiously, Rachins let out an endless stream of complaints, trampling the grass beneath his boots in frustration. It was nothing more than a petty act of venting. But, to Rachins's irritation, the damn weeds only bent softly without breaking or tearing, even as he ground them underfoot. Worse still, they pushed back against his soul, stubbornly asserting their vitality. They were the very embodiment of weeds, shameless, persistent, unyielding. Among them, Rachins could not help but picture a few familiar faces, prompting a heavy sigh. Before he knew it, he had walked a great distance from where he had started. Yet, no matter where the wind scattered their seeds to take root, weeds remained weeds. Their blades might take on a slightly different hue. Their stems might grow a little thicker, but a weed would never become a tree or a flower. Rachins. Fuck's sake, So, no matter where I end up, I can only ever live the way I know how, huh? Rachens had not been told that by anyone in particular, though he felt like everyone had told him the same thing, and so he clicked his tongue. However, unlike his voice from just before, there was no trace of gloom or resentment in that sound. All that remained was the burden of a troublesome task forced upon him, and the resolve to see it through. And with that, just when a certain kind of defiance within him had finally settled. "Oi, here's movement!" The voice that raised the alarm belonged to one of the roughnecks stationed alongside Rachens in the field. They were people of the Flanders criminal underworld, made of the same stuff as Gaston, Camberley, and Rachens. No, this lot was even more hardened than them in terms of villainy. It was strange to be standing shoulder to shoulder with them, but here, their familiarity with violence made them dependable. Drawn in by their reactions, Rachens turned his gaze toward the forest. If things went according to plan, the helmet bastard and his companions driven out by the smoke would burst out from there. Then, crushing them with the power of sheer numbers would be Rachens. Huh. The following moment, it was not the helmet bastard that sprang from the forest. It was a cannonball. No. That was not quite right. To be precise, it was a massive tree, hurled with the force of a cannonball spinning end over end as it made a mad dash straight for Rachens' formation. Rachens. The trunk was thicker than Gaston's torso, and it was over 10 meters long. This unfriendly tree cannonball was barreling straight for the heart of their formation. Beholding the sight of that, the ruffians shouted, scrambling to flee in a panic. However, Rachens. "El go!" Boom! A thunderous explosion rang through the sky, and a bright red flower of fire bloomed against the blue. The incoming tree shattered into countless pieces, and the force of the cannonball that by all rights should have torn a huge hole in their formation was now reduced to something that only hurt a little from the scattered fragments. And with his finger pointed skyward, Rachens had made that happen. "Rachens! You fucks! This ain't the time to be pissing yourselves. At times like these, the ones who're scared lose. You've all heard that 100 times, right?" Shouting at the bunch who had flinched in the wake of that attack, Rachens drew the knife at his waist. He aimed the blade at the forest and turned his head to look around, asking, "Got that?" Frankly, due to his earlier frustration, the roughnecks had been underestimating Rachens, who was in charge of managing this location, and that reflected in their attitude. It was time to wipe that impression away. "Rachens, you can probably tell if you saw that just now, but we're the ones who got lucky. The helmet bastard's coming out of there any moment now. We don't have any time to be letting our guard down." It happened just before he could finish his sentence. "Oi!" A voice cut through the air, and the roughneck's gazes shifted away from him once more. Annoyed, Rachens turned a face forward with anger in his Shihaku eyes. One after another, more giant tree cannonballs, each just as big or even larger than the last one, were flying toward them. Rachens, God damn it all. Immediately after he cursed, a series of bright explosions bloomed in the sky. An unexpected defeat blew their formation away. Rachens could only watch as a large number of the roughnecks were blown away, jostled by the impact, after which he clicked his tongue, Cheksk, and raised his knife towards the woods again. The situation had dizzyingly changed. If the opponent were to continue procuring locally sourced ammunition, it would be Rachens and his group left to their mercy. Rachens. "Let's go, hurry your asses up." Roaring so loud that he felt his voice might crack, Rachens charged in with a battle cry. Doing so would rouse their fighting spirit. Not his own fighting spirit, but that of those around him. As was often the case in commonplace street brawls between ruffians, it was bad to be the first one hit. Strangely enough, no matter how vicious a person might have been, their strength would plummet the moment they got hit. The idea that the more wounded and bloodied someone got, the stronger they became was just that. An idea. In reality, humans only became weaker as damage accumulated. The same applied to one's feelings. At that moment, Rachens' side had taken the first hit in quite an unexpected way. That weakness caused by taking the first hit needed to be overwritten with momentum. And so, ruffians, Rach, charge! The hot-blooded and simple-minded crowd was easily inspired by Rachens' emotion-filled voice. They furiously ran after Rachens' lead, and with weapons in hand, they began closing in on the woods and closing in, and closing in. Feeling them at his back, Rachens would provide them further support with his next act. Rachens. I'll go. Hand aimed at the heavens, Rachens performed the incantation in a blood-curdling shout. In an instant, a gigantic fireball was born above Rachens's head. It was a go-type spell of the fire attribute, of which the degree of power had surpassed the basic, L and UL classes by going straight to AL class, the highest tier. Anyone who possessed even a passing knowledge of magic would have known this, but it was a great achievement on Rachens's part to recite the incantation and succeed in producing an enormous flame. The morale of the ruffians rose visibly, and Rachens gave the fireball momentum by shooting it into the sky, deliberately sending it high up into the air. Naturally, the next group of fallen trees shot out from the forest were aimed towards that fireball. No matter how many trees were incinerated, the opponent would stop at nothing to block that fireball. Rachens, do umbes. Rachens mocked his opponent by sticking out his tongue with a decorated with a colorful ring at the tip. The large tree cannonballs were fired from the forest in vigorous succession, but most of them ended up missing their target. That was because the first shot had shattered the algoa, which in reality was just a flattened and stretched out go, a papier M, just for show, and the remaining shots merely dug pointlessly into the plain. This was all in an effort to reduce the damage received by Rachens and his group of ruffians, by having the enemy waste ammunition attempting to intercept the foe algoa. The plan had succeeded, and Rachens and the group of roughnecks charged into the woods all at once. Rachens. The first shot took us by surprise, and sorta reduced our power, but still, with Rachens' support, the group of 50 ruffians charged in nearly unscathed. And then, jeez, didn't you only get in because Heinkel-sama got flustered? The moment he heard that sweet, relaxed voice of a woman, Rachens' feet stopped. A bad feeling had taken over his whole body, and he instinctively stopped dead in his tracks. Such was not the case. It was true that a bad feeling had taken over his body, but he did not stop of his own volition. In an instant, he had lost all freedom of movement. Moreover, it was not just Rachens. The same had happened to the 50 ruffians who had charged into the woods with Rachens all at once. And the perpetrator of that act was, no matter how good I might be at fighting many on one, there's such a thing as a limit, really. So said the red-haired woman, who looked down through the gaps in the trees at Rachens and his group, who had been stopped in their tracks. A slender woman in a maid's uniform with a somewhat wafu design was watching the immobilized men who were shouting in confusion and anger. From mid-air, the woman's figure was high up in the trees. However, she was not using a tree trunk or branches as a foothold. She stood tall and proud in seemingly empty space, smiling as she watched Rachens and his group, who had lost their ability to move. This was what Rachens had discerned, only able to move his head and eyeballs. Yea, after all, I can only tie together about 100 people at once, yeah? That this woman, whose outrageous combat abilities could be rivaled only by her even more terrifying personality, was accompanying the helmet bastard whom they were supposed to defeat. Utilizing the trees that Hinkle had cut down, it was an attack that ought to be called a fallen tree cannon. In order to implement such a thing without the use of the divine dragon's vast mana pool, it was necessary to make full use of physical labor on a level incomparable to that of making fried rice with whatever was on hand. Really now, you're so rough in how you make use of me, Al-sama. When you combine cruel and usages, you get exploitation. With the help of Ye, who could not help but complain at every turn, they had raised several of the large trees cut down by Heinkel into the air, creating a launch pad for them, and in order to actually fire them, Aldebaran mobilized his scientific knowledge to Aldebaran, old man, on my signal, pull your arms as hard as you can. As hard as you can, Hinkle. It's not just that woman, I've also got some reservations regarding your attitude there, Aldebaran. Aldebaran, remember now. Dragon's blood, dragon's blood. Hinkle. HK, just give me the signal already. Ultimately, the application of scientific knowledge required an investment in equipment, so Aldebaran had to rely on the physical prowess of Heinkel, whose veins were bulging as a result of poor treatment. Chased off by the smoke, they continued moving through the forest in a way that kept them falling further into their opponent's trap. Elite troops would naturally be lying in wait outside, ready to clash with Aldebaran's group. That was an issue that needed to be reduced to an extent. Aldebaran, old man! At the signal, Heinkel grit his teeth and exerted his arms. The muscles in his arms began to bulge, and even though he was an alcoholic who lamented his lack of talent, he achieved feats of strength in a domain Aldebaran could never reach. With ferocity, the fallen tree cannon was fired. First would be a test fire, followed by hitting them with a second and a third. If the opponents thus got out of the way, it would be most satisfactory. Otherwise, Aldebaran, pull him tight. Those brave men would be crushed right in the nose, or so they had expected. However, yay! Henko-sama got so scared by that fireball. What are you, a beast? The moment the gargantuan fireball appeared in the sky, so large that it could be seen even from outside the forest, an extremely shaken Heinkel fired the fallen tree cannon without waiting for Aldebaran's signal. As a consequence, they failed to destroy the majority of the enemy, resulting in them storming the forest. Thus, Ye had been pestering Heinkel. There was no avoiding that. After all, she was the one who cleaned up the mess that resulted from his mistake. The enemy force of about 50 men who charged in was halted by Ye's skill alone. By a weapon that had been strung up all across the surrounding area, stretching out from all 10 of Ye's fingers. That was... Are these... threads? Breathing heavily, the man seemed to realize the truth of what had bound his movements. He was a thug Aldebaran recognized. If he remembered correctly, a former thug currently working for Felt Rachens. At Rachens's words, Ye exclaimed with an oh-ha as she floated in the air. Yai. How perceptive. Of course. This isn't just any old sewing thread, you know. This is what's known as a shinobi technique, though I've never seen anyone else who can use it except me. As Ye spoke, she looked down on the men from high in the air. Although she appeared to be floating without relying on anything else, in reality she did have a firm foothold. Ye's specialty was the steel thread technique, which she had used to string threads up all throughout the forest. Aldebaran, a thread user, so to speak. Amidst the numerous kinds of epic weapons, it's one that sits near the top of my ranking. Yay, wow, how rare. Did you just praise me, Alsama? Is tomorrow the day spears come raining down? Aldebaran. Don't worry, I was about to say that just because I like the weapon, the user's a whole different matter. Ye stuck her tongue out at that reply. So without touching on her attitude, Aldebaran looked down upon the enemy below. Having borrowed the power of Ye's threads to climb atop the trees, he looked down on them. Even when one strained their eyes, Ye's steel threads were nigh impossible to perceive. Tightly strung up, they entangled Rachens and the other adversaries in a manner akin to a spider web, completely restraining them. The ability to freely bundle together and skillfully handle all sorts of things was Ye's true value. They had not only used the steel threads to restrain the enemy, but had also been able to come up with a device such as their fallen tree cannon from earlier, where they had tied and raised up the cut-down large trees in such a way that they would be sent flying in a spin when a thread was pulled. Coiling many threads around Heinkel's arms, and having him pull them around like a workhorse, was just another job for him as a cog in their contraption. In any case, relative to the impactfulness of the fallen tree cannon's appearance, the damages it caused had been minimal. Ultimately, they had ended up passing by most of the enemy, but in reality, if that many people had come freely swinging at him without Ye, Aldebaran would have been in for some exhausting proceedings. Aldebaran. When the fight's not one-on-one, the level of difficulty immediately explodes upwards for me. As he had done in the Pleiades watchtower, Aldebaran could handle the tag team of Garfiel and Ezo in plain combat. But if there had been one more person there, it would have been a completely different story. The fact of his victory would not have wavered, but there was easily the possibility that his number of attempts would have changed by an entire degree of magnitude. In that battle, too, he had done as much as he could to prevent a 2-on-1, provoking Garfiel and guiding him such that it would be a 1-on-1 in that space. In a 1-on-1, Aldebaran could find a path to victory even against Reinhard. However, the more the number of opponents increased, the more astronomical a number of attempts he would need in order to find a path to victory. Hence, Aldebaran was grateful for the presence of Ye, who was much more adept at fighting a large number of people than he was. And The value of Ye's techniques could also be found elsewhere. Heinkel. Oi, what are you gonna do with these guys? Are you planning to kill them all? Before he could explain that value, Heinkel voiced a question. Heinkel, left on the ground as Aldebaran and Yai used the threads to escape into the sky, made a bitter face as he witnessed Rachens and the others entrapped by the steel threads. Heinkel's sword would falter when up against somebody powerful, but the reason for his bitter face in that moment was likely one that differed from that sort of cowardice of his. In response to that cowardice, Aldebaran shook his head, and Aldebaran, nah, there's no need to kill them. Rather, it's smarter to leave them wounded. The dead won't be paid any mind, but the living will need to be treated. This will leave the opponent with less hands to spare. Heinkel. I see. Yeah, that's right. I was just thinking the exact same thing. Yay, oh my, when you two old misters come to an understanding like that, Ye-chan feels left out. It was clear that upon hearing Aldebaran's response, Heinkel felt relieved. Nonetheless, perhaps not touching upon that fact was Ye's own sort of compassion. In truth, it was essential for Aldebaran's party to weaken the enemy's forces. For that purpose, they would have to act wisely instead of recklessly taking their opponents' lives. That was why. Rachens. Huh? Heinkel? What? Feeling relieved now that you hear you're being spared, punk. Rachens. And which one of us is really feeling relieved here, you drunkard? Seriously, the hair and the look in your eyes, even the parts outside of that, you really resemble him. That fucker, Heinkel, flashing his teeth in a smile. The thug. No. Rachens glared at Heinkel. Rather than his threatening stare, it was the contents of Rachens's words that silenced Heinkel. From his reaction, Aldebaran judged that he ought not let that conversation progress any further. In order to interject, he leaned over from a thread wound around the trees. Rachens. Also, that goes for you too, helmet bastard. Aldebaran. Oh, Rachens. Both this drunkard and you're too relaxed. You need a taste of some more hardships, Duambas. Being called names, he was involuntarily taken aback by the irrelevancy and lack of substance contained in those words. But, right away, he realized that Rachens did not bear the eyes of a man who did things without meaning. The moment he realized, Aldebaran was made aware that the goal had been to take him aback. Thus, he was too late, and the compensation for his tardiness was paid immediately. What, dull as a pig you are? After all, the arrival of that voice was coincident with the fist of the king pig crushing Aldebaran, caught in a distracted moment as he was, with a punch that felt akin to getting hit by a cannon. Chapter 20. How to use a life. A streak of light pierced the pitch blackness, and a flicker of hope filled their heart. The inevitable end that loomed just ahead felt like it could be resisted, pushed away, escaped, which filled their heart with hope. However, that's wrong. You are not that strong. I had thought. I knew that you weren't strong. I really did. Without knowing anything about the truth, I just kept pecking away at the seconds you gave me, like a baby bird begging for food, without realizing what was being sacrificed for each second. Amelia? Your excited heart beat violently as if you were doused with cold water. From behind the veil, as black as darkness itself, a face that should not have been seen peeked through. Long eyelashes, beautiful amethyst eyes, well-shaped features, pale pink lips. She was so lovely. Behind that veil, a face that should have been the most detestable was the same as the most beloved. HK. With that moment of hesitation, their freedom was stripped away, and even their soul was trapped in a cage of eternal obsession. The way to reject it is in your hand. That white piece of cloth wrapped in light. Stop, I yelled. The strongest I ever have. Make them stop, I implored. The strongest I ever have. Make it all stop, I begged. The strongest I ever have. All of it was too late. All of it was beyond my control. All of it was... no matter what. will definitely save you, with that determination and vow within your heart. I killed you, Natsuki Sabaru. Upon impact, Aldebaran's body was completely crushed as he hovered in the air. Having relied upon the steel threads wound around the trees to prop him up, his body was struck by a mighty fist that seemed to be around the size of his own head. Those knuckles, akin to a large boulder, were connected to arms befittingly as thick as logs, and those arms likewise extended out from a torso clad in a bulky, dignified armor of muscle. That body was wrapped in a black suit out of place on the battlefield, worn by an enormous pig-faced man. Pig-face. You don't whine like a pig, do you? Voicing a worthless joke in a low growl, the pig-faced man snorted his pig snout. Standing a nigh 2 meters tall, whilst also weighing in at no less than 200 kilograms, Pig-face had jumped up into the air, closing in on Aldebaran like a cannonball, striking him with a fierce blow, a perfectly enacted surprise attack. It was but a miracle that he had not died instantly. Nay, this was no miracle. In that sorry state might your arm be headed for tonight's dinner table. To Aldebaran's side as he basked in the fierce punch, Ye muttered with an emotionless expression. What she saw in those narrowed eyes of hers was Pigface's outstretched arm. The fist that had slammed into Aldebaran was being diced up from the finger upwards. Ye's steel wires, strung up throughout the air, had caught Pigface's fist head-on, and with the brute strength of his huge body, he had hewn his own arm on the tenacious steel wire. Consequently, Aldebaran had escaped an instant death, and Pigface had lost an arm. However, Pigface. I suppose so. I'll feed it to my underlings as a show of gratitude, though their diets are unbalanced and full of fat. Yay, Kia. I love demi-human jokes that make fun of their own tribe. By the way, I recommend stewing meat that's high in fat. Pigface. Very well, we'll stew it in a pot of your blood. Both Pigface, having lost an arm, and Ye, whose trump card had been surmounted by sheer force, were calm on the surface, but fostered an extremity of murderous intent in their eyes, exchanging it tactfully. Doing so, they conversed on a level above that of those released from the yoke of common men, but Aldebaran, who remained on a level below, was already at his limit. His body leaned against a large tree as he slid on the thread without falling, and unable to manifest the strength to support himself, he entered a free fall. He had escaped an instant death, but unfortunately his head was smashed in, and within his helmet were likely various things sloshing around that must not be spilled outward. Of course, since he could not progress any further in such a state, Aldebaran, Yea. Like so, he called out to Ye with lips unable to articulate properly. The next instant, a steel thread wrapped around Aldebaran's neck as he plummeted, and braced taut, as his field of vision greatly snapped. Aldebaran's head bid a tearful farewell to his body. To ensure he would not suffer an unexpected defeat, even if Aldebaran failed to take his own life, he had arranged for Ye to function as a safety valve to activate his authority. Aldebaran. Simultaneous to ascertaining this method's effectiveness, Aldebaran witnessed the world spinning around him and focused his mind on what lay ahead. And then, Aldebaran. Next, I'll go. An incantation that rang out as an angered bellow, and following that, the bright red swell of a second sun, the papier MCH fireball that feigned itself so. The faint spread of its flames were as frail as the paper nets used in goldfish scooping. At a closer look, it lacked sufficient control, and if they just waited 3 short seconds, it would scatter and disappear. Such was the shoddiness of this masquerade. However, when thrown into the midst of a hectically progressing battle on a makeshift battlefield, it worked as a fine stratagem. Aldebaran, old man, that's a fake. Hinkle, wah. As a corollary of that, and since it was right after he returned, Aldebaran's call for restraint did not make it in time. Alarm bells ringing in his head, Heinkel panicked and pulled on the steel threads, firing the loaded fallen tree cannons one after another directly towards the foe Algoa. Since he could not stop it, the outcome of that remained the same. Internally, he clicked his tongue, not at Heinkel, who had been unable to listen, nor at Rachens, who had covered up his inexperience with guts. He was angry at himself for messing up. By the time of its lackluster explosion, contrary to its appearance, The two aside from Aldebaran, who had cheated, also were made aware of the enemy's masquerade. Regardless of his lamentation, it was already too late, and unable to stop the vigor of the incoming enemies, Aldebaran relied on Ye's strength, thwarting their charge with a cage of steel threads as they had done before. However, to make sure that this time did not end up the same as the last, he did not escape up into the trees, but instead deliberately jumped backwards and changed course to standing beside Heinkel. Thus, this time would... "What? Dull as a pig you are." He had been readied for the blow to come, but it had arrived from directly above him together with some cruel dark humor. Socked right in the head by an intense strike, Aldebaran's head was buried in the dirt floor of the forest. He had changed his position. He had exercised caution, and yet it had all been painted over by an attack from above. Heinkel, where the hell did... Gohak, don't cry like a pig. You'll be put on display at the butcher's. Flying in with the force of a missile, while bearing wounds all over his body from the steel threads, the bloodied pig-faced man swung his arm, slamming Heinkel, unable to do a thing, into a large tree behind him. Buried in the ground, it seemed like Aldebaran's spine had been broken, his resolve to fight unable to reach his limbs. It sounded like Ye had jumped down and had begun to clash with Pigface, but he could not even lift his head to watch that unfold. Only a suspicion in need of verification was born. Whether he was in the air or on the ground, Pigface would somehow come to strike Aldebaran first, carrying naught but that information. Aldebaran next. Before he could analyze Ye in the air, Aldebaran swallowed his poison on his own. A fierce, sweltering heat lethally scorched Aldebaran to naught from his throat and organs. "I'll go!" "You whoa!" Fearful of the fake sun, a futile resistance was fired in the form of large trees. With that in the corner of his eyes, Aldebaran quickly examined his surroundings and searched for a new place to take refuge that was neither in the air nor on the ground. Down. Verification was necessary, to ensure he did not relinquish what little chance of a best course of action he had. 73 times. The matrix resumed from the point when the foe Algoa was launched into the sky. What Aldebaran had grasped from performing verification on this from various angles was that no matter where he tried to run or hide, the pig-faced man's burly arm would reliably come to pulverize him each and every time. That was to say, "Aldebaran, my exact position's being leaked." Regardless if he was beside Ye or beside Heinkel, if he was on the ground or floating in the air or in the shade of a tree, or if he tried to get away from the battlefield, Aldebaran could not escape the pig-faced man's fist. A punch enacted with the resolve to lose an arm was difficult to defend against even with Ye's steel thread technique. Of course, if it was just a matter of surviving the first blow, such a feat would be possible via the combination of Ye's steel threads and Aldebaran's magic. However, even if he withstood a single punch, there remained another arm, and 2 legs if necessary. And Pigface was made of such metal that he would always kill his opponent, no matter how many limbs he lost. Neither pain nor loss would serve as a reason for Pigface to halt his step. Having said that, even when Aldebaran made an effort to extract a little personal information out of him, Pigface, don't pipe and squeal like a little piggy. Pulverized by that brief utterance, he was not willing to listen in the slightest. From Aldebaran's experience, the most troublesome opponents were those who had fully decided what they needed to do, hardened in their resolve, and stubbornly unwilling to budge. Against people like this, Aldebaran's trial and error would lose all meaning. After all, people who had decided to kill him no matter what they were offered in exchange would assuredly kill him, no matter what he might offer in exchange. Hence, in order to greatly shift the circumstances, he needed an impetus that would bring about a great shift. "Aldebaran, first of all, how's he getting a hold of my location?" In order to relentlessly pursue Aldebaran and reliably kill him, some sort of method was being employed. To begin with, despite having used the divine dragon as a diversion, it was unnatural that Aldebaran's party was being chased around in the forest like this. If he did not expose the method that perfected this encirclement here and now, then even if he evaded Pigface and set Felt's faction out of the way, a second and a third arrow would be fired, and his 7 days would be squandered. In order to prevent that from happening, Pigface. What? Dull as a pig you are. As Pigface's familiar yet worthless joke arrived alongside his fist, this time Aldebaran's cervical vertebrae was shattered after he had attempted to use Rachin's as a meat shield. Side note, just before his stream of consciousness was cut off, he caught in the corner of his eye a glimpse of Rachin's, suffering miserably as he was caught up in the blow. "I'll go! Ooh, whoa! Woo!" The feigned great magic rose into the sky, and with alarm bells ringing in his head, Henkel acted immediately. Catching the familiar sight of the fireball's explosion in the corner of his eye, Aldebaran summoned Ye, who wore an astonished expression at Henkel's rash behavior, and tightened a string different to the one for the cage that would have welcomed Rachin's and the others. A new steel thread launch pad, after firing many fallen trees up until this point. What it launched next was Aldebaran, pull! Bewildered, Henkel did as he was told and pulled the thread, his mind having fallen into a state incapable of thinking. With the propulsion gained from his remarkable physical strength, it was the duo of Aldebaran and Ye who drew a parabola as they flew into the sky. Feeling as if he had been released from the forces of wind and gravity, Aldebaran soared over the treetops with Ye clutched in his single arm, fleeing from the battlefield onto which Rachin's and his squadron were storming. Left by his lonesome in that place, Henkel would likely be mobbed by Rachin's and the others. But this attempt was a throwaway, in order to ascertain something he wished to ascertain. Amidst this verification, he would turn a blind eye to Henkel's noble sacrifice. "Ye, don't bite your tongue, please." As he glanced back at Henkel, feeling guilty for deserting him, Ye swung her arms while held in his arm. Her wrists were slender, and upon each of her even more slender fingers were fitted undecorative rings, from which superfine threads of steel extended, barely visible even to strained eyes. The shinobi were known to possess preeminent abilities, and among them she was the only one who had mastered the steel thread technique, maneuvering it to perfection. Ye affixed threads to the trees ahead of them as they soared, and they rapidly gained distance as they drew arcs swinging on ropes like Tarzan. However, Aldebaran, HK. Swinging with all their might, Aldebaran and Ye went through the escape path that had been guided by the smoke. That was to say, a region still mercilessly enshrouded in white fumes. Forcing their way through with steel threads, Aldebaran and Ye went against the current of the white smoke that had chased them out, flying to ascertain one final thing after a series of verifications. Only even if they crossed distance at a speed incomparable to that of running on the ground, the only chance they had to breathe was at the highest point of their swing, the moment in which they broke past above the treetops, outside the smoke. Moreover, the more they progressed, the more difficult that became, and as the smoke grew taller and more dense, the agony that gave no quarter began to encroach on his lungs, his eyeballs, his every membrane. If they recklessly swung around like this, setting aside the superhuman that was Ye, Aldebaran, equipped with naught but mediocre specs, would be done in by the smoke immediately. Hence he would have to carefully determine their destination, or else. Aldebaran, northwest. Bringing his mouth up to Ye's ear as she extended steel threads and swung, he directed her so. His target was northwest. No doubt about it. After all, he had already checked all the other directions, unable to draw out the right answer until the very end of the end. Luck had truly abandoned him in all regards. Not once in his whole life had he ever thought himself blessed by fortune. Aldebaran. No, there was just one time. The fact that he had happened upon her was undoubtedly Aldebaran's one and only fortune. Even now that he had lost her, he did not think that meeting her had been a mistake. Aldebaran, HK. Enduring the strong emotions surging up in his chest, he firmly clenched his teeth, and in that moment the situation changed. Tearing through the white smoke in their swing, the moment they broke out above the trees, throwing stones came flying from outside the smoke at a ferocious pace, aimed at the airborne Aldebaran and Ye. Simple stones. As a barrage of them closed in with ridiculous strength, Aldebaran promptly created a wall of earth, overcoming the first wave by sheer force. But the stones would likely only continue to come. So, before that could happen, he would split off. Ye! Al-Sama! Ye's shrill voice reverberated in his helmet, and feeling his eardrums go numb, Aldebaran lost his connection to her midair and was thrown high up into the sky. At the highest point of their swing, he was sent flying even higher up by Yea. Aldebaran. Oh! Bellowing, he covered his front side with an earthen wall as he soared, charging to meet the stones head-on. Having lost his stability, he could not make the earthen wall thick or weighty, so it was brittle. It would not protect him any more than a blanket would against the oncoming stones. But, even so, Aldebaran had escaped the white smoke, and had once again exited the forest. He had escaped to the plain where he had first received the declaration of war, and had basked in a thorough blow from Grasses, who thus succeeded in her vengeance for her elder sister, and, present there just as Aldebaran had hoped. Come to subdue the leader on your own, have you? Ain't that a piss-poor plan you'd arrive at faster by counting up from your worst options? Below Aldebaran, as he flew out from the white smoke, the bald old giant spoke while looking up at him, a person whose long, burly arms of a giant were equipped with gauntlets, each fitted with several conversation mirrors. Witnessing that, it finally clicked. All of these traps had been schemed by this old giant, Aldebaran. So you were the brain. There was far too much of a gap between his appearance and the image of his position, so he never would have guessed. Rachens's appearance was very much like a thug, but Aldebaran would have been less surprised to hear that he was the military strategist. Normally, giants were in charge of the front lines, where they could best leverage their physical attributes. For one to work as the brain, this also went for Ezo, but for that to have been the case for both a dwarf and a giant was too much. As his head flooded with such useless badmouthing, Aldebaran realized. Aldebaran, Lil Miss felt, was nowhere to be found on the plain. This, too, was a serious blow to Aldebaran. Naturally, putting an end to this battle by completely wiping out 500 enemies was by no means realistic. Hence, as an objective that was possible to achieve, capturing Felt had always been present in Aldebaran's mind. That possibility had been completely blocked by the opposition. It was a matter of course. But the most obvious victory condition for him would also have been the most obvious defeat condition for the opposition. Loath to say, it made sense for Felt to fall back. Aldebaran. Shit. Aldebaran's victory would not waver. That was settled. Therefore, all that remained was to search for the key to victory. And yet... You! Don't be looking off to the side now. Aldebaran. HK. The moment he updated his victory condition in his head, an impact pierced him from directly above that head of his. The audible voice was thick, but the words cast to him were not the familiar joke of Pigface. From what he could see, it was the thug with the large build, Gaston, who had jumped up to Aldebaran's flank, higher up than the white smoke, and had joined his hands together to swing down and deliver a crushing blow. Aldebaran. Seri. Owsley. At the attack of an opponent who had unmistakably mastered the flow method, Aldebaran cried out in pain. The flow method could not be mastered by any ordinary training, and was the barrier that determined whether one could become a first-rate warrior. At the addition of a threat who could wield that technique, Aldebaran revised his evaluation of the opponent whose strength he had underestimated. As he revised it, that strike knocked him into the ground. Aldebaran. Gah, go. Immediately failing to brace himself, his clumsy impact to the ground fractured his right elbow. In agony over the pointless pain induced by the broken bone piercing through his flesh and skin, Aldebaran grazed his helmet across the ground. It hurts. It hurts. Hurts, 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 hurts. It hurts. But he had seen what he wanted to see. Aldebaran. From here on out, it'll be a battle of wits between you and me. HK grinding his teeth to the extent that they cracked, with the sensation of magnifying anguish as the smoke permeated his lungs, he opened the package of poison with Owen. His tongue in a motion he was well accustomed to. The smoke was far too thick, and it was quite possible that he might almost cough out the poison. By no means did he think that old giant had aimed that far. But the fact that he was having so many unfavorable draws was a problem. He had no choice but to overcome this unfavorable tide. Thus, searching for the path to victory that ought to have been somewhere. Searching. Searching. Searching, searching. Searching, 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 search. Search, 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 search. No need to add any more pyro tree logs any further, and there's a fear that the opponent could take advantage of it. It'll be just right if they find our plan a little unsatisfactory. Instructing the end of the strategy to drive them out with smoke, Valga Cromwell, no. The former great strategist of the demi-human alliance now known as Ram-G, worked his elderly head as hard as he could, completing the encirclement of the deceased Priscilla Bariel's former knight, who had won himself the popular nickname of Helmet Bastard. All that remained was to carefully reel the opponent in. However, they needed to be on guard. This opponent had devised a plan that employed the divine dragon Volcanica and the Witch of Envy to suppress the Sword Saint, Reinhard van Astria. He could not help but admire such an ingenious scheme. But then again, the presence of such a dangerous and cunning enemy was exactly what Ram-G had hoped for. Many giants were of an exceedingly belligerent and rough nature, and their instincts sought battles of boiling blood and throbbing flesh. It was not for any such foolish reason. What he desired was a peril that shook the kingdom, and the prestige of removing its presence. For Felt to win and advance in the royal selection, she was in need of renown gained in the absence of the Sword Saint. The royal candidates repelling the great cataclysm brought about by the witch cult in the Watergate city of Pristella was an event still fresh in his memory, but the result of that had been the stocks of each of the 5 candidates rising by an equal amount. Their relative standings in the royal selection would not change. Hence, Felt would need to gain achievements independently. The actions of this Helmet Bastard were capable of shaking not just the royal selection, but the entire world, and thus would prove sufficient for such an achievement. Course, Felt probably ain't thinking about that sort of thing. After all, the reason Felt stood here now to take on the Helmet Bastard was not for any long-term outlook that included such calculations, but because she had the power to fight off the imminently approaching peril. That, and for the sake of her one and only knight, who bore the duty of being the first one to hasten into such situations. Hence, it was fine that the only ones scheming to benefit from this situation later were himself, who was rather underhanded in contrast to his large body, and the dirty adults who controlled the criminal underworld. The 3 notorious organizations of the ground dragon capital of Flanders, the Balance, the Flower Prison Garden, and the Black Silver Coin, by putting their ruffians to use, they would secure fruits of battle to win the crown for Felt. Initially, Ram-G had taken a firm stance against Felt participating in the royal selection, against her getting involved in the center of something as large as the kingdom of Lugunica. For Ram-G, who knew about Felt's birth, about the karma of the blood that ran through her veins, it was a matter of course. On the other hand, however, Ram-G had continued to keep Felt in the royal capital. If he had felt so inclined, there had always been the option to bring Felt far out to live in the remote countryside before she gained awareness of herself or her surroundings. Nevertheless, Ram-G had not done so. He thought that likely. That was because he had fostered a premonition deep down in his heart that a large, unavoidable undulation would eventually catch up to them both. When that time came, if he could be by Felt's side, he would wield his pointlessly large body to its utmost capability and carry out the duty of shield or armor or aught else required. However, there was a sufficient possibility that he would be unable. He had grown old. He could not yet feel any pressing emaciation, but even if he was a giant, it would be no strange affair for death to come knocking on his door hereafter. For that reason, it was necessary. A guarantee, it felt, that his adorable grandchild would be protected for the rest of eternity was necessary. If the promissory note for that meant the apex of the kingdom, he would crown Felt himself. For that purpose, he would not hesitate to once more swing the baton of command he had vowed to never swing again. Though compared to the past, my chances have decreased an awful lot. To this day, the nightmares won't let me go. Almost half a century had passed, and the demi-human war was a distant memory. Even so, throughout that long, long time, the embers of regret had only continued to simmer in a pot within Ram-G. When he gained a chance to see the light of day, the lid of that pot was opened. Back then, the foolish Valga Cromwell had been insufficient. Time had made up for that foolishness of his, and while his asininity remained unchanged, Ram-G would wield his intellect. That was to say, this here'll be a battle of wits between the Helmet Bastard and myself. Are these Threads? The moment Rachens charged into the forest, his whole body was immediately entangled and restrained in extremely fine steel threads. As he spat out his frustrations, Aldebaran listened to him from a position within arm's reach. Aldebaran had deliberately exposed his position to his opponents, beckoning the enemies to rush toward him, ensnaring them right in his trap. At the hand of Ye's steel thread technique, 52 enemies were bound. He had already been associating with these enemies long enough that he had finished counting them all, but of course, it was not as though Ye had subdued them through simple physical strength. Ye, as you can see here, Ye-chan has slender arms, you know? By using nearby trees, other obstacles, or even the bodies of the people in question as fulcrums, I'm suspending these guys while their feet are still touching the ground. And so Ye disclosed the trick that had been performed. But the gist of it was still unclear to those who had heard it. At any rate, Rachens and his group were trapped in a web of steel threads coiled around many times over, and it would be nearly impossible for them to escape against Ye's will. So long as that fact was clear, it was top-notch work. On top of that, receiving a glare from the Shahaku eyes of Rachens, who was powerless to move even with his target right before him, Aldebaran forcefully laid his hands on Rachens's clothing and rummaged around in his pockets. Rachens, what the hell, you fuck? I ain't into this kind of thing. Yeah, whoa, how bold of you, Al-Sama. No wonder that you never seemed interested in Ye-chan no matter how much I enticed you. Coincident with this newfound understanding, my pride as a woman is rapidly being restored. Aldebaran, stop screwing around. There's a mirror. Find the mirror. One of them has it. Old man, you search too. Holding down Rachens as he writhed in an attempt to escape, Aldebaran yelled at Ye and Henkel, who then began shuffling through the belongings of the immobilized men, searching for the conversation mirror. The speed and accuracy of information transmission had the capability to change the nature of war. Such a thing had been used in all manners of fiction from all over the world, past and present. But this concept that he had previously only vaguely understood at face value had finally hit home for Aldebaran. The old giant, who served as the brain of this operation, had prepared gauntlets fitted with a multitude of conversation mirrors. With that, the old giant had become the central commander of the faction, and by exchanging information in real time, he was able to control all 500 fighters at will. If Aldebaran's location and number of allies continued to be leaked in this way, this side would never have a moment to catch their breaths. Therefore, it was essential to ensure that they shattered each unit's conversation mirrors. To that end, Aldebaran found it. Heinkel. Found it. Ye. Found it. Finding the sensation he sought at his fingertips, Aldebaran pulled it out and held it aloft, cheering. But his joy was drowned out by the voices of the other two, which were raised nearly simultaneously with his. Letting out a, Aldebaran turned around and saw Ye and Heinkel, who had been conducting a search of the other ruffians while he was groping Rachens, staring with their eyes wide open. Both of them were holding a small mirror in their hands. Aldebaran, conversation mirrors are meteors that can be replicated, but the cost would still be stupidly expensive. He understood why Rachens, who was most likely the commander of this unit, would have one. He also understood why his aide would have one, not wanting to leave communications to the commander alone, but he did not understand why anybody else would be carrying one. No matter what, it would have been impossible to equip the vast majority of a military force with conversation mirrors. In other words, these was Aldebaran. Are these dummies, Rachens? Goombas. At Aldebaran's dumbfounded mutter, Rachens stuck out his tongue and fired an insult at him. Seeing the colorful ring swaying on the tip of that long tongue, Aldebaran reflexively used his own tongue to unwrap the package of poison hidden behind his molar. It was at that moment. What? Dull as a pig you are. The poor joke that he had heard so many times that calluses were starting to form on his ears arrived alongside a punch, and Aldebaran could not distinguish whether it was the impact or the poison that had ended his life. Only the thoughts that came to his mind were not vulgar curses towards that pig face, but rather Aldebaran, that shitty old geezer. It was an insult that amounted to nothing more than praise for an adversary who was pulling the strings of a plan that was not just formidable, but downright unreasonable. Are these Threads? The feint achieved by masquerading a Goe as an Algoa had succeeded, allowing Rachens to charge at the enemy with minimal damage received from the fallen tree cannon. Having realized that he had been immobilized by Threads' fine to the point of being nigh invisible, he could not hide his astonishment. Had he been the only one ensnared, he could have still forced himself to accept it. However, it was not solely Rachens who had been immobilized, but also the 50 ruffians who had charged into the woods with him. Were he to try implementing something like this himself, the mere thought of recreating the intricate geometry of the cage of wires set up in the forest within his mind would have made him give up. That was how extraordinary this feat had been. But what was far more astonishing to Rachens, even beyond the woman who had bound him in thread. "Sorry, but I'll be shattering that." With those words, the helmet bastard searched the breast pocket of one of the ruffians, the man chosen for the duty of being the mirror bearer, pried out the conversation mirror, and dropped it on the ground, readily crushing it underfoot. Rachens. HK. Gotta be fucking kidding me. As if it were being wrung out of him, anger reflexively spilled out of his mouth, and the threads that constricted Rachens dug even deeper. Rather than a result of his own resistance, it seemed more like a warning from the thread-spinning red-haired woman for his cursing. However, at this moment, his anger ran far deeper than the shallow cuts from the threads upon his flesh. "Rachens, what? Just what the hell's going on here? You fuck, how'd you get it on your first shot?" "Helmet bastard. It wasn't in one shot, wasn't even in 10 or 20 shots. My draws are absolutely pitiful." "Rachens, As the helmet bastard seemed to have no intention of providing a proper response, Rachens firmly grit his teeth. Through some unknown means, the helmet bastard saw through the fact that they had established a communication network with Cromwell, with Ramji at its heart, through the use of conversation mirrors. Moreover, thoroughly ignoring the decoy mirrors, which would have bought them time even if they had been seen through, he acted in a manner as if he had assuredly taken out the real one. Despite the warning just a moment prior, Rachens raised his head. Towards those whom he was powerless against, his surging feelings of inferiority would not allow resignation. "Oh, what are you gonna do with these guys? Are you planning to kill them all?" Outside of Rachens's innermost thoughts, the one who interjected was the middle-aged man of red hair. It was Heinkel. He heard that this man was Reinhard's father. Indeed, including the red hair, blue eyes, and an excessively lavish knight's sword, there were numerous features reminiscent of House Astria. From the moment he heard that Heinkel had chosen to support the rival candidate Priscilla instead of Felt, whom his own son supported, he had thought of him as an idiot who could not make the right choice even regarding where he stood. But he was much worse than Rachens had imagined. Rachens. That brain-dead moron. Rachens hated Reinhard. In any case, Reinhard likely did not think much of Rachens, but they were similar in that they both had been born into families of a certain status, and both had conflicts with their fathers. Of course, there was a difference in the weight of what their births had burdened them with, and he knew that Reinhard had never considered abandoning what Rachens had so selfishly thrown away. Born into a noble family, Rachens ran away due to his inability to form an understanding with his family, and somehow or another he ended up working for Felt. On the whole, he was a half-hearted person. But, even if Rachens and Reinhard shared the same troubles, there remained a fundamental difference. Rachens's father was a respectable man. He disliked him, but he was respectable. Rachens. But there's no hope for a fuck like you. To be so emotionally anguished over a dispute with a father not even worthy of respect, Reinhard was a moron. Hence, he would remove the reason behind Reinhard's misery. Rachens. Goa. Even when tied up, incantations could be performed. His entire body entangled in the threads, creaking as the gate within pulsed, Rachens conjured a fireball directly before his face, prompting alarm in the helmet bastard and his gang. However, what emerged was a tiny clump of fire no bigger than the tip of his thumb. Heinkel. Trying to frighten me now? That petty a trick, you think I'd fall for it twice? A faux Algoa had been cast before him earlier, and out of spite for having been fooled by its appearance, Heinkel, his face red with anger, slashed at the fireball with his knight's sword. For just a moment that casual flash of the sword seemed so refined to the point of searing itself into his eyes. But that was fine. Right now, what was more important than such deep impressions? Rachen's du Wombas. Sticking out his tongue and hurling derisive insults with the best sneer he could muster, took priority. He had stretched a Goa out thin to masquerade it as an Algoa. Then, in a similar vein, an Algoa could be masqueraded as a mere tiny fireball. Rachen's Kun, you may not have any outstanding talent, but you have a firm foundation. Steady progress will assuredly grant you the power to reach wherever you wish to get to. Ezo had introduced Rachen's to magic, and remembering all the times he had been lectured by him with an arrogant pomp, despite his short stature, Rachen's apologized to him internally with an uncharacteristic sorry. Ignoring his firm foundation and misusing magic by skipping tiers was first on the list of things that would upset Ezo. But, since he would have never gotten another opportunity, it was something like his own excuse. Rachen's. The fireball basked in the tip of the sword and unraveled amidst the air, releasing the enormous firepower compressed within, and a hellish inferno that would incinerate the area in one fell swoop spread explosively. Just before being swallowed by the flames himself, Rachen's found that he was no longer filled with the lament of where the hell did my life take such a messed up turn. From mere moments ago, and he could not help but feel a bit strange. And just like that, even wearing a smile upon his face, Rachen's body was engulfed in the flames. Helmet bastard. That will be as far as you go. The flames he had staked his life on, which ought to have activated, were crushed in the hand of the helmet bastard, who had intervened as if he had known it would happen, and its firepower failed to be unleashed 264 times. The steel threads binding him having caused his body to lose its strength, Rachen's hung his head, looking as if he had given up. But such a thing was unthinkable. Rachen's would absolutely never give up on defeating his opponent, even in this situation. Hence, Aldebaran. That will be as far as you go. Upon speaking it, he recalled how vexing it sounded, and internally he clicked his tongue. Outside of his loathsome emotions, Aldebaran pushed Heinkel aside, and the Goa he had carelessly sliced apart. No, this time the activation of that great magic in disguise was thwarted. The large firepower that was going to rise into the air, attempting to scorch the whole region, was undone at its formation. While still nothing more than a kindling, it vanished as mana that had lost its direction. If he did not preempt this, the mighty flame would have scorched the whole region. Aldebaran's party would suffer tremendous damage, and the battle would be unable to continue. He felt sorry for Rachen's resolve, who was about to stake his life on a desperate suicide bombing, but trying to accomplish something by laying down one's life was the most meaningless action to perform in front of Aldebaran. No matter what one might wager their life on, Aldebaran would squander it without exception. Therefore, it was futile. Staking one's life would have no meaning whatsoever. It was futile. Futile? Futile? Futile, 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 futile. Futile, 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 and yet, Rachen's. Go, Aldebaran. Stop. His initial kindling extinguished, Rachen's nevertheless performed another incantation. Bellowing at him, Aldebaran raised his fist overhead and hammered it into the body of the man incapable of moving. He socked him right in the cheek, drove a kick into his abdomen, and struck him in the head once more. Unable to brace himself to withstand the impacts, Rachen's had to take it all as a punching bag. Even if Aldebaran was just a second-rate or third-rate warrior, he could overthrow even Garfield if he pressed his vital points. And yet, Rachen's. Go, Rachen's did not cease his incantations. Aldebaran, why? Once again crushing the kindling as it tried to come alive, he slammed the fist that did so into Rachen's. However, even when hit by a series of punches, the signs of new magic attempting to interfere with the world did not cease to be born around Rachen's. That was to say, even if his final stratagem had been seen through, Rachen's would never yield. Yea. Al-Sama. There'll be no end to this. In Aldebaran's ear, out of breath as he was, such a voice was gently raised. Subsequently, the bound Rachens' head was lifted in front of him. Around his neck a steel thread was tightly wound, wringing his slender neck. Not just that, it was starting to attempt to decapitate him. Yea, his eyes are speaking. As long as you don't kill him, he'll keep doing the same thing over and over. A truly admirable thing. Isn't that the dearest desire of all boys? In that case, Aldebaran, shut up. Yea. Moving a raised finger on her right hand, Ye caused a red line of blood to streak down Rachens' neck. Silencing her, Aldebaran glared directly at Rachens. With his chin lifted, Rachens gazed at Aldebaran at an angle that seemed to be looking down on him. And then, Rachens. Duum, ass, cladding his right hand in a rock protector. Aldebaran struck Rachens firmly with a blow. Receiving a blow inherently weightier than those that came before, Rachens' forehead split open, and his blood rapidly scattered. Likely he had been prepared to kill Rachens with that strike, but yea. Spectacularly done as. Clapping her hands, Ye commended him whilst looking over Rachens' limp body. Even more so than Aldebaran, Ye was sensitive to the life and death of others. To her eyes, it would be apparent that the matter had concluded with Rachens fainting, without losing his life. Aldebaran. Neither that praise, nor the fact that Rachens had merely fainted, would serve as consolation for Aldebaran. Only, more than he had initially thought, he must not underestimate this number of 500. This was not merely a numerical figure, but 500 people hardened with the utmost resolve. He must respond to it as such. Henkel. Oh oi, Aldebaran. Aldebaran. Sorry, but shut up for a sec. Having just defeated Rachens, Aldebaran was met with Henkel's voice. But he had exhausted himself mentally more than he had expected to a greater extent than that of merely expanding his territory, and was unable to concern himself with Henkel at the moment. Regardless, he had succeeded in shattering the conversation mirror, and had eliminated the threat of the first vanguard. All that remained. What, dull as a pig you are, Aldebaran. The arrival of the joke poking fun at their own tribe was well familiar to his ears. However, unlike before, this time it arrived without a fist to accompany it. But whether it was fine to thus deem that acceptable, and treat it as a sign that he had overcome a perilous spot, he did not know. That was because, thoughtlessly stopping in place there, your head stuffed with pig food or something. As the pig-faced man declared so in a weighty voice, he was not alone. Similar to how Rachens had been accompanied by a squadron, he did not charge in alone, but instead stood before Aldebaran's party as the second battle formation. Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition? Thoughtlessly stopping in place there, your head stuffed with pig food or something? Hearing the voice of the king pig, Doltero Amula, across one of the conversation mirrors fitted to his gauntlets, Ramji understood that the helmet bastard had made contact with the second battle formation. The first contact had been made by Rachens' unit, so it was fortunate that the battle formation positioned in the nearest location included Doltero, who was the strongest warrior among the lineup they had gathered. Only, before Doltero could arrive, the helmet bastard had clashed with Rachens, and the well-being of the unit under his command was unknown. Naturally, the same went for their commanding officer, Rachens. Rather, considering the opponent's cunning, it would be more apt to consider Rachens to be dead. Perhaps not. Given that a battle had occurred, it was impossible that they had handled the situation without suffering harm. The ruffians of the criminal underworld were a matter of course, but casualties would also emerge within the camp. It would be foolish to count on the single ray of hope that was present in the report Grassus had received from Flam. Therefore, Ramji put a lid over his own feelings in between blinks and concentrated on the situation before his eyes. With Doltero, the helmet bastard and his allies would be killed in the span of a single breath. They could not take such an optimistic viewpoint. In a sense, the helmet bastard had led the sword saint, divine dragon, and witch of envy around by their noses, but that feat alone served not as the reason. He shattered the conversation mirror in the possession of the mirror keeper without any hesitation, since that had left them incapable of grasping the movements around Rachins and his squadron. There was no doubt that the opposition had taken the best course of action in order to intercept the flow of information to this side. However, no matter how one looked at it, the way that this best move was executed had been far too unnatural. Even supposing they had already surmised the arrangements and configuration of this side's coordination, that they had been equipped with conversation mirrors, their actions that followed were, Ram, as long as they ain't seeing inside our heads, or, perhaps, something else entirely, it ought to be impossible. It was all preposterous, a realm of jape that ought to have been ridiculed as impossible. Nonetheless, having lived over 100 years, Ramji was aware that powers transcending both his common sense and his wildest imagination did exist in this world, and that those who wielded such abilities would indeed come to play upon the same board. Those who ceased all thought when faced with such beings, deeming it an impossibility, always met the same end. He could not afford to ever allow such a wretched end to befall the ones he loved. Ram, there's something I'd like to ascertain. All units, change of plans. Speaking to all of the conversation mirrors simultaneously, Ramji narrowed his eyes and formulated a stratagem. The helmet bastard. He also ought to be aware. The fact that, for both their side and the helmet bastard side, this battle was a race against time. Chapter 21. Valga Cromwell Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. Dealing with alterations in the situation, second by second, moment by moment, instant by instant, he advanced the world. For Aldebaran's authority, incapable of turning the clock back on a grand scale, this was a gamble that reeled his victory in steadily, but simultaneously posed the risk of definitively relinquishing his victory. Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. Step by step, move by move, action by action, he verified, defined, and moved the board towards a checkmate. The way the highest caliber of warriors would unceasingly and continuously advance in this manner, piling up experience in a world of ceaseless bouts all decided by a single move. He really could not imagine it. Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. And that was not limited to just warriors. The highest caliber of intellectuals were the same in the sense of their ability to think in a different dimension. Rather, since they were not directly involved in practice, they would go without knowing the true fragrance of blood and the pain of wounds, merely constructing the progression of the world within their heads. So there was possibly more of a monstrous sense to them. In any case, Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. Trampling on the discipline of warriors and the deliberations of intellectuals alike, disregarding the law of reality that dictated an inability to ascertain the results of two different choices simultaneously, Aldebaran would merely snatch victory away even in battles that were to be decided by a single blow. The former had every right to curse, loathe, and scorn his way of being as contemptible. Let those vilifications of theirs cut into him as much as they liked. In exchange, Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. With this dirty method, he would absolutely seize victory. At this point, I bet you're hoping for as much amiability as a pig wanting to be fed. Ringing out a low, groaning voice, the joke of the pig-faced man. The king pig, Doltero Amula, when compared to his previous dignified despair-inducing ones, came out a husky rasp. That was only natural. His entire body was covered in lacerations from steel threads, and he was losing copious amounts of blood from his innumerable wounds. Rather, the fact that he was still conscious, and that his face wore no grievous expression, was far more strange. Aldebaran, having come this far, I know you're not afraid of dying. But, even if you don't fear death, pain should still be painful, yeah? Doltero, you don't understand even when saying it yourself? Both death and pain are ultimately things that make us afraid. Then, all we gotta do is swallow that fear. Aldebaran, I can't understand you. Doltero's point was that the fear induced by death and the fear induced by pain were one and the same. But, the way Aldebaran saw it, those were different things. The fear born of death, and the fear born of pain were different. To take it further, since pain was a stimulus to the body, it seemed rather distinct from fear. Doltero, no matter what you say, it's the backbiting of a pig. Before Aldebaran, white froth emerged in the corners of Doltero's mouth as he muttered thus. Around the thick neck of the king pig, a fine steel wire was wound around several tens of times, applying pressure to his trachea. Doltero had resisted that strangling by slipping 2 fingers in, but those fingers sunk into his neck and lost their function, and with blood no longer circulating to his brain, his large body finally fell to its knees. Having fallen to his knees, Doltero was surrounded by the 55 collapsed subordinates who had accompanied him. While taking on this king pig, he had taken down the other men one by one, an effort that had literally broken his bones, cleaved off his flesh, and robbed him of his life numerous times. In total, 23,008 times. With this many attempts, this was among the top class of Aldebaran's veteran history of losing battles. Of course, one contributing factor was that the organized attacks of the king pig and his underlings of the black-silver coin had been exceedingly thorough. But the primary cause had been Aldebaran's own lack of talent. The steel thread entangled around Doltero's neck was not one that extended out from Ye's hand, but from the hand of Aldebaran, who had borrowed one of her rings. Manipulating a steel thread with a single finger, he had closed in on Doltero's fierce attack one move at a time and affixed a thread to his neck, tying it around to apply as much pressure as he could to that thick neck. Amidst this harsh territory, learning the steel thread technique from square one until it was viable for him had required the time of over 20,000 attempts. Doltero. Boom, sounded the fist as it vigorously slammed into the ground, Doltero falling completely unconscious. Even still, the body of the king pig who reigned over the criminal underworld did not topple over sideways. Rather, his large body was supported by his own fist pressed into the ground, a demonstration of his dignity. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken. In spite of being his enemy, he could not help but commend that posture. Yay! Ha-ho! You're outrageous, Elsama. I was proud that nobody in the village except me had been able to learn it. But isn't this now a disgrace? And, beside Aldebaran as he stood out of breath before the silenced Doltero, Ye, having strung every last adversary aside from Doltero in the air, spoke so. Her eyes, narrowed like a cat's, observed Aldebaran's steel thread technique that had tied up Doltero. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to easily accept that praise. Aldebaran, don't be ridiculous. With just a single finger, all the muscles from the top of my head to the tips of my toes are on the verge of cramping. Doing 10 times that with 10 fingers. Are you actually super muscular despite looking so thin? Yay. You taking an interest in what's under my uniform, Al-Sama. I've given you so many chances to check for yourself, and yet you were always so mean as to turn me down. Aldebaran. The ring. Let me borrow it for just a little longer. Responding to Ye as she mischievously poked fun at him, Aldebaran stroked the ring fitted on the ring finger of his right hand. He had tested it on each finger, but it felt the most intuitive on Aldebaran's ring finger. In all honesty, he had been reluctant to put a ring on his ring finger, but he did not have a left hand to begin with. It was nonsensical to bring such emotional obstinacies of a little girl onto a battlefield. In any case, Aldebaran. Old man, you ate. I didn't have much leeway to pay attention your way, my bad. Henkel. No, that's fine. That's all right. As Aldebaran checked on his well-being, Heinkel choked on his words as he nodded. During the battle with Doltero, Heinkel, to put it bluntly, had fallen into a useless state of malfunction. But after Ye had tied up the men, he had contributed by knocking them unconscious, and by breaking the conversation mirror of Thay, mirror-bearer, so Aldebaran would acknowledge that he had done his job. As expected, against a certain level of powerful individuals, Doltero was a given, but it would be difficult to count Heinkel among their fighting strength when it came time to clash with those in the same ballpark as Gaston. Aldebaran had no intention of reproaching Heinkel, who harbored such a mental fragility. Everyone had an opponent whom their soul would absolutely refuse to face. For Ye, that was Aldebaran, and for Aldebaran, that was... it mattered not. Heinkel. Aldebaran, you? What's really the deal with you? Aldebaran. Heinkel, you had absolutely no chance of defeating that pigment. He was someone who utterly exceeded you in both skill and power. And yet, you were the one who won in the end, and mostly unharmed at that, overwhelmingly so. Aldebaran, with eyes as if he was beholding someone truly august, Heinkel spoke thus to Aldebaran. Listening to Heinkel's words, Aldebaran revised his evaluation of him to that of a man who was quite observant. Perhaps precisely because he had been watching as an onlooker, Aldebaran's irregularity had left more of an impression. Neither was it that Aldebaran had grown strong, nor was it that he was a strong match against Doltero. If it must be said, it would have appeared as if he had won by piling up 100 lucky shots. Yea, he's a monster. Hence, plainly declaring so and not asking for anything more, Ye's attitude was rather pleasant. Answering Heinkel in Aldebaran's stead, her face bore no semblance of fear or awe. After all, within Ye, her impression of Aldebaran had already been completed. Al-Sama is a monster. We're working alongside a monster, you know? Heinkel. I know a lot of people are like monsters, but this guy's... There's a difference between those who are like monsters and actual monsters. Please don't talk about such shams. Her speech was gentle, her expression a smile. However, her phrasing was neither a confirmation nor a denial, overpowered by the calm yet threatening demeanor Ye showed on the surface. Heinkel was at a loss for words. Aldebaran, regardless of whether I'm a monster or not, will proceed from here just as planned. Ye will suppress the opponent's numbers and I'll deal with the strong ones. Old man, I'm counting on you to follow my directions and deal with the mirrors. Heinkel. Yeah, got it. Yay. Roger. As you command, Al-Sama. Next to Heinkel as he timidly nodded, Ye lifted her arms in a hurrah, and with a fine movement of her fingertips she controlled her steel threads. Guided by her fingers, the steel threads coiled around the fainted Doltero, binding the limbs of the king pig that had demonstrated his obstinacy to not collapse, stringing him up in the air with the others. Even if he understood that it was a safety measure in case Doltero woke up, it did not feel good. That went not only for Doltero, but for Rachens too, who had needed to be beaten to the point of fainting. Aldebaran, my head hurts. Frankly, he had underestimated Felt's faction. Outside of Reinhard, he had thought them all to be non-combatants excluding Ezo. Still, the old giant himself, Grassus and Gaston, and the main target of Felt were waiting for him. Yea? If you just remove that single shackle, Al-Sama, I'd be way more effective, you know? Aldebaran. Yea. This goes without saying, but rather than tying them up, I'm better at strangling people to death. This little Olmi. Every so often, for various reasons, Ye would speak words to tempt Aldebaran, but even more so than when those whispers tried to lure him to the bedroom. These struck Aldebaran's eardrums in a much more alluring manner. Unlike Heinkel, who was unable to demonstrate his true strength for emotional reasons, the reason why Ye could not show her true worth was none other than because she was abiding by Aldebaran's ego. Were he to lift that restriction, the forest abundant in cover would instantly become Ye's hunting ground. Even if the opponent was 500 strong, it would not take much time before the green leaves were all stained with blood. Only, it was not that Ye was muttering in discontent for being unable to do that. After all, no matter how bereft of legitimacy those directions were, it was her nature to follow orders. Hence, the reason she was whispering to Aldebaran like this was, Aldebaran, thank you, but it's none of your concern. Yea. Oh my. Sticking her tongue out with a bah, Ye was unsurprised that her proposal had been rejected. From the start, it was a proposal she had no expectation of being accepted. Surprisingly, no. It was not surprising for she who wished for Aldebaran to accomplish his goal, but it seemed to have set him alight with motivation. Thanks to that sweet, tempting complaint, Aldebaran regained his exhausted willpower. Aldebaran, we also have the option to continue through the forest and slip through the south, but that's a no-go when considering what's to follow. Unfortunately for them, we'll be having Lil Miss Felt and her crew be defeated here. Yea, understood. Then, proceed as planned? The atmosphere from the preceding conversation vanished, and Aldebaran nodded at Ye as she inclined her head. Then, thinking of Felt and the old giant who were likely working out a plan to secure victory on the other side of the forest, he quietly muttered, "Aldebaran, you guys are strong. It's just, your stars were bad." Witnessing that the third conversation mirror had been broken, Ramji became convinced. "Ram, as I thought, you're doing more than just seeing through our plans." He removed and discarded one of the conversation mirrors fitted onto his gauntlets. Having lost its counterpart, it no longer served any purpose. Ramji considered the helmet bastard's optimal conduct, immediately identifying the mirror bearer, ordained with a conversation mirror, an action whose essence was to disrupt the flow of information. Rachens had fallen, and even Doltero, who had rushed to the scene, had been utterly defeated. Although he had estimated it to be a possible outcome, Ramjioi could not hold back his surprise at the defeat of the King Pig, having known the latter for quite a long time. If he'd been born a mere 10 years earlier, his name probably would have gone down in the history books telling of the demi-human war. The person in question would have likely laughed at that statement and brushed it off as an exaggeration, but in Ramjeet's mind, it was a fair assessment. But then again, the demi-human war had not been such a close affair that Doltero alone would have been able to make the difference between victory and defeat. Even if his name would have been recorded in the annals of history, he most likely would have been among the many who had lost their lives at the hands of the Sword Demon, or that generation's Sword Sancta. Either way, Doltero had been defeated. Did that mean the opponent was on the same level as the Sword Demon? Rah, that ain't it. Shaking his thick head from side to side, Ramji discarded his pessimistic thoughts. In truth, the existence of the Sword Demon was something of a trauma for Ramji. Against the lone Sword Demon, even if Ramji were to command a force numbering 1,000, he would glimpse no sign of victory whatsoever. This was not to say that the Sword Demon was the strongest in the world, but rather that his renown made him appear that way. There were indeed those proprietors of renown such that their opponents would be made to feel that victory would be unattainable, even if that was not truly the case. Even for Felt, the prospect of competing head-to-head against the big shots of the criminal underworld was unlikely, both in terms of physical strength and intelligence. Nonetheless, they still looked up to her as their queen. That was the unshakable quality known as renown. Something in which the helmet bastard was lacking. To put it simply, he did not inspire fear. However, it could be said that it contributed to the unknowns of his character. Well then, we just have to eliminate those unknowns one by one. Launch 'em up. Following the orders called out by Ramji, the fighters who remained on hand, numbering around 20, began to move. Fire magic ore was ignited, and launched were the contents of the magic cannons. The latter were valuable items that could be carried by hand and used continuously if properly cooled. However, the magic stones which they had fired held even greater value. They were Night Banishers. Immediately after, white lights sliced across the sky of the battlefield like bolts of lightning, instantly scattering the clouds. The glow of the blue sky peering out chased away the approaching dusk, rewriting time. No, that was not the case. The effect of the Night Banisher was merely a reproduction of daytime. If launched at night, it would overwrite the darkness, giving the appearance of a daytime sky. It was even possible to create an inexplicable phenomenon in which raindrops would fall from a clear sky if one were to be emulated on a rainy day. Originally, the Night Banisher's intended effect was to drive away the night that caused chaos on the battlefield. But this magic stone had another effect that most were unaware of. To rewrite an overcast day into a sunny one, to turn night into day, was the effect of painting reality over with an illusion. That was to say, Rom. If he's been watching us from the sky, then he can't rely on that view no more. As the battle dragged on, the night-banishing magic stones that had been prepared for nightfall came into play. Judging this to be a rare stroke of good fortune, Ramji took steps to seal off one of the possible explanations behind the helmet bastard's actions. An eye in the heavens, which may have been surveilling them. But then again, Unit 6 reporting. We found the helmet bastard. We're going to Whoa. Judging by the report of the mirror bearer assigned to Unit 6 and the subsequent lost communication, the helmet bastard had broken a fourth conversation mirror, and as such Ram G was convinced that the possibility of an eye in the heavens had completely vanished. However, he was not discouraged. In the first place, the likelihood of an eye in the heavens had been low. In response to the optimal conduct of the helmet bastard, Ramji's first instructions were for the mirror bearers of each unit to alternate at regular intervals, and to report the next movements in writing through the mirror. However, the helmet bastard responded to this by eliminating the designated mirror bearers right away twice in a row. Even supposing he was able to observe their movements from the sky, he would not have been able to fully respond to every move. In that case, what remained was Ram. It might be a great spirit I know nothing about, or a powerful divine protection, or he might be seen inside his opponent's minds. Otherwise, perhaps it's not minds that he's seen, but... And so he listed each possibility that came to mind, and made plans to eliminate them one by one. It was hard to imagine that the helmet bastard had a great spirit with him, considering his actions. A spirit's true talent was magic, but the helmet bastard showed no signs of using a spirit's power to overcome this onslaught of challenges. Assistance from spirits of the yin and yang attributes would not have been as noticeable as from spirits of other attributes, but those spirits were also of high rarity. The possibility that one was accompanying him was not zero, but Ram. It's of low priority. Unit 7, go east. Unit 9, proceed southeast. Hurry Tay where Unit 6 is fighting. Never mind. There ain't a need to support Unit 6. Instead, let's get your two units working together. Use both magic stones and throw-in stones. We've got to see if we can make him use 2 or more divine protections, no matter what. By nature, only a single divine protection could dwell within an individual. There had only been a handful of people in history who held multiple divine protections, and the number of people whose divine protections both prove useful could only be counted on one hand. It was odd that among those individuals abnormally blessed by fortune, the likes of the Sword Saint and the Mad Prince both existed in this current day and age. But there was a possibility that the helmet bastard could be a third one to be added to those ranks. Henceforth, Ram. You can ascertain someone's divine protection by bundling stacking up hardships and watching how they handle them. It ain't for nothing that I've been called the one who's killed the most divine protection holders in the world. From the sudden deployment of the Night Banisher onward, Aldebaran sensed that the situation had worsened dramatically. With the movements of the opposition clearly being laced with contrived inaction, even merely identifying the mirror-bearer had become increasingly difficult, ramping up his number of attempts up by an order of magnitude. Aldebaran. Because they keep shuffling around the role of mirror-bearer, if the timing of initiating the confrontation's even slightly off, a completely different guy'll have the mirror. Moreover, in place of straightforward attacks that aimed at simply suppressing, defeating, or killing Aldebaran and his allies, there was a marked increase in attacks that seemed to be aimed at testing their reactions. Setting aside those underlying intentions, Aldebaran was tormented by having to deal with such offensives that did not directly threaten his life. Were they attacks of lethal nature, assured to rob him of his life? He could crush them without mercy, unhesitatingly taking measures to stifle them at their inception. However, since that intent was nebulous, and since its impact was minimal, comparable to that of clearing a pebble off the roadside, the conduct required of him was overwhelmingly extensive. Aldebaran. Taken to an extreme, even a single scratch means asking whether I should start over. Having said that, he still could not ignore attacks that, akin to a slow-acting poison, would force him into a softlock because he had merely been struck by them. As a result, once that uncertainty took root in him, Aldebaran had no choice but to deal with each and every attack, ramping up the number of attempts by yet another order of magnitude. Aldebaran. You're getting on my nerves, shitty old geezer. As the number of mirrors being shattered continued to accumulate, Ramji grew increasingly wary of how the situation had been progressing. Thanks to prior directives from the heads of their respective organizations, the ruffians of the criminal underworld followed Ramji's instructions with surprising obedience. Given the situation, some of them likely fell without even understanding what their role had been, and yet fallen they had, with nary a word of complaint. Such an attitude was indeed admirable. Owing to that, The number of cards in his hand were dwindling at an alarming rate, but in return, the face of the card kept concealed by the opposition was slowly but surely being revealed. Rom, they're a resolute bunch indeed. Felt might have built the relationship with Flanders, but the heavens still fervently keep watch over those who struggle. The effect of the night, Banisher obstructed any eyes in the heavens, and by stacking wave upon wave of magic stone attacks to alter the mana concentration, the area was rendered intoxicating to spirits, which thus confirmed the absence of any cooperating spirits. Suspecting a highly versatile divine protection, through a combination of short and long-ranged attacks, both physical and magical, the divine protections of which he was aware, which were limited to the ones whose efficiency had been ascertained by using Reinhard as a test subject, had their characteristics targeted, and thus 90% of the potential candidates for the current scenario had been eliminated. Rom, this ain't the divine protection of first sight or the divine protection of the second coming. So if it's neither the divine protection of stormy skies nor the divine protection of the tiger's den, not many candidates remain. The remaining 10% could possibly serve as one-trick ponies, depending on how they were used, but they lacked the versatility to deal with a situation as dire as this. With that, nearly all the candidates were dropped, relegated to the back of his mind. From here on out, he would move on to the stage of suspecting something that was neither magic, nor spirit, nor divine protection, an authority. Rom, bending the laws of reality itself, wouldn't that be pride beyond the station of man, helmet bastard? When the tide of the wave attacks shifted, and the opposition's movements took a turn, Aldebaran ground his teeth, sensing that the worst possibility that came to mind had been right on the mark. In all likelihood, that old giant, Valga Cromwell, had an inkling that Aldebaran was using an authority, overcoming these imminent critical situations by stacking up countless matrices. The succession of wave attacks, and the sequence of numerous attacks rich in variety that kept up for a while, had been meant to whittle down the possibilities of how Aldebaran was escaping from such an overwhelming disadvantage. Near infinite trial and error by means of redefining a matrix and the existence of the territory, it was likely impossible that they had grasped that to be the true nature of Aldebaran's authority, but he had a keen feeling that it had been narrowed down to something quite close. The chief possibilities of magic, or a divine protection, had already been eliminated through an exhaustive investigation, and he got a sense that they had entered the stage where a tremendous, absurd authority was starting to be suspected. Similar to Ezo Cadner back at the Pleiades watchtower, there was a high possibility that clever individuals would see through Aldebaran's authority. But then again, it would be difficult to corner Aldebaran, even if one had seen through it. Ezo's judgment to flood the escape path with water magic had been optimal in a certain sense, but it would have been a Herculean task to accomplish a similar feat in a space this expansive. Even so, the nasty premonition that tinged his heart did not disappear, causing Aldebaran to hesitate about updating his matrix in such a short time span. The difficulty of recovering from a single failure was steadily ramping up, little by little. To begin with, why was the notorious Valga Cromwell from the Demi-Human War still alive, and serving Felt at that? Was Valga not the great strategist who harbored an immense hatred of humans, taking the lives of several thousands with his merciless stratagems in the Demi-Human War? His head was on the verge of seething as it blurted out complaints towards the incomprehensible combination. There's something wrong with this, seriously. Having come this far, he had come to a point where there was no longer any room to doubt the worst possible premonition. As Ramji endured that bad feeling in his chest, he vigorously stroked his own bald head for no reason. Likely, the helmet bastard was using an authority. Neither was it a divine protection, nor was it magic, but an extraordinary power said to have once been used by the witches, a power capable of bending the laws of the world. Of this, he was convinced. In the past, during the era of the Demi-Human War, when he had been acquainted with the successor to a witch, Sphinx, she had stated herself to be a failed creation, unable to reproduce an authority. However, though he had expressed his wish for Felt to gain achievements, with the enemy possessing an ability so desperately coveted by that witch, this was far too troublesome an opponent. And though he was loath to admit it, he had narrowed down the helmet bastard's authority to one of either reading the thoughts of an opponent or seeing into the short-term future. However, at the current point, Romjitsi surmised that precognition had a higher probability than mind-reading, since he had continued to evade this side's attacks to this much of an extent. Even supposing he was reading the mind of another, Romji thought it would undoubtedly be that of his own, and had thus deployed the measures to ascertain if that was the ace. He had given unique orders to 2 different units. The first unit he commanded to pass them by without attacking, and the second he ordered to launch an all-out offensive. But the helmet bastard had gone to deal with the unit it would have been fine to ignore, plunging himself into the predicament of a pincer attack in between the first and second units. If he had read Romjit's mind, or the mind of somebody in that first unit, then the helmet bastard would have just burdened himself with needless hardship. At that moment, he ascertained that the helmet bastard's authority was not that of mind-reading. That was to say, the true nature of the helmet bastard's authority was now mostly narrowed down to precognition. Even if it had been narrowed down, he likely could not cheer out and how I did it. With this conclusion, Sphinx had triumphantly spoken of them as powers that twisted the laws of reality. But something like precognition was going too far. Just how am I supposed to deal with something like that? There's something wrong with this, seriously. Anyone who can't use the flow method fall back. But don't stop moving! His sonorous voice raised in a shout, Gaston leaped out ahead of the group and swung at the helmet bastard. Gaston had already obtained Romji's theory from the mirror bearer. Apparently that bastard could see just a little ahead into the future. Something like that. Gaston. Then all I gotta do is finish it the moment he sees ahead. Bellowing like thunder, Gaston abandoned the idea of landing a single glorious blow. Instead, he switched to a relentless flurry of strikes, aiming to cut off the helmet bastard's escape routes by giving priority to landing a punch. However, in response to the barrage, the helmet bastard stomped the ground hard. Helmet bastard, smart thinking, Gaston. But this time, thinking was the wrong move. A swelling wall of earth shielded the helmet bastard, halting the powerful onslaught. He gritted his teeth. Just like the bastard had stated, his plan had backfired, and immediately afterwards, his opponent turned the very same earth into gauntlets around his arm and smashed Gaston in the forehead, sending him reeling back. And as it was, Gaston, still reeling back, sensed the helmet bastard was going for a follow-up. Gaston channeled his momentum into a backflip, unleashing a kick towards that sensation. The nimble strike delivered while spinning through the air was a facsimile of an acrobatic technique of Felt's used when attempting to slip away from Reinhardt's grasp, like a cat twisting out of a hold. It was inconceivable that a brute like Gaston would pull off something so acrobatic. Not even the old man who served as a gardener for House Astria, who had been hit by it during training. Helmet bastard, you got me. 4 times, at that. Alongside those cryptic words, Gaston's kick had sliced through empty air. An attack Gaston had honed to the level of a finishing move had been rendered useless. But before he could even dwell on that frustration, a strange sensation seized his body. He felt oppression as though the hand of a giant had grabbed hold of him, yanking his right leg upward. Upon closer inspection, he came to see that there was a near-invisible thread restraining him, extending from the helmet bastard's right hand. Was it not just the red-haired maid accompanying him? This helmet bastard could use it too? Helmet bastard. Mine's just a single strand, though. In truth, she's a genius. That one. Hearing the helmet bastard's lifeless tone as he spoke words of praise for his comrade, Gaston ground his teeth, his right leg suspended by the thread. His foot was raised all the way to head height. His left foot, barely touching the ground, was forced onto its toes, his body being left utterly powerless. In this ridiculous, helpless position, Gaston had been completely neutralized, and with that the helmet bastard turned his back on Gaston. Helmet bastard. Old man, I'm leaving him to you. I'm gonna go back up, yay. With those words, the helmet bastard strode away as if Gaston had already been dealt with. Taking his place was a man Gaston had only heard about. Reinhardt's father, donning the same hair and eye tonalities as Reinhardt he did, yet the ambience his body was enveloped in exuded an entirely different quality. But more than anything, that expression, one that said he was only following the helmet bastard's orders because he had no other choice, reluctant and unwilling, pissed Gaston off. Therefore, Hankel, H.K., You better not move awkwardly or... Bay. Gaston struck the hardened face of his opponent and immediately lunged at the helmeted bastard's turned back. But before his hand could reach the latter, his balance faltered, and his opponent easily evaded the charge with a lunge, letting Gaston crash hard onto the ground. He had failed. Having forcibly ripped himself free from the thread, his nearly torn ankle could not hold him up. Helmet bastard. You, with that leg. Gaston. What's one damn leg worth? I'm putting my life on the line here. You think this is some game where I'd quit just 'cause it hurts a little? Helmet bastard. Gaston. But what really pisses me off the most is that you guys are doing this reluctantly. Don't go picking fights with people if you can't even laugh in admiration of your own comrade's hard work. Gaston hurled his fury at the silent helmet bastard as he forced himself to his feet with every last ounce of his strength. Even now copious amounts of blood yet poured from Gaston's right ankle, the torn flesh exposing glimpses of white bone beneath. And yet, the fact that he clenched his teeth and stood was due to the importance of that which he carried upon his back. Gaston had a woman he had fallen for, a woman who, perhaps feeling trepidation upon discovering that a villain with the divine dragon in tow was coming, had nonetheless held him and told him not to worry, before finally pushing him onwards to journey alongside Felt. Gaston had men he admired, a friend whose mouth would run unceasingly with discontent, all while worrying about those he was surrounded by, a lifelong companion who, despite being a coward at heart, never would withdraw and retreat, a mentor who, despite always providing him with tedious, troublesome lectures, was very caring, howling that all held the right to achieve greatness, a bad influence who, loving the girl who would puff her chest out and make manifest her braggadocio, was turning his past, a past akin to a curse, into strength. Gaston had a man and a woman he looked up to, a strong man so strong he could protect all things he wished to protect. A strong woman so radiant, no matter where she was, forgetting her would be absolutely impossible. Gaston had every reason to stand tall and fight. Gaston. People like you, who don't even have that in 'em, got no damn right stepping into a ring where others are giving it their all. With a roar from the deepest depths of his soul, Gaston charged at the helmet bastard anew, deliberately stepping forward with his right foot. Even if that step were to shatter his leg, tear it apart, leave him unable to walk ever again, it mattered not. Even then, Gaston would still find something he would be able to do. Even then, he knew his comrades would never abandon him. Right now, all he wanted was to beat the helmet bastard. Pushing off the ground, Gaston's massive frame rose into the air as he drove his left knee upward in a crushing strike. Even if blocked by a wall of earth, this time he had his upraised arms ready to hammer down at any moment as a second stage backup. Whichever it was, he would smash the helmet that hid the bastard's face. Helmet bastard. Honestly, it landed. As if he had anticipated Gaston's movements, the helmet bastard had already closed the distance in perfect rhythm with the takeoff. Right after Gaston's throat let out a faint groan, a fist, clad in a gauntlet of stone, struck his face as he sprung up into the air, causing his head to jerk backwards. Gaston, you're fucking kidding me. In the end, not a single one of Gaston's attacks had landed. If his opponent was indeed making a sarcastic joke, or a bitter remark about them landing, or something of the sort, despite that, there was nothing to laugh about, even one bit. With the blood loss from his leg contributing, Gaston's consciousness rapidly faded. At the end, concurrent with a familiar high-pitched voice, a burst of white light at the edge of his vision came into sight. The name of that meteor was the Star Staff. The majority of the meteors which existed in this world were said to be the handiwork of a single witch, driven by curiosity and desire, simply for her own amusement. The Star Staff, however, was different. With an aim in mind, the witch had painstakingly forged a crystallization of her intellect to realize that goal. That aim, though perhaps something so petty as silencing a quippy dragon, its power was genuine. By siphoning mana from its wielder, and by bridging the procedures, the power unleashed would become the Starlight of Shario. Of course, it was a light insignificant in comparison to Al Shario, which could slay even dragons. However, its power, which any individual could acquire without study, could still be described as extraordinary. Pursued by starlight that would ceaselessly track its target until striking true, Aldebaran took every defensive measure he could conjure, but none could withstand the assault while also avoiding injury. An attack of this nature, which left no route for escape, was Aldebaran's nemesis. For that reason, in accordance with Aldebaran's own list of priorities, only one viable option remained. Aldebaran. Sorry about this, old man. With that muttered apology, Aldebaran caused the ground beneath Heinkel, who had fallen on his bottom upon receiving a counterattack from Gaston, to rise up, thrusting him up as a shield in between Aldebaran and the starlight. Naturally, realizing his intentions, Heinkel had begun to yell Aldeba, with anger evident upon his face. However, in the next instant, the burst of white light struck the red-haired swordsman, his entire body permeated by an impact that could silence even a dragon. How? Ka! Oh, Gua! Aldebaran, who had experienced it firsthand, had suffered damage that seemed to scorch his brain and internal organs to a crisp. However, though Heinkel had fallen to his knees, passing out, he still possessed the leeway to writhe in agony on the spot. Whether in Wallachia, or that instance with Aldebaran, time and again, through brutal struggles, was the extraordinary sturdiness which Heinkel possessed proven. Having been saved by the resilience that seemed to bring Heinkel himself no gratification whatsoever, Aldebaran looked to where the light had originated. Thereupon, Aldebaran, so, you're Camberley? Leaning against the star staff that had unleashed a burst of light, blood dripping from his nose, was a man of the dwarf race. As of now, this battle had been done over 29,221 times since its commencement. Consequently, Aldebaran understood the ruffians who had gathered here better than they did themselves. Of the opponents he had encountered thus far, he knew every last one by name. In a way, it could be said that he had developed a sort of one-sided kinship with them. Sorry, that would be a lie. He was sick and tired of facing such formidable opponents. Regardless, Aldebaran, even if you're aware of the activation method, that ain't a meteor that any half-assed amateur can put to use. How on earth did you manage to activate it, Camberley? How do you think I did it? Hey, keep guessing for the rest of your life, Aldebaran. Don't tell me. You used Hexel, blood dripping from his eyes and nose, along with bulging veins on his neck and forehead. This sight led Aldebaran to the conclusion that these were adverse effects resulting from the use of a certain illicit substance, commonly referred to as Hexel. It was an illicit drug produced using boko fruit, which in its raw form had the property of revitalizing the mana within the body, and the use of Hexel was prohibited even in the kingdom of Lugunica. Although the drug had a narcotic effect, it would, in essence, generate excess mana through the activation of the gate. Under the effect of that doping, even those unqualified could wield the star staff. Aldebaran, even then, your insides will be ripped apart. Doing that sort of thing. Camberley, you think I'm the only one who'll back down when Rachens and Gaston and everyone else are risking it all? Even Reinhard, you know. I landed up with an amazing bunch. With his complexion deathly pale, not even bothering to wipe away the bloody tears and nosebleed that appeared starkly vivid by contrast, Camberley was in a state that could certainly be described as hopeless. However, spoken with the hint of a smile, his words lacked the typical recklessness of a desperate individual. Aldebaran, every last one of them. Behind Heinkel, who was still writhing from being burnt by starlight, Gaston lay unconscious. He was also one among those who, having clashed with Aldebaran head-on, had wounded him with his words more than his fists. Individuals of such a sort numbered many in this battle against the Felt camp. Only by defeating all of them, one by one, thoroughly and painstakingly, had Aldebaran been able to arrive at this juncture. After 29,221 times, stacking up attempt after attempt, Camberley, helmet bastard, you've never fought with your life on the line, not even once. Ain't that right, Aldebaran? Camberley, you see, I have. That's what I'm doing now. To fight with my life on the line, I got both a reason and the courage. That much I've certainly proved. HK, stating thus with his trembling voice, Camberley tightened his grip upon the star staff in his hands, and once more, he tried to invoke the light of a star. However, that was an impossibility. Camberley. Gah. The mana to operate it was insufficient in him, and as if to punish a wielder in that state, the star staff backfired, burning Camberley's gate and causing white smoke to billow from the entirety of his small frame. If an unqualified person were to execute the activation procedure, not only would it fail to be invoked, but there would also be a small penalty. Installed by the witch who had created the star staff, it was a safety measure to prevent children from playing with it. The fact that the witch believed that this would serve as a safety measure showed that she really did not comprehend the human heart. Anyway, the safety measure had performed its task, and Camberley fell backward, passing out. Carcoon! And a woman rushed over and caught his small body before it collapsed onto the ground. The woman, with dark skin and wearing a lascivious dress, was the girl boss of the flower prison garden, judging from her features. Embracing the unconscious Camberley, she directed a stern glare at Aldebaran. Aldebaran. You don't need to glare at me like that. I ain't got the time or the interest to kick a dead body. Woman, you are all. Aldebaran. 7 days. No, now it's just 6 days. I'm only gonna cause a stir in the world for the next 6 days, no longer. Though none of you guys are willing to believe me. The boss of the flower prison garden called Toto, was she? The boss of the black silver coin, Doltero, had also tormented him relentlessly. But the gaze of this woman, holding the man precious to her, was just as cuttingly sharp. At her gaze, Aldebaran narrowed his eyes behind his helmet, probing Toto's fighting spirit with a simple, "Shall we?" Come to think of it, this marked the first time he had encountered a woman on this battlefield. He had yet to see the faces of either Grassus, who had delivered that painful first blow, or felt their leader. Ignoring Aldebaran's sentiments while tensing all her limbs, Toto jerked her chin at Aldebaran as if to say, "Go." A wry smile eking out due to her self-assured attitude, Aldebaran turned his back to her. And then, Toto. Ku. Ah. Behind Aldebaran, Toto had dropped the iron fan she had raised, struggling to tear away the steel thread wound around her neck. Unable to do so, the sound of her falling down reached his ears. The doer of the deed, Yai, approached the collapsed Toto, retrieving the iron fan that had dropped to the ground, and spoke. "Yay! Wow! There's poison in this. From the smell and color, Jirame, I'd say. It's an instantly lethal poison, so it looks like you were really eager to go all out, weren't you? Aldebaran, don't get so angry." Yay. Even though I'm this adorable, it's rude to say I'm getting angry. First of all, it's Alsama's fault, you know. Just because the opponent's a woman, you turn your back with a grin. I guess, for Alsama, it might not matter how many times you die, but Aldebaran, now's the first time. It's 'cause you came to help. It was not flattery. The truth truly was that he had not been caught off guard even once by Toto. Upon hearing Aldebaran's response, Ye fell silent with a humph, and wore a displeased expression. That had been Aldebaran's way of showing gratitude. But despite her complaints about how he did not thank her enough, she would always react like this whenever he actually did communicate his thanks. There was no avail in saying it to her. Aldebaran. Anyway, we finished suppressing this bunch too, and the old man is, yay, he's burned, but he's still alive and kicking. That guy, don't you think he's a little off? Aldebaran. Of course he's off. He's from House Astria. Yai. Even someone like that is still an Astria, huh? Be that as it may, even for a member of House Astria, the blast from the star staff seemed to have taken its toll. Heinkel, appearing to be in more pain than he had ever been before, was approached by Ye for a quick check on his condition. At the same time, she shot Aldebaran a look that clearly suggested that they should take this chance to leave him behind. Ignoring Ye's gaze with his usual indifference, Aldebaran turned his attention northwest. Aldebaran. Since the start of the battle, they had been cornered, pursued by smoke, and forced further and further south through the forest. While steadily whittling down the enemy force numbering 500 people in their path, Aldebaran and his group had finally made it all the way back, and upon making it all the way back, well now, strangely enough, it don't feel like this is my first time seeing ya, helmet bastard. Aldebaran? Same goes for me. Maybe it's 'cause I've been thinking about you this whole time. At last, in the very plains where the chase had begun, at the end of a trial and error that had lasted 29,221 attempts, Aldebaran had succeeded in coming face to face with his true enemy, with Valga Cromwell. Sat cross-legged upon the needlessly spacious plain, Valga Cromwell rested his chin in his hands. Looking at him once more, he was huge. Even though he was sitting, his head was still level with Aldebaran simply due to his body being so large, and perhaps because his legs were short. Aldebaran. Relatable. I have also got a complex about my legs being short. Valga. I'll say this now, but I've never made a fuss about the length of my legs. Though back in my heyday, I used to wish I had a bigger body or longer arms. Aldebaran. You seem young enough even now, Gramps. How old are you, Valga? Who knows? I stopped counting after 100. Valga gave a cold answer, but as expected, giants had quite a long lifespan, excluding the elves who were said to live forever unless killed. The longest-lived race in this world were probably the giants, considering that those giants were now on the brink of extinction due to having angered a lone witch. The people of yore must not have known any limits to their rage. Aldebaran, a swordsman who went on a killing spree 'cause his favorite food was dragon meat, a witch who almost wiped out a whole tribe due to being angered by a single member, an elf who got caught in the splash of the Witch of Envy. The list goes. Valga, you seem awfully knowledgeable about history for a young'un. Besides, weren't you all chummy with the Witch of Envy? Aldebaran? Chummy? Well, there's an unfunny joke. In their tit-for-tat, Valga's voice held a transparent intent to agitate him, however. Aldebaran could not go without refuting that statement. Something like getting along with a Witch of Envy. Even if that evaluation was sarcastic or in jest, he would not let it slide. Aldebaran, that one really does hate me to an extreme extent. Not once have our eyes ever met. Valga, meeting eyes with the Witch of Envy. That in itself's gotta be an unfunny joke, eh? Aldebaran, if you ain't laughing, neither am I. Every step along the way, you've taken the sort of measures I hate the most. Where's Lil Misfelt? Valga. Capturing that girl'd be the quickest way for you. Tying this, ain't that so? You think I'd put her somewhere within your reach? Aldebaran clicked his tongue at that response, and Valga snorted his nose as he gazed behind the former, to the forest wherein a fierce battle had been unfolding until now. He continued with, Valga. So you really went and done it, killing 500 people, huh? Aldebaran, though, you might think it's cute compared to your kill count during the Civil War. Besides, nah. I'll keep it to myself. It doesn't matter. Valga. This too was a tit-for-tat, so he forced himself to swallow the words he had begun to utter. In this battle, Aldebaran's party had not robbed a single person of their life. In order to weaken their fighting strength, he had gone as far as to give them grievous wounds that put them on the verge of death. But none of their lives would be in danger if they received the proper treatment. But mentioning that here would not have a positive influence on Valga's impression. It would only prompt skepticism regarding why he had taken such measures. Such unnatural conduct. Naturally, as Ye had proposed several times, rather than adhering to non-lethality, there had been several points at which taking their opponents' lives would have made surmounting them easier. Even if the order of magnitude of his attempts thus increased, Aldebaran stubbornly abided by that restriction. He had made up his mind. Aldebaran had, from the world she had loved. Not a single person more would be lost in the scope of his interference, save for the one exception. That of Natsuki Subaru. For that reason, Aldebaran would not take the lives of any. Valga. You're no longer able to bear the sight of anybody losing their life before your eyes, ain't that so? Aldebaran. Valga. I had my suspicions. 'Twas when I'd heard that Ezzo and Flam'd been done in at the Pleiades watchtower, but their lives hadn't been taken. Aldebaran. Oi. Valga. Flem used the divine protection of mind speak and receiving the news. The Sword Saint went to intercept ya at the Augria sand dunes where he's the weakest. That, in itself's a stratagem I could understand. But it was no reason to let Ezo live. Once Flam used her divine protection too, she'd have served her purpose, yeah? Aldebaran, Oi, Gramps, Old Geezer, Valga. Any worries that might crop up in the future ought to be eradicated. Yeah, I didn't take those natural measures. If I recall, you asked me where Felt's gone off to. That girl, I had her follow your escape path. Thus, ignoring Aldebaran's trembling voice, Valga raised his arm. A gauntlet fitted with conversation mirrors, and tapped the single one that did not have its lid down. Aldebaran's party had shattered a total of 12 mirrors now, and that fitted in his gauntlet was the 13th and final one. On the other side of that conversation mirror, Felt was present. Valga, fact is, you guys ain't taking lives, and there's no shortage of people who'll still be able to move once their restraints are removed. Even if 500's impossible, do you think you still got enough strength to take on more than 100 again? Aldebaran. You, old geezer! Valga flashed a smile as he spoke, and inside Aldebaran's helmet, a vein bulged on his forehead. The fact that Valga had flipped his side's restriction on killing against him, having vigilantly progressed arrangements for returning those who had been neutralized to the front lines, was a surprise. However, it was not as though Aldebaran's party had been bereft of judgment either. Not only had they tied them up, but they had also broken their limbs, making it difficult for them to return to the battlefield. Valga? For when push comes to shove, we've provided enough hexel for everyone. Next won't be a battle against those who don't fear pain, but a battle against those who can't feel pain. Aldebaran. HK. Bring it on. Be it 100 or 200, they're welcome to come at me. I'll just do it all over. Again. It was when he was about to shout out in the spur of the moment. Watching Aldebaran as he raised his voice in anger, Valga abruptly narrowed his eyes. The gaze seemed as if it was looking right into his helmet, and Aldebaran's breath involuntarily caught. Thereupon, Valga closed in with words. Valga, I see. Seems like this conversation's a first for you. Aldebaran, for a moment not understanding what that signified, Aldebaran tensed up. But it was for just a moment. A terrible chill immediately crawled up his back, and Aldebaran finally defined the being before his eyes to be a threat greater than the Sword Saint. Aldebaran. Yea! Instantly, Aldebaran used his voice to the fullest to command Ye, who he had kept on standby, to attack. Through Ye's steel thread technique, Valga Cromwell would be restrained. There was no choice but to shut his mouth, which had the potential to speak those thoughts of his. The quickest way to achieve that would be to take his life. However, that would not be done. Decidedly, he was doing that with his own intentions, not for any reasons like the one Valga had described. Aldebaran. So that you don't wake up for 6 days, I'll put you to sleep. He had yet to come up with a specific method, but doing that would be the best strategy. In order to do that, he ordered Ye to move. There you are. As if from a stew in which a multitude of poison simmered, a man's out-of-place voice hung in the air like a malicious fragrance. The man had been hiding in the grass of the plain, with an unsightly appearance, consisting of tattoos of balance scales inked all over his body. He directed his gaze to a spot in the forest, and wriggled his bizarrely large right eye. With a crookedness as if he had forced in an eyeball that did not belong to him, that gaze of his pierced Ye, who had jumped out in an effort to obey Aldebaran's command. The covertness of a shinobi had been seen through by that man. Likely Manfred of the Balance. Then, Manfred placed his palm over his right hand, and capturing Ye in the gaze of his left eyeball that did not match in size, Manfred, "Don't move. Ye. HK." As soon as the command was given, a slight disturbance was born in Ye's movements. Interfering with others through the weight of one's words was the effect of the divine protection of coercion. However, if the divine protection of Farsight had been the one to pinpoint Ye's position, this made it two unique divine protections at the same time. Aldebaran. An apostle of Typhon, are you? Aldebaran gnashed his teeth, however. Ye overcame the divine protection's power of compulsion in an instant. With a step following the one disturbed, she regained composure, and with a shinobi's mobility she attempted to extend a steel thread out towards Valga. However, upon that one step which had been disturbed, those transcendent would intervene. Vengeance for Flam. Having hidden in the grass as Manfred had, Grassus leapt up and drove a kick into Ye's torso. Ye promptly crossed an arm over to catch it, but the strike from the girl who had mastered the flow method at her young age was frighteningly weighty, sending Ye's slender body a great deal back. Ye, though, I've got nothing to do with your big sis, Grassus. Mostly all of you are vengeance for Flam. Receiving Grassus's loose retribution, Ye's hand was instantly broken. Left in the forest by Ye, Heinkel had yet to get back up after getting hit by the star staff earlier, and even supposing he had indeed risen again, he could not be counted upon in this situation. That was to say, Aldebaran, territory, re-expansion, matrix redefinition. From this point on, Aldebaran would shut the mouth of Valga Cromwell with naught more than his own strength. For that purpose, Valga, you lost your cool. No matter the era, that's always the cause of defeat for the losing side, exercising his authority the moment he bent the world to his own rules. Aldebaran realized that before his eyes, Valga was chewing something up in his mouth. Since he also had a habit of gulping down the poison stored behind his molar, he could tell. And in this situation, there was only one thing that Valga could be dosing on: Aldebaran. Hexel. In an instant, an enormous palm spread out in front of Aldebaran, and he immediately bent backwards. He fell on his backside. In exchange, the physique of the risen giant seemed to have enlarged even further from the effects of the contraband drug he had taken, and Aldebaran's breath caught. Valga Cromwell's direct combat ability was unknown to Aldebaran. However, Valga's drive in this moment was no less than that of the numerous warriors he had come to face until this point, and in him dwelled a dreadfulness only found in those who staked their lives on the line. It happened at the moment in which that drive had overwhelmed him. Aldebaran! The shout of a man upon whom he had harbored no expectations of contributing whatsoever was pointing to the sky. Aldebaran had likewise caught a glimpse of him in the corner of his eye, but for Heinkel to point at the sky with a sense of urgency, rather than terror or fear in these circumstances, there was but one reason: the time limit that would bring denouement to this battle. From beyond the sky, it cometh. Aldebaran, with this, Valga, time's up. As Aldebaran's words were convinced of the demise of this hectic situation, they overlapped with Valga's voice. But something was strange. In that voice, not a shred of resignation or irritation was present. On the contrary, it seemed as if Valga had been looking forward to this moment. In the subsequent instant it came to pass. The light that had illuminated the sky on Valga's command now flashed anew. At that moment, as Romji crushed a night-banishing magic stone within his hand, his body invigorated via his Hexel-boosted gait, he played his final move for the purpose of felling the helmet bastard, Rom. The helmet bastard's behavior, be it mind-reading or precognition, doesn't make a lick of sense. The possibility of his mind being read, and this stratagem thus being countered, was eliminated. In that case, consideration then fell upon him predicting the future and evading accordingly. But that too would be a tad incoherent. The future was something that existed only once innumerable choices were added up. Not more, not less. Moreover, it was not just the choices made by any single person, but the countless choices performed by countless people. The future could not be said to be decided by anything else. Infeasible it was to peruse the future. To respond to it perfectly, it was all somewhat lacking in realism. To begin with, even supposing he could witness the future, the positioning of the mirror-bearers would be unknown to him. But if he had witnessed results even once, it was a different story. If the helmet bastard's authority was not one of looking forward into the future ahead, but rather one of observing outcomes that had come to pass in the future, then his conduct up till this point stood to reason. He would inspect pockets in order to identify those designated to be mirror-bearers. He would validate its resulting outcome, and go on to the next. Supposing he had repeated this, the actions of the helmet bastard up till this point, and their results, stood to reason. Ram. What in tarnation's that supposed to be? Because it made logical sense, Ramji had become incensed, thinking that don't make a lick of gosh darn sense. Mind reading and precognition were both illogical, but returning after witnessing results, what to call it, eluded him. But whatever the case, it was a rule-breaking ability. Just how could it be thwarted? Ram? But it's got holes. In the first place, were he to possess the almighty ability to observe and respond appropriately to every possible circumstance, the helmet bastard would have been able to even avoid encountering them at this juncture. This individual had prepared countermeasures for Reinhard and had succeeded in entrapping him, but compared to meeting him head-on, it would have been much safer to evade him. As to why he had not done so, was the reason of why he could not do so. To witness the outcomes and do things over, he did not have that much time, and thus were the usage of the authority entirely up to the helmet bastard. Supposing a lull between danger and safety arose, he would naturally wish to create an area of safety in that opening. And therein would the trap be set. From a position that the helmet bastard was made to believe was a safe zone, all he needed to do was fashion an inescapable crucible of traps. Thereupon, the final aspect of the trap he had concocted was, Ram, you've summoned your ally back, the divine dragon, helmet bastard. The moment its presence was sighted out with the sky, the helmet bastard's faction, and naturally the Feldcamp alike, were convinced that it signified the battle's denouement. At the end of day, the absence of anybody possessing overwhelming power was the primary factor in this battle coming into being. Were the divine dragon to be returned, and were it to lay devastation upon the plains with a single one of its breaths, be there 500 or be there 1,000 ruffians hardened in their resolve, they would not hold a candle to it. And as to demonstrate this, the divine dragon would unleash a single attack that would cause all fighting spirit to be lost. This, unmistakably, was a breath serving as a closing ceremony to the battle, one that would be let loose no matter what, and that breath would be made to be fired in error unto a situation in which it could not be evaded. Ram. The night banisher's effects to fake night into looking like daytime. By extension, it's a deceptive veil that shrouds the true landscape. Normally, aiming a night banishing magic stone in the desired direction would be a difficult affair without being a skilled magician. But Ram Jie, having strained his gate via Hexel, had been able to bring that about. But for what reason had he done so? Because this was originally one of the stratagems not carried out during the demi-human war, targeting an entity that the royal army could not disregard. A great magic would be fired to wipe out all the enemies gathered around said being, a variant of a strategy performed in exchange for a life. Back then, the plan was to target someone aim magic at their location, but today's different. The deception produced by the Night Banisher extended, with Ramji and the helmet bastard in it enveloped. Consequently, Volcanica the divine dragon, inborn from heavens far away, the dragon tasked with terminating this bout, would without doubt lay eyes upon a sprawling plain bereft of people. Ramji and the helmet bastard's presence there would go unnoticed by the dragon, thus causing it to attack erroneously. Having the dragon fire its breath at a place it thought no one was present in was Ramji's, was Valga Cromwell's method of nullifying the helmet bastard's safe zone. Helmet bastard. HK. Instantly the helmet bastard attempted to escape, yet his leg was seized by Valga Cromwell's grip. Realizing that escape was impossible, the helmeted man gulped and gazed up at the heavens. The divine dragon's eyes were unable to see him. Its mouth came suffused with white light. A breath was released directed at the desolated plains. Felt. At that moment, within Valga Cromwell's, nay, within Ramji's mind flashed the figure of his beloved grandchild. Her time as an infant, her time as a toddler, the woman she now was, all went by in a single instant. Wondering if this was the scenery he would get to behold just before his passing, an out-of-place smile arose upon Ramji's visage. So much so, in fact, that even though anger and loathing were supposed to have filled this pointlessly gargantuan body of his, The faces of Libra and Sphinx, who had skirted death alongside him, flickered not in his consciousness. Bearing those powerful emotions at his terminus, Ramji and the helmet bastard both were engulfed by the dragon's breath. In that instant, starlight darted past, smashing through the side of the airborne dragon's maw, and the breath that was to be sicked loose veered off towards a different direction, exploding upon a plain that was verily desolate. What? Jostled about by the humongous plume of smoke and the shock wave, Ramji was unable to hold firm, and tumbled over. Dragged by the former's fall, the helmet bastard likewise raised a cry of pain of "Whoa." Had it gone entirely, as his own self had anticipated, the unthinkable might of the dragon's breath would have, without a doubt, finally driven the helmet bastard into a situation with no escape, leaving him defeated. And yet, I had a bad feeling. And this is what I find. Being prepared to die and wanting to die right away are two totally different things, you know. Big stupid Ramji. The one to roar thus, having smashed Valga Cromwell's stratagem into smithereens, their red eyes reddened a degree further whilst bearing tears, star-staff in hand, was his adorable grandchild. By his own adorable grandchild, Valga Cromwell had been defeated. Chapter 22. How to End a Battle. When she had first heard Ramji's plans, she had some reservations. Got that, Felt? If you fall into the enemy's hands, we're sure to lose. Course. Our enemies are going to try and take advantage of that. Seeing how that's their easiest victory condition, Felt. I'm the one in charge over here. I'm not going to make a fuss and argue that I don't understand your logic. But if you expect me to just sit in a corner and watch you all like a fool, I'm not just going to go along with that, you know? In a large battle, it's commonplace for a general. Toss it back all dignified like and wait till the fighting's settled. Hey, come on. Don't groan at me like that. Having just proposed a position that caused an explosion of displeasure from the one who had been listening, Ramji patted his bald head as he made a face of defeat towards Felt, who had groaned in frustration. Felt was used to seeing that troubled expression on Ramji's face, and she knew very well that when he made that expression, he was not actually as troubled as he appeared. When Ramji patted his own head with a troubled look on his face, he did so in order to steer the conversation in the direction he desired. What Ramji wanted to convey was, All right, I said. Then I won't ask you to sit back and watch or huddle up on the sidelines. I'll have you follow that helmet bastard's footsteps one move at a time. Felt, you're saying you want me to follow around that helmet bastard? What's the point of that? I want to be able to pinpoint the location of the helmet bastard in the forest as best I can. And after the squads that engage the enemy are broken through, I'm thinking we can retrieve the survivors and ambush them from the rear. She understood that the strategy proposed by Ramji was one to corner the helmet bastard, blocking off his escape route and crushing him. To achieve this, their fighting force of 500 would be divided into a number of squads, and there was a possibility that the first squad to attack may have to be sacrificed, and Felt would be in a position where she knew of this, and yet could not do anything about it. Felt. Since this is a battle, Felt. I know. I'm not like that, damn Reinhard. I'm not so naive as to think no one will die, no matter what. I just don't like it. Acting on the assumption that you're going to die, I mean. Although she often had been treated as a child due to her appearance, Felt did not believe that she actually embodied such childish dreams, to the extent that she was unfortunately scorned due to her looks. Having grown up in the slums of the royal capital, where life was not considered to be of high value, one philosophy had been firmly rooted in her core. Human life was fragile. That was why they said it. Live strong, That's right. I also dislike squandering lives in futility, Felt. It's already crazy how the criminal underworld can risk their lives like that and still have an aesthetic sense about it. Otherwise, I don't think they could have gotten so many people together when they asked for help. So I've got mixed feelings. The reason behind the ruffians' pledge to strictly adhere to Ramji's plans lay in a philosophy that was embedded deeply into the criminal underworld, and one very different from the blood code of the slums at that. The key to getting along well with them lay in respecting their differences rather than overly shying away from them. However, since Felt was at the head of this group, it was necessary to have everyone follow Felt's philosophy instead. Therefore, Felt, let's do this. I'm gonna go win this bout my own way. Even if her victory conditions differed from the ones anyone else had set, Felt had resolved herself so. During those final moments as Ramji closed the lid of the conversation mirror that connected them together, Felt's unpleasant intuition was confirmed, and she began to quicken her pace. The old man said, "There's one more thing left to do." These were the words of Camberley, as blood poured forth from every orifice of his face. There was something she wished to comment concerning his body's battered state, but Felt snatched the meteor from his hands, leaving him in the care of her comrades who had freed him from the restraints of the Helmet Bastards gang. And she ran, and, after running the fastest she ever had in her entire life, the moment she emerged from the forest, she came across it. The scene of the divine dragon being made by Ramji to target himself along with the Helmet Bastard. Felt cut it with a crap. Without even realizing it, she raised the meteor, the star staff, taking aim at the incoming dragon. She was quite knowledgeable about the dragon's sturdiness, having witnessed its clash with Reinhard when Ezo and the others had gone to the Pleiades watchtower. Of course, the reason for which she aimed the star staff at the dragon was concerned not with its robustness. Even when interjecting to tell them to stop screwing around, Felt did not have the option to punch Ramji, divine dragon. Ouch! The blow that bore the light of a star struck the side of the dragon's maw, yielding a cry of pain that utterly lacked the dignity befitting the divine dragon, redirecting its breath towards a different direction. That breath forcefully leveled the empty, deserted plain, but that mattered not. Perhaps she had foiled Ramji's best-laid plans, but that was fine. Felt, I had a bad feeling, and this is what I find. Being prepared to die and wanting to die right away are two totally different things, you know. Big stupid Ramji. Roaring, overcome with a rising passion, Felt clenched her teeth. For a moment, Ramji and the Helmet Bastard were difficult to make out, and the two of them, engaged in a battle of wits on a level that Felt could not even imagine, beheld her in astonishment. Felt's composure did not falter, even though tears shamefully welled in her eyes. Felt, that idiot Reinhard, he's gonna worry about this for a long time. So long as they were not particular as to how victory was attained, Felt and her comrades had the power to best anyone. For that reason, even if it meant being criticized for this proud way of thinking, she would still choose how she would win. Otherwise, she would not be able to win in a worthwhile manner. To that end, Felt clung to her convictions. That was to say, Felt, live strong, Ramji. If you can't stick to that, then even if we win, it's still a loss. Just now, I lost, vocalizing a hard truth. Aldebaran was overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. Valga Cromwell's stratagem from a moment ago had hit the bullseye on the authority-wielding Aldebaran, a flawless artifice that accounted for even the time limit of the divine dragon's return. Aldebaran's breath, a show of intimidation to end the battle. When that had been transformed into an inescapable trap, Aldebaran's matrix would repeat forevermore, forcing him straight towards an unending death, until his soul was finally worn down to naught. Harrowing was the ingenious plot of Valga Cromwell, who had delivered the demi-human war into a hellish state of civil warfare. No, this checkmate had not been begotten by that origin alone. Aldebaran, using 500 people, all my choices were whittled away. Unmistakably, therein laid Aldebaran's cause of defeat. The incessant onslaught of attacks in waves from 500 people, each and every one of them squeezing out every ounce of their lives in a desperate effort to challenge him, caused Aldebaran's mental strength to be gradually chipped away, impairing his judgment. Upon many junctures he had needed to redo due to a simple error in judgment, and he overcame them by forcing his way through with a great number of attempts. In the end, He had made a critical mistake as he closed in to secure victory. Losing his temper due to his exchange with Valga, Aldebaran had misjudged the Matrix update site. Likely, even that had been part of the trap Valga had set. Falling right into it, nearly all possibilities were about to have been sealed off. No matter the trap, no matter the enemy. In the end he would conquer them, no matter what. That arrogance of Aldebaran had been mercilessly prodded by the cunning great strategist. He ought to have known that even if his authority was invincible, Aldebaran himself, who exercised it, was banal. That since he had not emerged victorious from a scenario in which he truly had no other choice but to win, Aldebaran had betrayed the many who had held expectations of him, and had washed up here. Aldebaran had utterly wasted the treasure in his possession beyond his own station. Aldebaran... Priscilla, I couldn't save her. It happened at the moment his husky sigh was about to vocalize the height of his self-punishment. "Nobody move!" A shrill voice resounded, breaking through the stagnant atmosphere enveloping the plain of the battlefield. With the divine dragon summoned, and the stratagem of the great strategist who wielded his fury in the demi-human war failing, the central figures of this battle had gathered in this place, and taking initiative was the red-haired maid, Ye. Hindered by Grassus's ambush, Ye had been delayed in providing Aldebaran cover, but now, with steel threads, she had bound Grassus at the entrance to the forest, as well as Manfred at a corner of the plain, turning both of them over. Furthermore, Felt, HK, are these the threads that tied up Rachens and the rest? Felt, the star staff having dropped to her feet, clicked her tongue in loathing. All of Felt's limbs bound by steel threads. The movements of her body had been completely sealed. That was to say, the tables had been turned. Yea, for such remarkable rudeness towards your noble station, I humbly proffer my dearest apologies, Felt Sama. Felt, I ain't nothing like a noble. Why the hell are you following that helmet bastard? Yea, isn't yielding to the most terrifying opponent the most natural of things? Flatly sticking out her tongue, Ye responded to the immobilized Felt with her usual demeanor. Witnessing that exchange in the corner of his eye, Aldebaran took a step back to distance himself from Valga. But then again, with his stratagem having failed, Valga was down on his knees, unmoving. His stratagem, upon which his life had been staked, was a swing and a miss. That exhaustion could be called natural, but below Aldebaran, present in the eyes of that exceedingly clever old giant, was a hue more poignant than a simple sense of defeat. Valga, I don't care what happens to me. Just don't lay a hand on Felt. Aldebaran, those are the words I'd wanted to hear, though I hadn't wanted to see that face. Faced with Valga's expression as he wrung out his appeal with difficulty, Aldebaran answered with his true feelings. Being the ones to have picked this fight, asking him to not lay a hand on her was far too convenient a request. But if the table could thus be set to put an end to this battle, his sense of relief surpassed his irritation. Naturally, with the revisions to the plan that had been thrown into disarray, Aldebaran's 7 days had become something far more difficult. Even so, finishing a battle against the first opponent to ever defeat him aside from the witch, his deep sentiments towards that fact currently exceeded everything else. Yo me. Looks like that went pretty damn rough, didn't it? With a beat of its wings as it perched down on the ground. Aldebaran, called out to Aldebaran. Frankly, he felt that it was far too lacking in guilt for having almost ruined everything with its erroneous shooting, but he had made it abandon its duty of drawing as much of the kingdom's attention away as it could in half a day, recalling it to him. No. So in regards to disappointment, he would close his eyes here and call it mutual. Aldebaran, so. Seems like you unexpectedly came to clash with Lil Miss Felt and her gang. But what on earth was that just now? Aldebaran. A trap to make the other me accidentally shoot at me. It felt like I'd been completely checkmated on a shatranj board. In truth, that was about to be the case. Aldebaran, that sort of thing, it brings back unpleasant memories of being thoroughly beaten by teacher. Sharing the same memories from the Book of the Dead, Aldebaran's words caused Aldebaran to remember being childishly obliterated on the shatranj board by the witch who had bestowed him with all sorts of knowledge, putting him in a foul mood. Nonetheless, games atop a board were fundamentally different to the battlefield upon which Aldebaran commanded his authority. Valga had been a truly dreadful enemy. Aldebaran. Nah. Perhaps the real frightening thing's the virtue of Lil Miss Felt, who you bow to. Valga. It ain't as though we're bowing down to Felt. Aldebaran, I guess that'd be so. Whilst being fellow royal candidates, Felt and Priscilla each shone in their own ways. If the dazzling nature of the sun one looked up to was different, the way in which it scorched their eyes would also vary. Therein lay not a matter of which was correct, but merely a difference of which light one chose to revere above their head. And those who had decided to revere Felt were Valga and Aldebaran. So, that's how it is for all of you. Within Aldebaran's vision were the ruffians who had come crawling out from the forest. Wounded from the battle, whilst lending their shoulders to one another, were 500 people who had yet to lose their fighting spirit. Aldebaran. As Valga had threatened, as long as their lives were not taken, they would force their wounded bodies up over and again, struggling onward to attempt to defeat Aldebaran. Faced with their resolute expressions, Aldebaran was once again made keenly aware. To go down a path that would no longer receive affirmation from anybody in the world, he was made keenly aware of the effects of having decided so. Aldebaran. But the situation's changed from earlier. You guys no longer got any shot at victory. Same old story as the Sword Saint and the Witch of Envy. The Divine Dragon completely breaks the game. The outrageousness of the Divine Dragon was something akin to ignoring one's pieces and directly throwing a punch at the opponent during a match atop a shatranj board. In this world, there were a fixed number of beings who existed outside that framework. Of those beings, one he had sealed, one he had subdued, one he had utilized, and one he had enlisted as an ally. Aldebaran would not hesitate to use every ounce of its advantages. Hence, Aldebaran. Sorry, but I'm forcing a game set here. We'll be making it so you guys won't be able to chase us from here on out. Yay. Felt Sama. Could you stay still? Aldebaran. Abruptly, Ye's quiet voice interrupted Aldebaran's counsel to yield. When he glanced in her direction to see, Ye was standing on Felt's back, the latter restrained by steel wires, and as Ye directed a sharp gaze towards her, she uttered a warning. However, Felt prefaced, I ain't gonna move to Ye, and, Felt, look at me. Indeed, she quietly wove those words. Aldebaran. Hearing Felt's utterance, Aldebaran, Ye, and even Valga all knit their eyebrows. Her intent was unclear. Aldebaran suspected that there might have been some stratagem that activated when she came into vision. But Felt herself was apprehended by Ye, and she was literally incapable of doing a thing. In that state, there was not a single thing she could do. In the girl's red eyes dwelled a strength of will that betrayed any such notions. And then, Aldebaran. A bit of a problem's come up me. So said Aldebaran, who had been rubbing the cheek that had basked in the Starstaff's blast with its forefoot. The brunt of that puzzling voice was directed towards Aldebaran, who shared the same memories and personality. But Aldebaran did not look at him as it spoke. It was not a matter of a poor attitude. The eyes of the dragon were trained upon Felt. It was as if to say that taking its eyes off of Felt would be difficult. Immensely so. Before Aldebaran could investigate what that meant, rather than rubbing its cheek, Aldebaran was trying to fiddle with the metal fixtures of the helmet it was not wearing out of habit. Aldebaran. Try as I might, I don't want to refuse Farsail's, Lil Miss Felt's request. And so, the occurrence of a definite problem was thus disclosed. Farsail, thy recklessness hath exhausted mine self, and everyone else akin. When the Divine Dragon had spoken thus to her, Felt had traversed the Ogria sand dunes, aiming for the Pleiades watchtower with Meili Portrut in order to prove the latter's utility. It seemed to have been intimidated by Reinhard's presence, so the Divine Dragon Volcanica, meant to be protecting the tower, had hastily attacked Felt and her group. The fierce battle seemed like it would scatter away half of all the sand dunes, and there was no doubt that it was the flashiest battle Felt had seen in all her life. Ultimately, no conclusion was drawn in the battle between Reinhard and Volcanica. After all, Volcanica's combativeness had withdrawn upon seeing Felt, leaving it an unfinished battle. The battle having thus ended in an incomprehensible manner, That was the first thing the dragon had said. Felt, "Who the hell are you calling Farsail? Stop screwing around." As the divine dragon impolitely mistook her for another, Felt had taken offense. On the other hand, regarding the name Farsail that Volcanica had spoken, even Felt was not so ignorant as to not have a clue. In this kingdom of Lugunica, if the name Farsail came from the divine dragon Volcanica's mouth, that referred to the being known as the last Lion King, the one who had spearheaded the formation of the covenant between the kingdom and the dragon. None other than Farsail Lugunica. That was to say, Volcanica had mistaken Felt for the last Lion King. Farsail Lugunica unmistakably ought to have been a male king. So to be mistaken for him really made her angry. In the year and a half since the royal selection had begun, perhaps thanks to her dramatic improvement in nourishment from her days in the slums, Felt's body had grown considerably. Her figure ought to have become somewhat more visible from the malnourished state where it was unclear as to whether she was male or female. Such confidence of hers was wounded, and thus her contact with the divine dragon, who most people in the dragon kingdom had never been able to meet, was no enjoyable affair for Felt. Nonetheless, it did not end with just that experience of an unenjoyable meeting. Perhaps because it had been extremely close with Farsail, Volcanica was incredibly friendly towards Felt. Frankly, it was unreasonably attached to her. Despite its head being as empty as a senile old man, it was still quick to obey Felt's words without hesitation. Felt, the promise between the Lugunican royal family and Volcanica, huh? Since no material records existed, the relationship between the Lion King and Divine Dragon, what words they exchanged, and in what manner they made their promise. Such minute details were unknown. Only, Felt fully understood that there existed something between the two, something that was neither a one-sided employment, nor was it simply fellowship and a deep bond. Moreover, mistaking Felt for Farsail, Volcanica was laudably trying to maintain their covenant formed long ago. Felt was not so heartless as to not feel anything regarding that. Not to mention, it did not seem that Volcanica was mixing her up with Farsail just because of her hair and eye color. As for what exactly that signified, Felt had come up with somewhat of a conclusion within herself. But at the current point in time, without Reinhard by her side, she had no intention of putting it into words. The important thing was that to Volcanica, Felt filled the place of Farsail. That was to say, Felt, look at me. As soon as she had pronounced so, the reactions of the helmet bastard and shinobi maid, who looked at her suspiciously, and Volcanica, no, the divine dragon, who flicked its head to look at her, were evidently quite different. Without a doubt, the divine dragon's reaction to Felt's words was compelled by a force that the others had not felt, evidence that it had experienced a sensation difficult to ignore, and, to counter the time limit on this battle that Ramji had defined in advance, the wild card of the helmet bastard summoning the divine dragon to the battlefield, this was the one and only measure. The moment she became convinced of it having worked, Felt shouted, Felt, everyone, lend a shoulder to the wounded and withdraw. This fight is over, helmet bastard. Wah, Felt, the divine dragon can't ignore me. This is our moment to quit. The helmet bastard was left speechless at the declaration that had flown right over his head. Feeling good about the helmet bastard's dumbfounded reaction, Felt looked past him over to Ramji, his face stiffening, as Ramji's wrinkles grew even deeper. Felt, I told you, Ramji, if the divine dragon returned, I would do this. You silently plotted on your own. Ramji, I properly consulted with you, and my action here makes logical sense. To Felt's direct words, Ramji fell silent with no reply. Both Felt and Ramji had considered the case in which the divine dragon returned, only the countermeasures they intended for when that situation came differed between the two of them. As she had said, Felt's properly consulted plan ought to have been of far more sound reasoning. Helmet bastard. Oi, were you being serious just now? Aside the exchange between Felt and Ramji, The helmet bastard, who'd stood back up from the impact, posed that question to the divine dragon high above himself. In response, as the divine dragon gave a deep exhale from its nostrils, divine dragon, as super seriously serious as serious can be. Having come to this point, my level of self-restraint is such that I'd like you to praise me for not changing sides over to Lil Miss Felt. If you weren't me, I'd have betrayed you without a second thought. Helmet bastard. That joke's crossing a line, oi. Fidgeting with the metal fixtures on his helmet. The helmet bastard's shoulders drooped at the divine dragon's answer. Hearing the two converse, Felt harbored a sense of unease. She was concerned about the evident discrepancy in the divine dragon's demeanor from before, but she did not have the time to point it out at that moment. Here and now, Felt had to press on by using herself as fortunate countermeasure against the divine dragon, allowing the defeated Ramji and the others to evacuate to safety. You don't know when to quit, Felt Sama. Felt. Directly after that seemed to be whispered into her ear. A fine pressure tightened around her neck. With a closer look, digging into Felt's neck was a thread so thin that it would go unnoticed to the unstrained eye, causing blood to run down. Of course, the perpetrator of that act was the shinobi maid who had tied Felt up with threads. Helmet bastard. Yay, stop it. Follow my orders. Shinobi maid. I'm prepared to be punished as I counsel you this, Al-Sama. We'd better finish off Felt Sama here. After all, even I could tell that your consultation with the divine dragon Sama just now didn't progress in a desirable direction. Helmet bastard. That's divine dragon. That's a no-go, yay. I won't excuse it if you do. In place of the faltering helmet bastard, the one to threaten the shinobi maid. Yea was the divine dragon, having slightly lowered its head. The divine dragon's ire, the brunt of its overpowering glare, was enough to make one feel pain, as if their skin was charring. However, basking in that ire, Yae calmly glared back at the dragon. Unfortunately, Al-Sama is the one I'm afraid of. Note, the divine dragon Sama. There's nothing scary whatsoever about your glare. Divine dragon. Yay. Helmet bastard. Stop it, both of you. Don't recklessly quarrel, they'll take advantage of it. Butting into the confrontation between Ye and the divine dragon, the helmet bastard was cautious of Felt and Romji. In truth, Felt could not do anything in her bound state. But even now, Romji's eyes had not ceased in their attempt to find an opening to pull something off. At that fact, both Ye and the divine dragon withdrew their confrontational atmosphere for the time being, vigilant of Ramji. Yay. But, this problem isn't resolved. It's a fact that Felt Sama is dangerous. Helmet bastard. I know, me. Is there really nothing you can do? Divine dragon. Yeah. My bad. It ain't a matter of being bound by a compelling force, constraints, or an oath, or anything like that. Only, I'm seriously against it. No matter what. My sense of self feels like it's gonna split apart. With Ye's comment, the views of the helmet bastard and the divine dragon formed parallel lines. The helmet bastard had a course he wished to progress, and Ye and the divine dragon were in the position of following that. But it seemed like their intentions were not completely unified at their roots. As it currently stood, the circumstances had the potential to fall either way. In that case, Felt. Let's call it a draw here. You let my allies go, and in exchange we'll also let you guys go. Helmet bastard. Ain't that a little too convenient? It may have been the result of having an advantage of coincidence on our side, but we demolished all of your plans. Lil Miss Felt. And yet why would we call it a tie, Felt? Do you really need me to spell it out for you? Our little squabble here had a mutual time limit of the divine dragon returning. But if the divine dragon won't lend a hand to either side, that disappears. And if that disappears, you'll just have to fight around 500 people all over again. Helmet bastard. As she spoke, Felt carefully examined the helmet bastard, though his complexion remained hidden. For what she could not see of his face, Felt gathered up all the information she could, such as what the helmet bastard was feeling within, his breathing, and minute gestures. and did her absolute best to see through him. Within Felt's current argument, there was a decisive hole that she herself was aware of. The entirety of the situation until now had materialized due to the helmet bastard making the unexpected decision to not kill anybody. Were the helmet bastard to tear through that premise on a whim, it would all be over for Felt's faction. Even if restricted by the Divine Dragon's movements, Ye's threads could wrap around the necks of Felt's 500 allies and strangle them to death, wiping them all out. Of that, it was impossible that the helmet bastard himself was unaware. Hence, with all her might, all her body and spirit, to dissuade the helmet bastard from that idea, Felt would choose her words, refine them, and let them resound from her soul. She must convince him that continuing this battle would not be worth it. Felt, I'll say this now, but this ain't the sort of plan that my Rom-G uses. If the battle continues, it'll just be another case of his malicious knowledge getting put out on display. Helmet bastard. That's frightening. But that'd be just the same as letting you go here, yeah? Even if we call it a draw for the time being, you guys will challenge us again from square one, and we'll go in circles forever. Felt. Right. That's why. Let's do it this way. I'll go with you as your hostage. Helmet bastard. His breath slightly caught, and Felt could tell that the helmet bastard's eyes had widened through his gestures. Feeling his reaction, Felt gently, not greedily, reeled that shining ray of hope in towards herself. Felt, if I'm with you, my guys won't be able to get in your way. This was the victory condition you'd originally aimed for in order to win this battle, yeah? Yay? Nothing will come of this. To think we'd deliberately bring along a disrupting element. And such a proposal, there would be no sense in it if Felt-sama manages to escape. Felt, in that case, you can just keep this thread attached to me. You too, Divine Dragon. If I break my promise and die trying to escape, that'd be my own responsibility. You don't need to get angry, Divine Dragon. Oi. There's no chance of that, Farsail. Felt, I ain't Farsail. Ye, who had interjected, and the Divine Dragon who had tried to deny her, both pondered Felt's words. All the while, Felt stared right at the helmet bastard, who, like herself, had the right to decide things in this location. And then, Felt, what will you do? Whether this continues or not is up to you. Helmet bastard. I don't want to have to carry needless baggage. Felt, helmet bastard. But it's also true that this is no time for me to be having a dispute with myself. It should be fine to go along with Lil Miss Felt's hostage plan. However, in deep, quiet deliberation, the helmet bastard carefully weaved his words. At the end of those words, he paused the terminus of his words as if to put on airs. It happened then. Rah! As if to intrude on the tempo of the conversation, Rom-G raised a battle cry and reached out his arms, seizing the helmet bastard from behind. His brawny arms constricted the neck and waist of the helmet bastard, akin to how Ye had bound Felt, achieving a situation in which the leaders of both parties were mutually apprehended. Helmet bastard. Dona. That instant, the helmet bastard's incantation manifested him a left arm of rock, striking Rom-G's jaw with a heavy blow. Born of the stone prosthetic for his missing arm, the helmet bastard's unexpected blow violently jolted Rom-G's brain, his large body producing an enormous sound as it collapsed onto the plane. She was about to rush over to his side, but recalling the sensation on her neck, Felt refrained. Facing her, the helmet bastard took a deep breath after knocking out Rom-G. Helmet bastard. However, you'll need to look past just this one punch to your gramps. With that, he appended the condition for ceasing hostilities after the fact, and thus accepted Felt's proposal. The unconscious Valga was shouldered by Grassus and Gaston, and was carried away. As he watched this unbalance of physiques, Aldebaran diligently ascertained the withdrawal of the 500 ruffians. No, of his formidable enemies, through to the very end, making sure that those formidable foes definitively passed beyond the horizon and that nobody was attempting to pursue them covertly. Aldebaran also thoroughly verified. Aldebaran, There aren't any risking it, everyone withdrew. Aldebaran, is that true? I wonder. Can I really believe you? You won't betray me, will you? Aldebaran, it's a cliched development in manga for someone to be betrayed by another version of themselves, but rest assured for now. Currently my backing towards Lil Miss Felt, and my backing towards me is balanced at a solid 50-50. Aldebaran. Sounds like I'm already treading in dangerous enough waters, wondering to what extent that should be taken at its word. Aldebaran's statement inspired a certain sense of dread. It was something he had known from the start, but Aldebaran could only ever be Aldebaran. Even if they shared memories and a personality, it could never become Aldebaran himself. It was an exceedingly reliable supporter for Aldebaran to fulfill his objective, but the truth was that it could never become more than just a supporter. Yay. Al-Sama. I finished inspecting Felt-Sama's belongings. With that, Ye waved her hand as she returned to Aldebaran, the latter submerged in deep thought. He had ordered her to conduct a thorough search of Felt's person, to investigate the possibility that Valga Cromwell had put something in her possession. But then again, judging from Ye's demeanor, nothing seemed to have been found on Felt. Aldebaran, how'd it go? Ye, let's see. She had a conversation mirror, so I shattered it. Aldebaran? So you had one on you? Oi, Lil Miss Felt. Felt. Shut the hell up, I told her voluntarily. It's not like I was hiding it, so there shouldn't be a problem. As Aldebaran raised his voice, Felt poked her head out from Aldebaran's shadow and talked back in dissatisfaction. There was no cover from trees in this sprawling plain, so Felt's pat-down was conducted behind the excessively large body of Aldebaran. In any case, upon hearing Felt's answer, he glared at Ye, who then stuck out her tongue with a "Beh." Ye. It was just Ye-chan's playful joke. Aldebaran, you... Ye. Please don't take it so seriously, Al-Sama. After all, it's not like you ever properly listened to what I have to say. Now, do you? Aldebaran. My bad. Ye. I can't hear you, so you're not forgiven. Aldebaran. My bad. He apologized with a loud shout, to which Ye ostentatiously covered her ears. Ye's attitude was childish and immature, but her taking on such an attitude was only natural. Aldebaran's ego was forcing an unreasonable restriction upon Ye that prevented her from displaying even half of her true capabilities. Nevertheless, since he disciplined Ye through fear instead of granting her wishes, there was no room for any excuses regarding how much of a complete DV bastard he was. Felt. Geez. I get that you had to search me, but you don't normally strip someone completely naked out in the open. Felt muttered her own complaints as she stepped out from Aldebaran's shadow. He glared at Ye upon hearing that remark, and with her hands still covering her ears, she was intent on evading any questioning about having conducted the harassment of needless stripping. Aldebaran. Well, just take that as being a common affair for losers. Lil Miss Felt. Probably way more than you can imagine. I was really terrified by your Gramps. Felt. Huh? Is that so now? Well, my Ramji's just incredible, though. I'll absolutely never forgive him for trying to outmaneuver me. Aldebaran. It seems like it was deep-rooted in him. In reality, things were quite close to a draw. Felt's mood swung at her own expense as she praised Valga, to which Aldebaran gave a wry smile. Hearing Aldebaran's words, she looked up at the face of the smiling dragon. Felt. Reminds me, I'd wanted to ask, but you aren't Volcanica, right? It was hard to say just how much of the circumstances she had grasped, but Felt's suspicions regarding Aldebaran were only natural if she had known the divine dragon from before the Book of the Dead had installed memories within it. Ignoring that and kicking up a loud fuss would only increase the hardships along the way, but... Felt. The Noi-chan from Emilia Nikin's place, huh? Helmet bastard. It's similar to the way you speak. Aldebaran. Management decided that it wouldn't sell like that, so the character is currently veering in a different direction. Also, quit calling me Helmet bastard. It's Aldebaran. Felt. Aldebaran? Wasn't it shorter? Aldebaran. Since it felt too short for a belt and too long for a sleeve tie, management also decided that that one wouldn't sell. With that perfunctory answer, Aldebaran put off giving Felt a detailed explanation. In any case, if Felt was accompanying them from here on out, Aldebaran would end up telling her, even if Aldebaran did not, about how the renowned divine dragon of history became a frivolous and unserious clown. Aldebaran, anyway, for now, I gotta modify the plan. We've only got around 5 days left. With the battle against Felt's faction cutting into his remaining time, there was no choice but to give his plan major revisions. Be that as it may, the fact that they had reconvened with Aldebaran ahead of schedule meant that it was possible for them to hold a constructive outlook of its usefulness in dramatically shortening the length of their journey. Though, there was the concern that the Royal Army, which was originally supposed to assemble in the north, had not fallen for the diversion so well as the plan had intended. But Aldebaran, by the way, we don't have the option of tying Lil Miss Felt up and leaving her here, do we? Aldebaran, if she hadn't said look at me, then you might have. Aldebaran, I thought there's no compelling force. Aldebaran, there isn't. I just feel like I want to comply with whatever she requests. Met with a considerably deranged response. Aldebaran was completely at his wits' end. The Sword Saint, Reinhard, the great strategist, Valga Cromwell, and finally the divine dragon Volcanica. For Felt to have made all of them her supporters, just how many stars of destiny shone above her? Aldebaran, can you really stand losing to those stars, Aldebaran-san? Even if he could not deny the narrow victory, the stalemate, and the sensation of carrying an unexploded ordnance, it was true that Aldebaran had overcome the situations until now through a desperate struggle with death. Without forgetting that truth, he would take it as a warning and a guiding light in order to proceed on to what followed from here. Felt. So, what are you guys planning on doing from here on out? And where? Aldebaran, Felt. So you won't even tell me that. If you refrain from feeding a fish that you caught too much, you might end up the one with a bad taste in your mouth. Aldebaran. Calling out Aldebaran's name, Felt flashed her high canine in a smile. Around her neck was steel wire tied by Ye, and she was in a hostage situation as she herself had proposed. Nevertheless, the glint in the girl's eye showed no signs of her fighting spirit loosening. So after stifling his hesitation, Aldebaran spoke. The answer to Felt's question, that was to say, Aldebaran's destination, Aldebaran. We're headed for the Grand Mogulade Geyser, right in the heart of Kararagi. There lies the one and only hole in this world that connects to a place nobody can reach. I've got something that I need to throw away there. Felt. For that purpose alone, you're kicking up this much of a storm? Aldebaran, yeah. That's right, it's necessary. So that I may be myself. Felt likely could not imagine the significance of that deed, and Aldebaran made it clear through the strength of his words that he had no intention of helping her imagination draw any closer. Taking that in, Felt narrowed her red eyes and gave up on what she was about to say. Though he knew that what she was about to say would have been regarding she who was no longer among them. HKWO. What the hell? What happened? Oi, Aldebaran. Maid. How the hell did this? Shit, my back fucking hurts. That enigmatic atmosphere between Aldebaran and Felt was noisily and clumsily destroyed by Heinkel as he finally woke up, invoking a sense that the battle was now well and truly over. Even so, there was no mistaking the awful sense of involuntary gratitude he thus felt towards Heinkel himself. Chapter 23. The gang's all here. By the time Ramji had woken up, several hours had already passed since the retreat from the siege in the forest. In the end, they only took Felt with them and left the rest of us alone. This is what happens when we pick a fight. It's lame as hell. So added Rachens, who had just finished reporting the damages to their camp to the recently awoken Ramji. Rachens was unable to hide his feelings of embarrassment, and it was easy to imagine the sense of defeat stirring in his chest. Of course, the same sense of defeat was also present within Ramji's wide chest. However, Ramji had experienced far more lost battles throughout his life than Rachens. Ram, the number of losses I've got under my belt is pathetic, nothing to be proud of. If Ramji were to count the victories in his life on his fingers, would he even require both hands? Even if he could achieve smaller victories, he always came out losing by the end of the war. That was the win-loss record of the old giant who had wasted his years. He could not decide whether or not to be proud of the fact that he always managed to escape from each losing battle with his life. It could be said that surviving and enduring the shame that followed led Ramji to happen across something irreplaceable in his life. However, he had now been deprived of that irreplaceable thing. Ram, what's Felt's situation? The best way to find out is Rachen's. About that, unfortunately, they dealt with Manfred's divine protection of Farsight. It ain't just the helmet bastard. The maid that was with him seemed pretty sharp too. I guess he's lucky he got away with only his eye gouged out. Ram, as I thought, they didn't leave that be. I suppose that was an unreasonable expectation. The aforementioned divine protection of Farsight was a highly practical divine protection in terms of possible tactics and strategies that allowed the user to locate and monitor a target's location from afar. It had been used by Manfred Madison, who served as the head of the balance in the Union of the Flanders criminal underworld that cooperated with Felt's group. However, the divine protection of Farsight itself was not born upon him, but rather he had gained it as a result of stealing it from someone it had been gifted to. The Black Silver Coin and the Flower Prison Garden were also organizations deeply rooted in Flanders, but the balance was different. It was a notorious group with a long and shady history that existed outside of the city. Most notably, the balance possessed a technique to steal divine protections. Ramji speculated that they likely kept the original holder of the divine protection alive, having the proxy use the body part that served as the source of their divine protection. In short, if a divine protection holder possessing the divine protection of Farsight, which affected the eyes, had their eyes removed and transplanted, the effects of that divine protection could be freely inherited. Of course, one could not just remove their eyeballs and replace them to use a divine protection at will. Therein lay the secret technique possessed only by the balance, a sacrament never to be revealed to outsiders. Regardless of the technique, if the eyeballs that served as the source of the divine protection of Farsight were destroyed, then relying on Manfred to continue tracking Felt's movements was no longer an option. Still, with Manfred missing an eye and the rest of us in such terrible condition, it's a miracle we're all still alive, ain't it? Rachens. A miracle, huh? I just can't accept it like that. Rachens loudly clicked his tongue in a dissatisfied manner at the muttering of Ramji, who was rubbing his chin. They had taken on this challenge with the determination to risk their lives, and they survived. As one would expect, Rachens would not say anything about regretting not being able to die as an imperial citizen would. But since he had lost to an opponent who had self-imposed unnecessary restrictions on himself, Rome could understand the feeling of being shown he was clearly outmatched in power. But if he was able to feel that frustration after giving it his all, then Rachens still had a future ahead of him. It was surely the same for Gaston and Camberley. Ram Sama, are you awake, Ram? That you, Grassis? And just as the conversation came to a halt, Grassis suddenly appeared. At the end of the battle, she had last been seen tied up by the thread user called Ye. But she seemed to be in much better condition than Rachens from the looks of it. Despite their young appearances, she and her sister Flam were trained by the Astria family from birth, ranking them in the upper echelon of the many combatants that Ramji had ever met. Her excellent control of the flow method greatly contributed to the recovery of her wounds and physical strength, so she already seemed to have fully recuperated. Ram, don't go using that as an excuse to be reckless, though. How's your divine protection looking? Grassis. It's almost ready to be used again. If Flam is not dead, Rachens. Don't jinx it like that, but I can't say for sure if she's alive, even if the helmet bastard didn't lay a hand on her. Reinhard and the witch are still at the dunes. Grassis. Rachensima, cheer up, all right. Rachens, why am I the one being comforted? You're the one who should be upset. Grassis gave Rachens a light pat on his hunched back, only for Rachens to snap at her, sticking out his long tongue in frustration. At his outburst, Grassis let out a casual wah without looking the least bit startled. Instead, she swiftly slipped behind Ramji, peeking out from behind him with a dramatic sulky glare at the childish young man. It was their usual playful banter, but Ramji simply placed a large hand, bigger than the girl's head, on her and gently ruffled her hair. Ram, we're all feeling the same concern for those at the tower. Once your divine protection is ready, let us know immediately. Gracis. Roger that, Chief. Retchins. Who even talks like that? Gracis gave a brief nod, accepting Ramji's hand while Rachins overreacted as usual. It was precisely because Rachins responded so easily to their antics that the mischievous sisters always had a field day teasing him. But perhaps acting like nothing was wrong was what Gracis needed right now, and for Rachins, it kept him from spiraling into an endless cycle of defeat-induced frustration. Ram. The young ones should burn with a defiant spirit. Reflecting on this is my job. Despite gathering an army of 500 men and carefully choosing the most advantageous battlefield possible, Ramjit and the others had lost their fight against the Helmet Bastard, and Felt had been taken hostage. This was a devastating defeat, no doubt the worst since the Demi-Human War. However, if there was one thing that set this loss apart from Ramji's past failures, it was the fact that this time it was neither entirely fruitless nor completely unforeseen. Though it was a method they had hoped to avoid, the possibility of the Helmet Bastard summoning the Divine Dragon in a moment of desperation had been a constant concern. Given that, Felt's existence had always been considered a potential shackle to prevent such an outcome, and they had known beforehand that the Divine Dragon Volcanica was the Helmet Bastard's main force. Thus, even if Felt's group had been unable to defeat the Helmet Bastard in this battle, they had at least set a minimum goal of shackling his strongest asset. Of course, the ideal outcome would have been victory, but they had still met their lowest expectations, and on top of that, they now had a clearer understanding of the nature of his authority. If victory was the best possible result, then this was the second best. No, with Felt taken hostage, it was more like the third best outcome. That said, now that he's experienced it firsthand, the same method won't work to break his authority again. Felt's in his hands now. We'll need to get creative with our approach. Naturally, Ramji had no intention of giving up here. The Helmet Bastard had chosen not to take their lives for his own reasons. Because of that, most of their fighting force remained intact, giving them the room to come up with a plan and strike once more. No one would dare call making full use of this opportunity cowardly or dishonorable. For whatever reason, that Helmet Bastard seemed unwilling to waste even a moment standing still. At this rate, even if he takes short breaks, he won't have the chance to properly rest anywhere. Mental exhaustion will only expose the weaknesses in his authority. If Felt is shackling the Divine Dragon, then our opening is even bigger. Surprisingly, it seems like the Helmet Bastard and his allies aren't as united as they, muttering to himself. Ramji carefully processed the information he had gathered from the battle with his larger-than-most head. If one were to accuse him of being calculating right after their loss, he had no excuse. But in Ramji's mind, their defeat was already over. His thoughts had shifted toward the next battle, and strategies were already taking shape. There might be some who would curse that as cold-hearted. Felt, who was practically his granddaughter, had been abducted, and he could not even be sure of her safety. Despite that, rather than turning his thoughts to concern and anxiety, he instead focused on the next battle. But Rachins. Shit, this is just making me feel even more pathetic. Looking at the profile of the cold-hearted old giant thinking, Rachins felt no hatred, only frustration that refused to fade. Gracis. Rachins-sama, do your best. Rachins, shut the hell up. Why are you acting like this doesn't concern you? Aldebaran. Expand territory, matrix redefinition. A whisper spilling out from within his mouth, Aldebaran defined a new restart point, finally escaping a predicament that had taken 29,221 attempts of trial and error to surmount. Thinking that he had passed a checkpoint, he took a small breather, long and deep, exhaling until all the air left his lungs. Aldebaran adjusted the position of his helmet. Aldebaran. Sorry, I've calmed down now. Yay. No, not at all. Please don't worry in the slightest. Rather, are you really fine with that sort of arrest? If you'd like, Ye-chan's thighs are available for loan. Aldebaran. Nah, I'm fine without borrowing them. Yay, they're super softal and sponging, you know. Aldebaran. I'm fine. With a wave of his hand, Aldebaran bluntly refused Ye's alluring consideration. On the receiving end, Ye pouted her lips with a tiesk. But she likely did not care as much as her reaction implied. Those invitations of hers were a habit, and Aldebaran also always refused her. Even so, Ye's presence, never leaving his side, was a huge help, in the sense that she shouldered the burden. Aldebaran. More or less, my headache subsided. Spilling those words, Aldebaran was relieved by the reduction of the headache induced by his mental state, including the fact that he had nearly been defeated. His battle against the Felt armed forces had exhausted him far too much mentally. The result of dismissing that whittled-down state was a near defeat that had just barely secured victory. Aldebaran. Naturally, I can't do a fight. Mental reset in the middle of a sotoring. In this case, mental reset referred to how Aldebaran would use his authority to spend as much time as possible in an absent-minded daze, then gulp down poison and restart his matrix. Doing that over and over was the drastic move that aimed to restore his dead end of a mental state, heightened nerves and frayed mind. As long as he had an environment to settle down in and the means to restart, it was a technique that allowed him to bring his heart to as much tranquility as he liked. But even if he settled his heart, there was a shortcoming in that the fatigue of a foddered, his body and brain would not simply fade. In reality, due to the extreme accumulation of lack of sleep and fatigue, Aldebaran was left with serious damage. Aldebaran, this is a joke, but if I borrowed Ye's thighs, I'd fall in an instant. Ye, does that mean you'd fall deeply in love with Ye-chan? Aldebaran? Nah. I mean, I'd fall unconscious. When you talk flippantly like that to me, it helps to distract me. Slowly shaking his head, Aldebaran forced back the weight of his body as it leaned forward. Currently, Aldebaran and his party were traveling west from the plane of the fierce battle, avoiding attention, and once he completed a thorough safety check, Aldebaran spent his time resting. But then again, even if he was spending his own time, it was not a considerable amount of real time. Aldebaran, by the way, I'd like to consult you on this. But if I'm about to collapse, would doping on dragon's blood be a possible option, or no? And, fiddling with the metal fixtures on his helmet, Aldebaran raised an idea to Aldebaran. Along with Ye, Aldebaran had been part of the personnel guarding the surroundings, and hearing Aldebaran's question, it prefaced, "Here's the thing," as it skillfully scratched its snout with its front leg. Aldebaran. It's difficult to draw a reliable comparison between this dragon body and the exceedingly feeble original body of me, but if you take undiluted dragon's blood, I think you'd probably just go bang. Aldebaran. Bang, a different outcome from the Duchess and Christella. Huh? Aldebaran. I became aware when I got this body, but setting aside Natsuki Subaru, whose insides are a chaotic mess of curses, it's a miracle that the Duchess could endure it in her condition. I suppose there's the fact that she's close to the royal family. Aldebaran, even if you say to dilute it, I doubt it'd be fine to simply water it down. By the way, I kinda have it in my head that shinobi aren't just well-versed in poisons, but medicine too. So what about dragon's blood? Hey, it's a rare opportunity, so I'm intrigued, but Ye-chan's heart would never last if Alsama became an even more frightening monster. So I'm against it. While an issue regarding feelings was pushed into the forefront, in truth, as long as one was not an expert, there was little hope that a deed such as the dilution of dragon's blood could be carried out. They could not mass-produce a final elixir so easily. The world was not so simple. Aldebaran, I'll at least apply some healing magic on you. There. Passerby, heal. Aldebaran. We're in the same party, so it's not a dutiful passerby heal, but a heal. At Aldebaran's riposte, the divine dragon unleashed an overabundance of healing magic through its power. Unfortunately, he bore few external wounds, and it naturally did not grow Aldebaran a new left arm, but he did gain the consolation that he would be healed, even if he bore any serious injuries. Well, if he bore a serious injury, he would gulp down poison instead of waiting for healing, so it was quite literally just consolation. Yay. By the way, Volsamon, may I ask something? Aldebaran. What? Volsama refers to me. Took me a second since it didn't click at all. What's up? Yay, your feelings towards Feltsama, have they calmed down a bit? Clad in a nonchalant air, Ye's question was obvious in its intent through the slightly tensed atmosphere, so Aldebaran narrowed his eyes within his helmet, and, having perceived the same thing, Aldebaran did the same. Aldebaran, if by calmed down you mean decreased, then it's actually the opposite. It's scary how much love is overflowing. The distance that keeps us apart only fosters stronger feelings. Aldebaran, you're not so far away to say there's a distance keeping you apart, and I just can't get behind that affection. Aldebaran was poking fun at Aldebaran with a choice of words styled after the latter, but since the emotions from when those words were initially uttered were shared between the two of them, a considerable portion of that was likely how it truly felt. The intention of that also seemed to have been communicated to Yaye, so she nodded with a sora. Is that so? And, yay, she really is a hindrance, Jan, that Feltsama. Can we not get rid of her successfully? Aldebaran. Yay, I'll say this now, but... Yay, on. You're jumping to conclusions. I knew Volsama would have that sort of reaction, so I wanted to discuss a non-dangerous method. At worst, if Feltsama happened to try to run away, me, Alsama, and Volsama would all then be happy. Wouldn't that make you happy, Volsama? Aldebaran? Even I wouldn't be particularly happy. Yay, even though a source of distress would vanish, Aldebaran. You've also been a bit of a source of distress for me. Yay. Oh dear, I've stirred the hornet's nest. Face-palming her own forehead, Ye responded in a manner of jest. The happy method she had hoped for was the condition brought up by Felt when she became their hostage, that it was fine to kill her if she tried to escape. It had become a habit for Ye to touch upon that. Felt, and Aldebaran had made a promise, that if that time came, there would be no hard feelings even if she died. However, even if that was a logical promise between Felt and Aldebaran, no, the divine dragon, it was not an end that Aldebaran desired. Things had ended up with this relationship and way of doing things, but Aldebaran wished to return Felt to the royal selection safe and sound, so that she could vie for the throne in high spirits until the very end. Of course, judging by Aldebaran's reactions, the suspicions regarding Felt, initially brought up at the royal castle Lugunica, were all but confirmed. Aldebaran, after all, this dragon's way too madly in love from the bottom of its heart for it to just be brushed off as an accidental resemblance. In reality, how much of the original personality seems like it'll come to the surface? Aldebaran, the fact that this is a container, a dragon husk, won't waver. You don't need to worry about the original personality popping out all of a sudden to say hi. The little amount of residual feelings just strongly assert themselves, and it's sorta an image of the strength of that assertion undulating. By the way, those residual feelings, how much do you remember? Aldebaran, I like Farsail. I dislike Reed. Everything else is fuzzy. Aldebaran, the first-generation Sword Saint, huh? Don't bring up a legend so casually. It scares me. The first-generation Sword Saint was a being whose name he had heard often from the witch, but the tales told by those who knew him directly would paint him in the worst light of reputation. Recently, a new testimony from the divine dragon's residual feelings had been added, so it was likely true that he had been a good-for-nothing. Aldebaran would be lying if he said that the rest being fuzzy did not bother him, but... Aldebaran. Oh, that reminds me, Ye and the dragon me are both here with me now. But what about Lil Miss Felt and the old man? Ye. The two of them are on standby over there. Hankel-sama is taking responsibility, keeping a keen eye on Felt-sama. Aldebaran, pairing those two together. That's the worst thing you could have done. I messed UAP. Ye-chan was careless. Aldebaran. Ye seemed to have done so on purpose, and hearing her response, Aldebaran took a deep breath and stood up. Due to the working conditions he was giving Ye, he had to be willing to accept this prickling harassment. Aldebaran? Oh, are you headed over to Farsail? I mean, Lil Miss Felt? I'll come too. Aldebaran. So long as you can't remedy that verbal slip-up, it's important that you don't meet her. Serves better for your favorability. Also, I want to avoid tipping the scales any more in her favor. Explaining so, he had Aldebaran sit back down as it attempted to follow along, and left Ye to discipline it to sit and wait, ignoring her as she poked fun with Annet's group effort. Aldebaran began to walk towards where Felt and Henkel were located. Then, in a position where they could not hear the strategy meeting that took place in the tree's shadow, Felt and Henkel were waiting on the other side around the large tree. Felt. Pops, I'll say this now, but you don't gotta make excuses to me. As soon as Aldebaran peered in, a rather harsh statement struck his eardrums. At a glance, Felt was sitting with her back leaned against the large tree, and stood opposite whilst looking down on her was Henkel. From a filmmaking perspective, Henkel, looking down on the other party from a higher point, had a psychological advantage compared to Felt in this scene, however. Henkel. Excuses, you say. Why in the world would I need to do anything of the sort? Don't say such foolish things, you brat, Felt. In that case, stop looking at me all nervously. Your gaze is noisy. Henkel. Whose? Indignation erupting from his throat, Henkel stumbled over his next words, and so it seemed that the conclusion offered from a cinematic perspective would not be of any use. The two differed in both height and age, but even without quantifying anything, it was clear which of these two actors was on top. So as Aldebaran happened to be present at the unpleasant scene, he pitied Henkel. He would have preferred to conceal his breath and get out of there quickly, but Felt, Henkel, Aldebaran, and the two of them noticed him at around the same time, so Aldebaran had no choice but to walk up to them. Then, choosing his words with an, Aldebaran. Old man, quit getting involved with Lil Miss Felt. You're at a disadvantage no matter what you say. Henkel. Wah. So even you're saying that this brat's gonna talk me down. Aldebaran. It's not a matter of who'd win or lose in a verbal argument. I'm saying the premise is botched to begin with. Old man, you've allied yourself with me. So from Lil Miss Felt's perspective, you're an indisputable turncloak. Or rather, fundamentally from anybody's perspective, you're a great enemy of the kingdom of Lagunica, you know. Henkel. No. Even so, I'm... A bitter look strewn about his face. Henkel cast his eyes down, muttering those words as he opened and closed his hands. Wearing a tired expression and placed in a tiresome position, nonetheless, Henkel was well aware of what sort of spider's web he had reached his hand into. That this was a deed that would tarnish the honor of the House of the Sword Saint, renowned in the kingdom. That it would create an irrevocable disgrace, he knew. Still, even if it meant bearing notoriety that persisted unfading for the next several hundred years. Felt. You want the dragon's blood. Pops, in order to wake your wife, Reinhard's mother, you need that no matter what, right? Henkel. Brat. How do you... Felt. Just where do you think your son kept me detained at first? I'm well aware of that idiot's family situation. I also heard about it from Granny Carol and the others. Henkel. Then, you should understand. It's necessary. I need the dragon's blood, and Aldebaran promised it to me. That's why I am going along with this guy's plan. Felt. Like I said, don't make excuses to me. His desperate pleas met with such a response, Henkel's words choked on a guh. Felt's answer had left him utterly hopeless, tearing Henkel's meager conscience to shreds in a manner much more stinging than would have been accomplished by unskillfully harping on him. Only it did not seem like Felt had aimed to choose the method that would wound Henkel the most. To evidence that, scratching her own head, Felt. Even I think it would be nice for Reinhard's mom to wake up. I also get how you feel like you don't got a choice in the means to accomplish that end. Hence, I won't deny you, Pops. Henkel. Felt. It's just a matter of your methods differing from ours. It's neither good nor bad. As Felt spoke with a single eye closed, it was clear from a single glance that her words had beaten Henkel down. The definite discrepancy in their calibers was revealed, and what was meant to be a follow-up became a kick to a dead body. If they were to converse any further, Henkel's wounds would only expand. Feeling sorry that Ye's pestering seemed to have paid off, Aldebaran patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Old man, that's enough," and dismissed Hinkle from keeping watch over Felt. Then, when Hinkle, his shoulder drooping, left the two of them, "Aldebaran, you're merciless, little Miss Felt. Though you don't look the part, are you perhaps angry, Felt? Ain't that obvious, asshat? Even now I'm exerting all my self-restraint on my desire to kick your guys' asses. It's 'cause I got this shit on my neck." Saying that, Felt touched the fine steel thread wrapped around her neck, that which had also been brought up in the conversation with Yea and Aldebaran, and curved her lips into a smile to flash her high canine. Her impudence was to the max, but for the most part, she was aware that her life was in their clutches. Of course, since they had not taken the life of even a single of her comrades, it was possible that she was making light of the level of effective threat that the steel thread posed, but Aldebaran, "I'm not going to fall in the same ditch twice," Felt. It was not so much an announcement as it was an oath Aldebaran pledged to himself. The girl before his eyes had been raised to be strong in the slums. She was not just a royal candidate suspected of being missing royalty, but a potential monster who had grown up being trained by Valga Cromwell. There was a sufficient likelihood that she had already eclosed as a monster, becoming a being more dangerous than Aldebaran could imagine. However, even were that to be the case, Aldebaran would no longer suffer defeat. Aldebaran. Even if this is my final part to play, there's still meaning in my growth. The ability to handle Aldebaran, who was supposed to have been their primary strength, had gotten worse. Ye's insolent and mischievous attitude was intolerable. Hinkle would get discouraged on his own regardless of Aldebaran's intentions. He could not keep going without bringing along the uncooperative excess weight that was Felt. Such was Aldebaran's journey. To put it bluntly, things had ended up quite different from his initial travel plan. But, in exchange for his exhaustion, mental and physical alike, the unforeseen battle and tangible loss had stripped Aldebaran of his conceit, delivering unto him a lesson firm. "Aldebaran, from here on out, I'll draw out my territory until it reaches its utmost limit." By using short-term updates of a matrix to instantly respond to a pressing situation, he thought he could reduce the retroactive time rather than the number of attempts, and that in doing so he would see long-term benefits. But, in a case like the most recent one in which he was up against many enemies, that extreme level of matrix updating would cause the probability of being checkmated to skyrocket. If he continued to use it as he always had, then even against someone who did not possess Valga's ingenuity, it was completely possible for his path to be closed off by way of simple misfortune. "Aldebaran, if I let the intervals get too long, it'll be a chicken race between my brain overheating and my mind getting worn down. But even if my soul is completely destroyed, it's far superior to failing." From the outset, Aldebaran had no prospects for beyond the completion of this plan. The Kararagi city-states. After arriving at the Grand Mogolad geyser in that land, and accomplishing his objective there, he would clean up the mess he had made in his endeavors, and then end it all. He desired nothing more. In exchange, he would ensure that everything up to that point would be carried out to fruition. Felt, as Aldebaran hardened his resolve anew, Felt silently watched him with narrowed eyes. Aldebaran had deliberately ignored her gaze, but faced with the fact that Felt, who resembled her in no regard whatsoever, not personality nor facial features, nor physique nor anything else, did indeed share the same eye color with Priscilla Andon. Nothing more, he experienced an awfully awful sense of discomfort. "Aldebaran, if possible, could you not look at me with those eyes? Felt, don't be unreasonable. Sorry, but I've had these two eyeballs since I was born. I also don't like them since they stand out. Nah, I used to not like them. Aldebaran, Felt, now, I surprisingly think they ain't half bad. Why, I ain't gonna close my eyes." Leaning against the great tree, Felt folded her arms and sat cross-legged on the ground, and taken by her gaze and the strength of her will, he could understand the feelings of the many who revered her for her radiance. Right now, that radiance was the same to Aldebaran as the poison tucked behind his molar. Only, that radiance would not take Aldebaran's life. It only served to torment him, felt. So, I'm pretty damn hungry. Got any food? Aldebaran, you're being way too audacious. Sorry, but we don't have time for a meal break right now. Traveling takes priority, felt. That's some poor treatment for your hostage. We headed to that something hole in Kararagi you mentioned? Aldebaran Mogolad, Geyser, no doubt. That's our final destination. Only, gotta make a bit of a detour. At Aldebaran's comment, Felt knit her well-shaped eyebrows with a detour. In response, as Aldebaran drew in his chin with a detour, he turned around to the scenery in the distance, amidst which it could not yet be perceived. And imagining that place, he spoke. That was Aldebaran. Now is when they ought to be spread the most thin. I'm going to pick up a necessity for the plan. Fortunately, the detour on the way to their destination went smoothly. Unfortunately, the security was too dense to say they were spread thin, but due to what was sealed on the other side, their protocols for crisis management being this thorough was almost reassuring. But then again, Aldebaran, high security ain't enough to stop me. If they were to truly stop Aldebaran, as Felt's group had previously done, then surrounding and crushing him with several hundreds of people would have been the best course of action. For such a feat to be accomplished, at least a single order of knights would need to be deployed, even if it was the royal capital, a strategic point of utmost importance. Thus, to ensure that could not be done, Aldebaran had taken measures in advance. Aldebaran. I ended up needing to call it back right away. So it was 50-50 on whether I could place hope in the diversion being effective, but Aldebaran, driven to madness, assisted by the divine dragon, Volcanica. It was not difficult to imagine the depths of the panic felt by those in the know, once the information got out that Reinhard the Sword Saint, who had gone off to stop them, had instead become occupied facing the Witch of Envy, freeing Aldebaran and the Volcanica to escape the sand dunes. They would have thought it the greatest threat to the nation since the Witch of Envy's rampage 400 years prior. For that very reason, the kingdom had had no choice but to put on a display of all its strength to oppose Aldebaran, which was flying at heights so as to easily attract attention, even if that meant leaving minimal armed forces in the royal capital. Thus, Aldebaran found it. 7 times, via that trial and error, in the location he had sought to reach, Aldebaran had located what he was searching for. From the entrance door to the multi-layered mechanisms in the room, it was sealed rigorously as to not permit the slightest bit of interference. In reality, without any assistance, Aldebaran would have been unable to do anything regarding the mechanism before his eyes, regardless of having managed to reach this place, and thus would have ended up retreating in dejection. However, the current Aldebaran had Aldebaran. The divine dragon's fang. I wonder how many holy gold coins it'd be worth. An article so rare that the ensemble of merchants he knew would all have dollar signs in their eyes, estimating its value with an abacus inside their heads. Using it as a catalyst, Aldebaran destroyed the sturdy mechanism through sheer force. Like nothing he had ever heard before, an aberrant sound of destruction akin to an iron bar being torn off a wall through brute force arose. The invisible wall that had certainly been present vanished, and Aldebaran stepped forth into the space. That space, not wide in the slightest, was even more cramped than the restroom in the Burial mansion. With not a window nor an opening barring the entrance door, the room was suffocating, akin to a solitary confinement cell. No, not akin. The place was most accurately described as a solitary confinement cell. After all, sealed within was unmistakably a sinner, a criminal, an evil unpardonable. Aldebaran. By now, I've done enough to earn myself the death penalty 100 times over, but yet room there indeed remained to accrete sin upon sin. As if to prove such, Aldebaran reached his hand out towards the blackness before his eyes. That was also the work of extraordinary principles. But this time the divine dragon's aid was needed not, albeit different in essence. What laid there was similar to the coalescence of the witch's teachings, which Aldebaran had mastered at the end of rigorous training, which had made it seem as if he would drown in his own bloody vomit. Aldebaran, passing his intent through the fingertips held aloft. The subsequent moment, cracks ran through the whole of it, shattering. Into pieces akin to fragments of porcelain it fissured, however. No sound of its scattered shards rippled with the ground as the source. Instead, its composition unraveled, melting into the atmosphere. Witnessing that run its course with his own eyes, before Aldebaran, in place of the vanished black mass, was a single human silhouette on the ground, down on all fours. Aldebaran, obey, and follow me. If you do that, I won't kill you here. Huh. As Aldebaran quietly pronounced so, the silhouette made sure to let out a breath as it smiled. Nay, it sniggered, sniggering, licking the lips of the mouth from which sharp fangs protruded. How nice. So nice. Quite nice. Perhaps it is nice. Surely it is nice. So quite nice. Certainly it is nice, because it is certainly nice, because our chest trembles at how nice it is. Gluttonous drinking. Gluttony. Indeed, within the solitary cell colored in darkness, the existence liberated from its jet-black coffin, the sin archbishop of gluttony, Roy Alfard, amidst feelings of freedom and hunger, jubilated. It was as if the world had come to an end, where heaven and earth were no longer separated, where there was no longer any distinction between bright time and dark time, where the lines between life and death blurred, and where the differences between the self and the other became unnecessary. Young master, and, desperately raising her voice like so was Flam, who one would never have imagined capable of such an emotional outburst, whose gaze was fixed on the other side of the sandstorm, beyond the Pleiades watchtower, where a great wave of black shadows was surging from the distance towards the red-haired hero, the Sword Saint Reinhard van Astria, who was struggling to fight it off all alone, to stop it, resist it, and to repel it. Flam, young master, while she had more faith in his strength than anyone else, the girl who also knew him well outside of his heroic appearance cried out, her voice betraying her, in an attempt to deny the absurd reality that had suddenly befallen him. Flam's voice, as if screaming, surely reached Reinhard, who was challenging that dark demise. There was no way he could have failed to hear it. That was because Reinhard van Astria himself had decided that he had to be that kind of existence. Despite that, Flam's anguished voice went unanswered, as the strongest of the sword saints to ever have existed was being exposed to such a fierce threat that even a momentary lapse in concentration could be fatal. Countless black arms surged forward like literal waves, spreading out to fill everything in sight, continuously trying to crush their target with unstoppable destruction. Reinhard wielded the dragon sword with both of his nearly torn-off arms, and swung the legendary sword that could not be unsheathed in place of his arms, breaking through the cage of black shadows that seemingly was inescapable in all directions, smashing it to pieces. He repeated this over and over again, 10 or 20 times a second, until the sweat that had formed and the blood that had flowed left his body as steam. Reinhard was completely absorbed in his task. That was the decisive contest between these two legendary beings, the Sword Saint and the Witch of Envy. Gaines! This is unbelievable. Seizing the reins as she jumped into the driver's seat, Miley, with her disheveled braids and clenched teeth, desperately tried to perform an unfamiliar role. Patricia, who was at the other end of the reins, was intelligent, with Maylee's handling of the reins being nothing more than for show. Nevertheless, Maylee continued to stay there to show her determination. With Garfiel and Ezo unconscious, Flam, whose attention could not be peeled off from Reinhard's figure, and Petra, who had not yet returned from reading the Book of the Dead, the only one who was able to act normally here was Maylee. Reinhard's battle was a given, but it was no exaggeration to say that the lives of the entire party depended on Maylee's slender arms. Maylee, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Or rather, that's a bit too much. Many times in the past, Maylee had been involved in a situation where someone's life was at stake. However, in many of those instances, Maylee was on the side that took lives, and she had been in a position where she held the power to decide whether to give or take a life in the majority of them. The only time she had ever used her abilities to protect someone's life rather than take it was during the trial the previous time she had been at the watchtower. And apart from that, Miley's capabilities were probably only slightly more powerful. than those of an ordinary person. With such little experience, the Witch of Envy would not have been a good opponent to clash with. Meili, please, Patras-chan. Unlike with the Witch Beast-chans, I can't understand what you're saying, boo. Everyone's in Donger. Patrasha. Dodog-yun. Meili's appeal was conveyed through the reins, and Patrash bravely replied. The jet-black ground dragon strode furiously, not heeding the adverse conditions of the sandy footing, pulling the dragon carriage with everyone on board, running toward the end. Meili. If this keeps up, it was then that she thought they could make it through the sand sea in one sweep. Meili? Ah. For an instant, the earth seemed to bend and stretch as an incredible impact caused Patrash's feet to flounder off the ground, and the dragon carriage rose into the air along with all its passengers. Meili. This was bad, and the word that came to Meili's mind was pinch. They were in a pinch. A real pinch. When Subaru was in a dangerous situation, he often used the word pinch. It was easy to say, and once one got used to saying it, this word would keep popping into their head. But even if one were to keep chanting pinch, pinch, the solution would still not come to them. The only sure thing was that once Patrashi slid into the sand, they would lose the divine protection of wind evasion that would allow them to leave the sand dunes safely. Once that was gone, escaping alive from this place, where the boundaries between heaven and earth would become unrecognizable, would become utterly impossible for Meili and the others. What should I do now? Everyone, please. Aniwe-san, help me. Meili. Everyone needs help. Yes, it was when that completely useless and tearful voice was put together as her vision was almost upside down. Leave everything to me, Meili. Right after she heard that cute and reassuring voice, Meili saw someone leap from the overturned coach, using the driver's seat as a foothold, and proceeded to jump onto Patrash, who was losing her balance in midair. It was a girl with a large bow and light brown hair that caught the eye. Meili, Petra-chan! As Meili cried out, Petra, who had leapt out of the carriage, clung to Patrash's neck in midair before forcefully sitting on the ground dragon's saddle, clinging on tightly as if she were biting her. She hugged with all her might, using her entire petite body, and made her appeal. Petra, Patrasha, calm down, and listen to my voice. Patrash. Dodguum. Petra. Yes, good girl. Now. Responding to Petra's voice, Patrash swung her long tail vigorously, forcibly controlling her position in the air. With significant momentum, she landed on the sand with her toes thrusting forward into the ground, gracefully controlling the momentum of the dragon carriage, allowing it to land on the ground without interrupting the safety of the divine protection. She had managed to overcome that critical moment beautifully. It had all been thanks to Patrashi's incredible responsiveness and the girl's skill in bringing that out. Petra! Meili-chan! Are you safe and sound? Meili. I'm fine. Petra-chan. That book you read. Petra? I'm all right. More importantly, cutting off her words, Petra narrowed her round eyes and glared behind her. Before her gaze was a battle where Reinhard, defending the Pleiades watchtower as the line that must continue to be defended at all costs, was holding back the Witch of Envy, who tried to cross that line. The mere thought of the Witch of Envy was enough to cause shudders to surge up from the depths of her heart, and even Meili could not shake the fear that this reality had brought. However, Petra, still mounted on Patrash's back, said to Meili, Petra, it'll be fine. Leave everything to me. Meili. Petra-chan? Petra, leave it for now. We need to get out of the Augria sand dunes. Let's go. To the loud declaration of Petra, as she rode the ground dragon speeding across the sand sea, Meili responded by repeatedly nodding her head in agreement, feeling a sense of mysterious reliability. With a smile at Meili's reaction, Petra turned back to face forward and stiffened her cheeks, holding on tightly to Patrashi's neck and leaving the manifestation of the end that loomed behind them to Reinhard. They ran straight out of the sand sea, and, while enjoying the illusion of being bathed in a cool breeze, Petra whispered to herself, Petra, we have some work to do. Right. Subaru. Yeah. Let's do this, with everything we've got. feeling the voice and presence of the one she loved so dearly, whom she was unable to touch, near to her. Petrolete raced as hard as she could, her heart burning with passion. To bring forth that wish, which must be delivered outside this sea of sand, she must give it her all. End.